Hey friends, it's Vesna here. Thanks so much for stopping by. Today's video is extra long and it's a part of my Christmas DIY series. And today I'm making a tray. You can make this however big you want. I am using these framing lumber boards from Home Depot. They are about $3 for a 6-foot piece, which is really cheap. And I will be putting them together to create some nice Christmas trays. But first things first, you have to cut it to size. So I cut mine to the size that I wanted to make. Now, if you've watched some of my other videos, I've done it where I've covered a stove with something similar to this. So it really just depends on what you want to do. So I start off with staining some of them. So some of them I stained with this glaze from Rust-Oleum, and some of them I painted black, and some of them I painted white. For the black I used Rust-Oleum charcoal black, and for the white I just used, what I had done was I stained it brown and then I painted white over top of it, and then I wiped off the white to give it kind of a rustic look. You'll see the finished product. But for this first one, I'm just showing you that you apply the glaze. You want to wear some gloves because it is very messy, and I'm just using a cloth to apply the glaze. And this glaze makes it look like it's stained a really nice color. So I really liked this. And then I do use a brush to apply a little bit of wax, and then I use a spray sealer just to seal everything in so it does not come off. And I apply one coat of the glaze on each side, as well as the sides, the insides and the edges. Even though some of them will be covered, I still do it just so that none of the lighter wood shows through. And I use 4 of these boards, as well as two shorter ones, which I in the video show you putting them on the bottom, but they'll actually be on top of the tray. But for the sake of adding them to I didn't want the screws to show over top of it, so I do it from the bottom. And I pre-drill holes, and I pre-drill the holes for my handles as well. And I just purchased some cheap handles off of Amazon. They were just black handles. You can do any size you want, any kind of style. These were the ones that I wanted to go with. So you can see I've pre-drilled holes on the wood boards, and I've done this so that I just did like a little marker where I gently did them, and then I went ahead and I pre-drilled all the holes. But this kind of gave me a marker on where I wanted to put them, and to make sure that they were all even on along the same line, so that I didn't make a mistake. So you want to measure, you can use a ruler, you can use whatever you want to make it easier. I really wanted them to look straight, and I wanted them to look perfect. So as mentioned, then I went and I screwed them in with some wood screws, and again from the bottom, so that when you flip the tray over, it looks like this. And you want to make sure that it all kind of fits perfectly and that it does not look wonky in any ways before you screw on the other piece. Don't be nervous about having to drill the holes in. It's very easy, and most people have a drill at home. If you do not, you could potentially use E6000 and glue it all together, but it wouldn't. This is much better. You could nail stuff in too if you didn't have a screwdriver, a drill. And the cutting, the Home Depot can do that for you as well. They'll cut it to size if you need them to. So as I said, I apply some wax, and I'm applying the Annie Sloan black wax, and I just want it to look a little bit darker, just a little bit more rustic and kind of more wintry, because I was making these for Christmas. So I wanted it to look, I don't know, to me, like the darker aged wood represents Christmas a little bit better. But that's just in my head. You obviously can do anything you want, any kind of stain, any kind of color. This just to give you some ideas. And I didn't want to show you every single one of them, the step, because everyone knows how to paint. Everyone knows how to get the look that they're looking for. So these ones, like I said, I just showed you this one, and then I'll talk a little bit about the white looking ones a bit more, just so in case you're not sure how I did that. Once I applied this wax, then I went ahead and I cut out some designs on Cricut Design Space, and I just found some free SVGs that I could apply, and I cut them out, and then I applied them to my tray, and I added the handles, and this is what it looks like. So Farm Fresh Christmas trees. Now here are the other ones. So the one at the back that says North Pole Hot Cocoa, that one I painted out black, and I put the white over top, and again I wiped it off, and then I just went and I dry brushed a little bit of red to kind of go with the hot cocoa that's on there. And then for the Farm Fresh Christmas trees, the one that's a little bit lighter than the stained one, that one I stained it, and then I went over top with white and just wiped it off, and it gave me this color. And then the very black one is just charcoal black, and I used a gold Farm Fresh Christmas trees vinyl for this one. Now you can also paint this in if you use a stencil and then just dab it in. You could do that, or you could just put the vinyl on yourself. It depends what you want to do. If you do it as a stencil, when you're adding the paint to it, you want to make sure that you're dabbing off most of the paint and just doing lightly in layers, because you don't want the paint to bleed. Once it bleeds, then it's really, really hard to redo. So just, especially if you've stained it. So just kind of word of advice. But I think these turned out really, really cute, and they are great little decor pieces. You can have it as a tray on your table. You can have it as an actual tray where you take it to like put things if you have company on, whatever you'd like. I suppose you could make it food grade too if you use some food grade stain or paint or sealer. You could make it food grade, so it could be like a charcuterie board, but these are not food grade. They're just more for decor or to be used as a tray. You could make this bigger and cover your stove or maybe your sink. So I have the sign from the Dollar Tree. It was one of those harvest signs, and I didn't wind up using it. I thought I would use it for something for fall decorations, but I didn't wind up using it. So I am going to go ahead and create a Christmas sign from this one. And I also bought this window cling from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be using it for my sign. So after I remove the tags and the little rope, I want to fill in these holes, and I'm just using some drywall compound, which I always use, like the drywall mud or whatever it's called. And I just use that to fill it in. It's mostly because I have this big bucket, and I find that it works pretty well. I think I saw someone else in a video do this, and I thought that was a really neat idea. So I've used some of these stickers already, and I can link some of those videos above. And all I'm doing is I'm using some Mod Podge, and I am applying it to the back of the little truck and to the front. And this will help me just glue it nicely, and it'll stick nice to the sign. And I'm also going to use some of the trees, so it looks like the truck is kind of driving in a forest. So I do the same thing with the trees and with this little sign, and that's about it for the Mod Podge. And just make sure you apply it to the top and the bottom, like underneath and over top of the design and measure it. You can still move it around, the sign, like whatever you're Mod Podging, because it hasn't stuck yet. So if you need to correct it, do it right away. Apply the Mod Podge and then apply whatever else you want to apply there, and that's it for that part of it. And then you let that sit, and after it sits, then you do what you need to do next. So after the Mod Podge dries a little bit, it doesn't dry it all the way, but it's dried enough. I apply this antique white it's just an acrylic paint. It's like an off-white acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree. And I'm kind of just dry brushing it to the sides of of the painting, just around it. I'm not dry brushing it too dry, but I'm not fully applying it. So it kind of gives an effect of kind of blowing snow is what I'm trying to go for. Once that fully dries, you can apply more Mod Podge if you'd like, or you don't have to, depending on where you're going to be keeping it. I'm not going to. It's going to be fun. I don't need to protect it. And here's what it looks like all completed. For my second DIY, I'm creating a sign using, I found these big canvases at the Dollar Tree, which I've never seen that big before, so I bought a bunch. And I'm creating a sign using that canvas and this cardboard gift box that I also found at the Dollar Tree. I thought it was really cute. It was a pack of 3 gift boxes in here. I'm only using the top of one. So what I do is I cut off the edges of the box. I use my X-Acto knife at first, but then I wound up using scissors because it's a little bit easier and I can do a better cut with them. And then I wind up wetting the sides of the box and then just like making little tears in it, so that way it gives me kind of a rough, unfinished edge around the box. Now when you're wetting this, you want to make sure that you're not soaking it. So what I'm doing is I put a little bit of water into a cup and I took a paper towel and I'm just wetting the edges, and I'm doing it on the back because the back has the unsmooth cardboard, and I wet it enough just so I can kind of make little tears like so, and then I do that all around the box and it gives me that perfect edge that I'm looking for. I did say that these were really simple projects to do, and they are. Once you've wet this and ripped little pieces off the edge to give it an unsmooth edge, you then just Mod Podge it onto the canvas. Now I am Mod Podging it onto the back of the canvas because this gives me the opportunity to make a double-sided sign. So again, this is all a part of my budget friendliness. I want to make sure that I can get the full use of things, and this way I can use the other side of the canvas in the future for a different project, and I can have 2 pieces of decor. It saves on room and saves on money. So I'm applying the Mod Podge to the back. Now make sure you liberally apply it everywhere around the picture. What I did was I just did it around the edges, and I should have originally done it all like on top of over top of the whole painting or whole box, but then I go back and I put it underneath. But this will help with some of the wrinkling, but I think the wrinkling gives it a little bit of that aged look, but I didn't want quite that much wrinkling. And then once you get it on, you go all the way around and over top of the picture. Now this one you do want to protect because you want to make sure that it's sticking to the canvas, so you want to put Mod Podge all over it. Now once this dried and I got it exactly the way I wanted it to be, I do a similar effect like I did with the other DIY, with the other sign, except for this one I'm just using the pure white acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree, and I am again kind of dry brushing it around the edges on the canvas as well. I'm getting a little bit on top of the picture itself, and it's just to kind of make it look like it's seamless, like it's kind of on there and it was supposed to be on there. You'll see what I mean once I get going and finish it, but to me it just gave that finished look. I then left it to dry for 24 hours. This gave the Mod Podge enough time to cure as well as the paint to set in, and it just turned out really beautifully. Here is the finished sign, and I just love it. And it cost me, well, $2, but really less because I got 3 boxes in one package. So
for the first
really
one, I'm going
easy,
to be
2 really
using this
easy signs
Tremclad
to make. Here,
flat white spray paint. It's just a spray paint I had on hand. And I'm going to be using this Christmas tree and a crate. Don't worry about this square. I will be using this as well, but I'm going to be using the crate for this DIY, as well as some foam blocks from the Dollar Tree and some red spray paint. I will also use some vinyl to cut out for my writing, and then that's all there is to this DIY. Actually, there'll be a little bit of a ribbon as well. So what I've done is I've spray painted the Christmas tree. I've written down the numbers on my little foam blocks using a paint pen, and I've cut out Christmas countdown using a child's font from DaFont, and I wanted it to look like a child had written down Christmas countdown, and I actually did Xmas countdown. I know some people really don't like that being used for Christmas, but for this I thought it would be really cute as a like a little child's countdown. So I just removed my vinyl, and I always use transfer paper for transferring the vinyl because when you have like a sign or anything like that, it tends to stretch quite a bit. So I apply that, and you have to be really careful because when you have little thin fonts, it wants to raise up. So just when you're pulling it off, just be careful. So this video is a part of the DIY collab that Domestic Diva hosts, and it's a great collab because there's a whole bunch of creators that come together and we create a playlist of different DIYs that we're doing. The theme for this month is Christmas. So if you haven't had a chance to check out this challenge, make sure you check it out. I'll have the playlist linked in my description, and I'll have Sonia over at Domestic Diva DIY. I'll have her information linked in my description below as well. Make sure you check her out. She is one super talented lady. Once I get my vinyl on there, I wanted to put a little bit of a bow up top, and I thought I could put it kind of halfway down. Then I didn't like that, so I put it a little bit higher, and I still didn't like that. So then I took some ribbon and I just added like a bow to the top that kind of flowed down, and I really liked the way that turned out. And again, I just made a little bow, tying it kind of like you would a shoelace, and just hot glued it on. There was a little crack in the Christmas tree, so I was just adding some glue to fix it up. So after I added all of that, I just touched up some of the cubes because the paint had kind of ripped off when it was drying, and I put it in, and there's my countdown. I think it's really, really cute. What do you think? So for the DIY number 2, I am using these wood snowflakes, which I got at Dollar Tree, and they're just different sizes, and they're not sticky at the back. They're just little wood cutouts, and I'm spray painting them in that same Tremclad flat white spray paint. And I'm also using a bamboo cutting board, and this is another super easy one. All of these are really quick and easy DIYs. So I'm just going to be, once these snowflakes dry, I'm going to be creating a Christmas tree. So I just kind of try to figure out how I want the sizing to work and the pattern. This is totally personal preference, so kind of play around with it and see what you like. It all depends on what size your snowflakes are and which ones you wind up buying. The only tricky thing with this one is that I noticed that I wanted my board to be darker after I put this on, after I hot glued them on. So I went back and I stained it with the Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in Java. Now, before you hot glue your pieces down, kind of take a look at your board and see if you like it. And if you're gonna write in words, so kind of the reason I wound up staining it darker is I didn't really like the way the words looked that I wrote down. You'll see what I mean a little bit later. So I kind of went back and tried to mute them and make them look kind of like they're faded. They were just a little bit too dark and too rich. So kind of play around with that before you use a Sharpie. I should have done that before, and I knew, as like when I was writing with that Sharpie, I knew that I'm like, oh, I should have just made sure I liked it before I committed to a Sharpie, but live and learn. So that's kind of something that I would have done differently, but I still like the way it turned out. I did wind up using one more thing, the same ribbon that I used in the DIY before, and I covered the Merry Christmas. I didn't like the way I wrote it freehand, so I covered it up with that ribbon, and like I said, I went over top with decorative glaze and everything just to mute everything down. So I wrapped the ribbon over top a few times, and I wanted it to kind of look like it was kind of coming off. So I wanted like different levels to it, so that's what I did. So I just used a little bit of Dollar Tree sandpaper, and I just, like I said, sanded down the words a little bit, and then I applied the decorative glaze first with a paper towel, and then I kind of worked it in, and then I used a brush to get it in between. I did get it a little bit on the snowflakes, so I used a baby wipe to remove it. That's why I said it's easier if you do all of these things before you attach your Christmas tree, like your little snowflakes, but I think it turned out really cute regardless, and here is the finished piece. Let me know what you think. So again, another super DIY for number 3. I'm using, again, this spray paint, and I'm using this square plank, and it's from the Dollar Tree, to create my DIY. And I only need one coat of this. And then I'm also using these trucks from the Dollar Tree. They're ornament trucks. I'm not using these Christmas lights. My son just put them in my hand, gave them to me, so I put them on the table, so you might see his little hands grabbing them over here. But I remove the ornament, and I remove all the little hooks off of the ornament, and then I hot glue it to the bottom of the truck, leaving a little bit of space because I will also be using that same ribbon. So basically I used one roll of that ribbon for the entire, like for all 3 DIYs. So it went a long way, and then I used a little bit of a different kind of ribbon for the bow on this as well. And again, like I said, this is a super easy one, and I had a snowflake left over. You can see it in the corner there from the first DIY, so I put that on here as well. And then I distress it with that Rust-Oleum decorative glaze to give it more of a rustic look. And that's basically all there is to it. I do, like I said, wrap at the bottom some of that ribbon and at the top, and then I do like a little bow just using little strips of ribbon. And then I add a little bell, which is from a bell garland from the Dollar Tree that I had left over actually from last year. So after I get everything glued on, I use a pencil this time. I'm a little bit smarter than I was with the previous DIY, and I write in the words Christmas trees, and I put a little arrow. I'm using a red Sharpie to go over top of the Christmas trees wording, and then I'm using a black Sharpie for the arrow. And that's all there's to this one. Another super easy one. These can be tray decor pieces. These can be little accents in your vignettes. It can be anything. They're just cute little Dollar Tree DIYs that are super fun and super easy to make, and I think they turned out great. Look at this guy. Look how cute he is. For my first DIY, I'm going to be using this splatter screen and this little red truck from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start off with muting those gold colors on that say Merry Christmas, because I did want to keep the Merry Christmas on there. So I'm just going to actually just color in over them with a black Sharpie. So it'll still have a little bit of that gold kind of coming through, but it won't be so shiny and so in your face. So I'm going to do that several times because the Sharpie doesn't quite stick to the glitter on the first try. So I just do it, I think around 2 or 3 times I go over the letters. So once I do that, I go ahead and spray paint my splatter screen. Now I'm going to be using spray paint for this, and as well I'm going to be using some brown paint. It's brown chalk paint from Art Minds. It's the espresso. So I'm going to be using both. I'm going to spray paint the splatter screen gold, and then I will go over top of it, just dry brush it a little bit, and I'll show you how I do that with the brown. But just so you can see which paints I used. And while that's drying, I'll move on to the next step. So the next step is to paint over the little red truck in some of that brown from Art Minds. And I'm doing this just again to give it that kind of more rustic farmhousey look. So I'm just dry brushing brown over top of the truck. And this is when I'm going to also dry brush around the splatter screen. It's pretty much dry now. So lately when I've been dry brushing, I always like to kind of blend the paint in using a baby wipe. I just really love the way the paint looks once I do that. So I've been doing that a lot and I've been really happy with the result. So that's what I'm doing here, that you can see me kind of wiping it off. So I add, I wipe off, I add, I wipe off, and I do this until I get the color that I'm looking for, the texture or whatever I'm doing, until I get like what I'm looking for. So then I go ahead and see what I'm going to put in the back of this truck. I thought I might use these Christmas trees, but then I decided that I think I'm going to just use my Christmas evergreen picks that I got from the Dollar Tree. This is why I got them, because I knew I could use them in different projects. So I wanted it to look like there was some greenery in the back of the pickup truck. So I'm just going to cut out some of these branches and use them on the back of the truck. And I'm going to just be hot gluing them onto the truck itself. So after I get the truck all done, then I go ahead and I glue it to the splatter screen. I want it to look like the truck is going up a hill. So that's how I glue it on the splatter screen. And I also add these little beads that I got from the Dollar Tree. I add them around the splatter screen, so that way it just gives a little bit more detail to that splatter screen. And I wind up painting them in that espresso as well, but again, just kind of dry brushing over top of them. And that is it. So after I attached the beads, I didn't want the handle to be so obvious. I was too nervous to cut it off, and I also like the fact that it had a little hole to hang it, so I thought it would be great if I wanted to hang it on a wreath hanger. So what I did was I created a little bow. Now I am not someone who's good at making bows just yet. I will get there. Never used to make them. So I kind of just did my own thing with the bows. This isn't really a tutorial for bows, so that's why I'm not slowing it down. I just kind of made little loops from this really cute little red truck ribbon that I got at the Dollar Tree and this red ribbon. And then, like I said, I made loops, and then I just attached little longer parts for it to look like it was a bow. But again, it wasn't. I mean, some of the creators that you can watch, they make fabulous bows and they have great tutorials, and they're better people to watch for these tutorials. Mine is just simple. So if you want to know like a simple way that you can put together a bow without actually creating a fabulous bow, this is the way you do it. Just create a bunch of loops and then attach some longer pieces so it looks like the ribbon part of the bow is hanging off, and then you'll have a bow. I think it turned out really cute. And I may do it again because it was easy and it didn't use a ton of ribbon, and it did the trick. And so I added this thinner ribbon as well, just to give it a bit more depth and dimension, and that's it. So after attaching all of the ribbon and dry brushing the little beads, so basically adding all of the final touches, I was happy with the finished product, and here is what it came out to. I'm so happy with this cute little red truck DIY wreath. Super cute, super inexpensive, and really easy to make. Cost under $5, and even that's being generous because the ribbon I will have left over for other projects. So again, super cute, inexpensive, easy, and very farmhouse type of decor for Christmas. So my next DIY is a lot of fun as well. Really, you only need a few things. You need this cane.
Then you need this plaid tree skirt, all from the Dollar Tree. The cane is one of those wreath metal frames. And you're going to need some ribbon for your bow and some hot glue. Again, another really easy, and some scissors obviously, but again, another really easy DIY and very inexpensive. So before I start cutting, I want to start my cane, and I want it to start with the little white fur at the bottom, or at the top of the cane, actually at the top and bottom of the cane. And then I hot glue it there in place, and then I see where I can cut. So I'm using the least amount of material possible. I will make this small tree skirt last me the entire, like, it'll cover the entire cane, and that was my goal. I don't like to waste anything, so this was a great way of putting it together. And I just make sure that I'm gluing it right at the edge, like kind of overlapping over a little bit, so that it doesn't show if you're hanging it up, so it looks like it's wrapped all the way around, but in fact I'm not wrapping the back. Then I follow that same pattern all around the cane, where I cut what I need, then I glue what I need, and then I cut it again. So I'm not cutting before I glue a piece down, because I was afraid that I would cut and not have enough. So um, that's why I didn't cut like right away. And it worked out really, really well. So here I'm just showing you how I'm wrapping it around just a little bit, so it doesn't show, like I said, when you're hanging it up, so it looks like it's wrapped all the way around. I will play some music for you guys so you can enjoy, so that you guys can watch what I'm doing without listening to me talk. So one more quick thing, where you can see where I'm joining the fabrics together, I do a straight fold, so that way the seam isn't so visible, and it's right around the curve, so it looks like it was a part of the cane in the first place, but I will also be adding a bow there, so it won't be as visible. So I'm a little bit more generous with my fabric at the finish here, because I want to make sure that I'm covering everything, and I want to make sure that the little bottom part is attached to my fabric, so that way the fur is also at the bottom of the cane. So here's what I'm talking about. I'll just overlap everything here, and it'll be actually just a little bit past the bottom of the cane, the little fur, but that is okay, because I need it to be at the bottom. I wanted to have a nice little finish there. And then I wind up adding bows. Again, like I said in the other part, this will not be a bow tutorial, but I attempted to make a proper bow with this one, and I think I did a pretty good job. So here's the bow that I made. Like I said, I didn't record myself making it, because it took me a really long
time to make it, and I don't think anyone would have wanted to see me fumble through that. So once I get better at these bows, I will do a tutorial, but I didn't think I had any business doing one since I'm still learning. So I'm deciding whether I'm going to add which of these little red trucks I'm going to add to my bow to complete my cane wreath. And I've decided I'm going to do with I'm going to add the bigger red truck that says Merry Christmas. And I'm just going to hot glue my bow to the cane, and then I will hot glue the little red truck, and that'll bring this DIY to an end. So here's the completed cane wreath, and again, I'm super happy with the way it turned out. I think it's very, very cute. It'll again be a beautiful addition to my decor, and super inexpensive. Again, I'm using that same ribbon that I used for the first DIY. And so for my last DIY, I will be using another 3 grease splatter screens, as well as some floral wire, some white spray paint. And then you just need some sort of block. It could be a wood block, it could be anything, just for your base. This, I had a scrap piece of wood, but I mean, if you didn't have a scrap piece of wood, you could use you could even use a book and hot glue it to a book, like a heavier book, because you can get books at the Dollar Tree for $1.25, and they're hardcover books. It's really anything that you can attach these splatter screens to. I just happen to have scrap pieces of wood at home, so that's what I used. What I do then is I bend these splatter screens um, down so that I can attach them to my piece of wood. And I do it with the 2 ones that I'm using for the base. The third one I'm using for the top, so you don't need to bend that one. And then as I'm doing this, I realized this little piece of wood is too small, so I wound up using a bigger piece of wood. So just keep that in mind. You want to make sure that your piece of wood is big enough, long enough, and wide enough, or whatever you're using, so that way you can either hot glue it. I wound up screwing these in because screws work better than hot glue in terms of keeping it sticking longer. So I wound up getting my husband to help me screw them down, so that way I could make sure that they stay there for good. And then I wind up spray painting them white. Before I spray paint, I want to make sure I attach all the splatter screens together and then screw them in as well. So I'm just attaching them. This is where your floral wire comes in. I'm just attaching them with the floral wire. The base screens first and then the top screen. I'm measuring to see whether they'll fit on my block. And then I'm also measuring to see whether I like the way that looks as a snowman. So this is kind of to your liking. This was my measurements were. So if you want to make one exactly like mine, I did 6 inches apart. So just so that you're aware, but that's how I did mine. So, but you can do yours however you'd like. Once I attach my screens, I quickly realize it won't work with my small block, so I go ahead and I just grab another piece of wood that I had. I believe this is from some sort of shelving or something that we had, or I don't even know. It was just a scrap piece of wood that I found in my husband's workshop, so I'm going to hold it down while he screws it down. As you can see, it's as wide as the snowman, and it'll actually even look better in the long run. So if you used one of those books from the Dollar Tree, the bigger hardcover books, it would hold it down, and you could glue it down as well. So really, just because I used a block of wood and you don't have one, you don't have to go out and buy a block of wood. You can just use something like that, and obviously not screw it in, just hot glue it together. And if you don't have white spray paint or the gold spray paint like in the previous project, you can always just use acrylic paint. I just found it to be easier with spray painting. I didn't record the spray painting because that's pretty self-explanatory. I've done lots of spray paint tutorials as well, so if you want to see that, you can see it on a different video. Just for the sake of time, I didn't want this video to be too long. Once that's done, I just go ahead and I have this little sock from the Dollar Tree. It was a pair of socks that I got. One sock I'll use for another DIY, and then this one I'll just use, I'll cut it down so that it makes one long piece, and then I cut it in the middle to make two pieces so I can make a nice little scarf for my snowman. And then I use some black cardstock from the Dollar Tree for his buttons, and then a piece of felt that I had, but you can get these at the Dollar Tree as well, in orange for his nose, and the black cardstock I use for his eyes as well as his mouth. You could do buttons. I just didn't have enough buttons, and I believe the Dollar Tree has buttons for sewing and stuff, so you could always use those, but this is what I chose to use. I also used that cardstock to make a top hat for the snowman. So one sheet gave me all of this. One black sheet gave me enough. It was enough for the hat, the nose, the mouth. The hat, the mouth, and the buttons. So I wound up adding some boxwood to the scarf as well as some tissue paper to the base of the snowman, and I painted around the base in white just because for some reason the paint didn't stick. You could use acrylic. I used chalk paint, and I attached the hat as well as some of the leftover red ribbon to the hat and another little piece of greenery to complete my snowman. Here's the finished snowman. I think he is super cute. For the first ornament, I'm going to be using this little DIY ornament container from the Dollar Tree, as well as these little red car village sets and some faux snow. So first I just need to remove the tag, obviously, and then it's really neat because you can remove the bottom from here. And I'm going to just apply some Mod Podge to the sides of the container, and I'm doing this because I want the snow to stick to it. So I put quite a bit, not a thick layer, but like quite a bit around, and making sure that I get all of the little edges and curves. And then I'll be applying the snow, and I'll show you how I do that. So what I do is I just pour some of the snow into the container, and then I close it back up and I shake it so that way it goes all around the sides and sticks to the side of the ornament. So I keep on doing this until I achieve the right coverage of basically how much snow I want on the sides of the container. Now you don't have to do this. I decided to add these squares to the bottom of the container, and I'm adding 8 of them because I wanted to raise the car and I wanted it to look like the car was in the snow. So what I do is I'm just going to hot glue them all together. First I do 2 and then 2 at a time, and then I will hot glue the car to the wood, and then I will place the snow around it. You'll see what I mean in a second. I also want the wood to be covered in snow, so I'm just putting some Mod Podge on it and then putting the snow over top of it. And what I'll be doing is, this is where it's a little bit finicky, is you have to glue your little decorations in, but you have to make sure that they fit through the little slot into the container. The slot could have been a little bit wider because it kind of goes narrow at the bottom, just so that you could fit more things in, but it's okay, it's not too bad. So this is the part where it gets a little bit finicky. I'm using the little trailer from that village set with the pickup truck and the trailer, because the pickup truck doesn't quite fit the way I wanted to in there. And then I'm also going to use one of the little Dollar Tree trees, like the miniature ones that you can get for the Christmas villages. I was originally going to do 2 of them, but then what I was talking about, when you kind of try to get it in there, it doesn't quite fit, and I was going lopsided, so I opted for just using one. And you'll just have to play around with it. I mean, maybe if I had put it a different way or didn't raise it, it would have fit differently, but I wanted it to be a bit higher so you could really see the trailer and the tree. I didn't want it to be inside the container. So this is what I did. Again, there's so many different ways you could do this. It's amazing how many different things you could do. And the Dollar Tree is great with these little miniature villages things. So you could get all sorts. This is because a lot of my decor is the little red truck. This is what I chose to do. And then once I fiddled around with this and got the trailer to be in the right position, then I added more snow, and I added enough to cover the little wood pieces, but not cover the entire trailer. So you see me here kind of taking some out and putting some back in. And here's the finished piece from one side. I really like the way this turned out. It's very whimsical. It's got that little red trailer, little red pickup truck that I love. If you watch my tier tray decor, which will be up on my home channel on Wednesday, you'll see that I used this in my tier tray, but you could totally use it on your Christmas tree. I just only made the one for today, so I'm using that in my tray, but you could make a whole bunch of them. And I mean, this didn't cost that much. It cost $3 altogether, but $3 being that I have extra pieces left over. For this next DIY, all you'll need is some cardboard and some of this fabric from the Dollar Tree and some popsicle sticks. And a small wood cutout sticker from the Dollar Tree. So what you want to do is just cut out the size approximately of the ornament that you want from this cardboard. So I was making two, so I'm just like roughly measuring out the size, and then I'm going to cut that to size, and then you have to cut out your fabric to fit as well. If you've watched my videos before, you know that I always like to, waste the least amount of material. So I'm very careful in cutting my fabric as well. So once I've done this, once I've cut it to the size, then I'm going to glue it, and I'm just using the Weld Bond because I wanted to use hot glue, but I was a little bit worried about it being a little bit clumpy. So this way I just used some cardboard to put it along the edge, like just to spread it around. And then again, I'm just cutting the shape to size so that way the popsicle sticks will cover all of the pieces that maybe I didn't get the fabric quite straight enough. And the popsicle sticks I will be gluing down with, I was going to use the Weld Bond, but then I wind up using hot glue just because that's permanent. I mean, it's a immediate hold, and they're not going to be thrown around or anything like that, so I don't need that permanent hold of the Weld Bond. But I do try to do it with the Weld Bond, as you can see, and then I change my mind and I do it with hot glue. Before I glue all of the popsicles around, I just want to kind of measure out where I want my little wood cutout to go. Now this is a sticker, I believe they came from the Dollar Tree, but last year. Originally I was going to do a star, but I could not find my wood cutout stars, and I know I have them, and I know I put them where all of my stickers are, but I couldn't find them. And I had this happen with with my last DIY where I couldn't find these little hook things. I looked where I had left them, I didn't see them, and now when I was looking for the stickers I found the hooks, but that's the way these things go. So anyway, I've positioned it to where I want it to go, and then I'm gonna hot glue the rest of my popsicle sticks so it looks like it's framed around with wood. And I'm leaving it natural wood because I'm really liking the way it looks with this red buffalo plaid fabric. So this is why I chose to do the hot glue, because you can see the other part of it is falling off. So I think I didn't let my hot glue gun warm up enough, but once I get it warm, it works. For the back, I'm attaching just a little bit of jute rope as well as a popsicle stick to hold the jute rope in place, so that way it has a bit more of a secure hold in case my kiddos are decorating with me. So here is what it looks like all finished. I'm loving the way it turned out. I think those black little ornaments will go really well with this one. If you choose to put those on your tree, they would go really well together. And I'm happy with the way this one turned out. And this one is even more inexpensive to make because, I mean, the popsicle sticks come in 1,000 in a pack or something, so those are fairly easy to get by. And that fabric was $1.25, and I used such a small little piece of it that, you could really make a tree full of ornaments for $1.25. So here are all three together completed. I'm very happy with the way these turned out. Now I did do another two ornaments. I did a star from wood sticks, and I'm pretty sure my sister did some sort of wall decoration like this, as well as another little ornament using the Dollar Tree fabric. I chose not to include these in the video fully of me making them because I wasn't 100% happy with the way they turned out, but I thought I'd show you guys the idea and maybe you could make it work better than I did. So here's the star. What I did was I used 5 sticks from my garden, some rope, and I tied them all together. You can see me in the little picture down below making them. And then I spray painted it white to kind of look like it had a bit of snow on it. The reason I'm not happy with it, it's not perfectly symmetrical, which drives me nuts that one side is bigger than the other, and I could not make it work. I fiddled around with it for about a half an hour and I gave up. Now I know my sticks were kind of random sticks. I had already cleared out my backyard of all the dried stuff, so all the twigs were basically gone, so this is all I could find. And maybe if I was more organized, I would have found, left some behind, but I didn't. So this is how it turned out. It doesn't look too bad, but it's a lot flimsier than I would like it to be. And I did try to hot glue it together, but it just kept on popping off because they are all twisted and they're not the best of sticks. But here's the idea. So if you can find some nice sticks, you could probably do this yourself, and it would barely cost you any money. Now this next DIY did not turn out the way I wanted it, probably because of my own doing. So I used another roll of this Dollar Tree fabric. My idea was to make this truck be in the middle and to paint out the like the outsides of this ornament. First I wanted to make it square, then I made it round. It really wasn't turning out. I think I skimped out too much on the fabric, and because of the way that the trucks were positioned, I would have had to like cut out a lot of fabric, and I didn't think about that at the beginning because I was trying to save on the fabric, and then I wound up not cutting enough. So it just wound up being cut off on the sides, and it wasn't being covered, so I put the jute rope around thinking that would help, but now it's just an awkward shape, so I'm not the happiest with it. But if you didn't skimp out or cheap out on the fabric, and you would have been like this ornament would have been as cute as the other checkered ornament, but unfortunately I was trying to save on the fabric, not necessarily for the money, but because it took me like a month to find these fabrics, and I bought all the ones they had at the store, and I have many projects planned with them, so I didn't want to basically I didn't want to waste the fabric, but then I wound up wasting it anyway because the ornament didn't work out. So I do this often, but live and learn. So what you'll need for this gnome is a tomato cage, some greenery, some shears, and cable ties, and then some sort of mittens. You can do wood like I'm doing here, and that's pressure treated wood, or you can do just cloth mittens. It's up to you, or you can cut them out of if you have one of those Dollar Tree gift bags that are red or checkered, you can make them out of those as well. It's up to you. So but what I'm using is this holiday red from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to be painting my mittens. Now my husband was kind enough to cut out 2 mittens for me, and I just drew the shape of a mitten on them, and basically I used my hand for the size and then just kind of made it a little bit better shaped, but you could do anything, and this was just a scrap piece of pressure treated wood that we had, like a fence board that I used, and that's it. And once you paint these the color you want them, I wanted them red, so I'm using red, but you could do anything that you want. So this may be obvious to you, but in case it's not, sometimes I make mistakes like this, you want to paint this first so that way it dries in case you're on a time crunch. I'm always on a time crunch. So you paint it first so that way it dries and it's nice and ready to go by the time you finish your gnome. Now you may have seen my planter video earlier last week. And that one I went ahead and I bought a whole bunch of greenery. So I was trying to save money on this one and I just got greenery out of my backyard. But you would probably have nicer stuff if you purchase just a bundle, like maybe 2 bundles. I think they come, at least here, they come in 3-pound bundles. So if you purchase like 6 pounds, that would be more than enough to do this. It would like definitely be more than enough. So, but because I didn't want to spend the money, I just used it out of my garden. I have a bush that kind of hangs too low. So I just chopped it out from there. And I had an old tomato cage that I used this summer, and because this will just be a winter thing that I have out, I can still use this next summer if I wanted to. So that's all I'm doing there, is using that. And what you want to do is you want to connect the top of the part of the tomato cage that goes into the ground. You want to connect it together. I'm using zip ties. You could use rope. I wouldn't use floral wire because that can kind of stretch sometimes unless you use quite a bit. So I'm just using zip ties because I feel like they're the strongest. I apparently have a hard time with zip ties and putting them on the right way, so I happened to cut this one, so you'll see it kind of flick off at one point. But then what you want to do is, if you have nice even bundles, you want to bundle a few of them together and then cut them to the length that you of your tomato cage. You can make it a little bit lower, like it doesn't have to, they don't have to start right at the top if there's greenery all the way to the bottom. But what I did is I started it at the top, but you can see where the greenery starts, so that'll be perfect because you want your hat to be just, you know, at the top there, a little bit like below, so you want to have some greenery in there. It also hold the hat in place. So again, I'm using zip ties to tie some bundles, and you'll see that I changed my mind after, just because my bundles are not even, so it just works better not to have such huge bundles. And if you do what I'm doing from the garden, then just try to get some even bundles together and cut off any, you know, bare pieces, but still save them because you might want to fill everything in, which is what I did, and then just use some fillers at the end, but you'll see what I mean. So then what I'm taking is taking the bundles and I'm just attaching them at different points to the tomato cage, just taking 1 or 2 branches and just attaching them, one at the top and one a little bit lower, just so that it stays nice and put. You don't want to do it at the bottom because you want his beard part to kind of flow down, so you don't want to worry about moving it, like tying it out at the bottom. So then you just kind of do this until you fill him up, and you just go all around. So what I'm also doing is, if there's branches that are sticking out too much, because like I told you they're not even, then you just want to cut it down and you can attach it again. Like if it's poking out too much because it's twisted or that's how it was growing, so you just cut it off and you put it in. Basically you want the tomato cage hidden. Now if this was going against a wall, like right at the back of the wall, you don't even have to bother with doing the back. Like I would just do all the way to the sides and then just leave that back part. You don't need to waste greenery on that if no one's going to see it and it's just going to be hanging back. Mine is sitting on my front porch. I wasn't sure where I was going to put it, but the way my front porch is, you can kind of see from the sides and everywhere. So it wasn't going against a wall. I knew that for sure, but I wasn't sure if I was going to put against something. So I just did the whole back. And again, because I had these for my garden, it wasn't a big deal. But if you're trying to save on money and it's going against a wall, you don't need to do that. So I just want to give you guys kind of like a close-up of how I put these zip ties, just so you know like what I did. And then now with these ones, like just the fillers, the parts where I'm filling in, I'm just attaching them right to the branches. And this way, they're a little bit squished at the top, but it's not really a big deal because at the bottom they're flowing out. And just tighten them as much as you can because things do move around a little bit, so you want to make sure that they're tight so they don't fall out. And keep on adding until you fill everything in. That's why I said if you're cutting off little bits of the branches, make sure you keep them because they'll be great for filling in. And again, don't worry too much about having the top filled in as much as you want the bottom to be filled in, because that's what you're going to be able to see depending on where your hat sits. So then I just flipped it over to see where else I needed to fill in at the bottom. It was just a little bit easier than to have it be standing up. So I see here that there's kind of like a bald spot. So I am just getting some of the branches in here. And I noticed that some of them are really, really low, going kind of past the tomato cage part a little bit too much. So it will make the cage uneven. So I'm trimming that off as well and just adding everything into that bald spot there. I wound up just having to steal one branch from my planters and it was kind of sticking out, didn't fit there anyway, but I was short just one little branch, so I added that in there as well. Um, and again, I'm just tightening them one together to the other. Now I'm doing these a little bit loosely because I am doing it at the bottom, so I don't want them to be too smushed to the cage. So I'm just doing it nice and loose and only by one branch, so I'm not having them, like I said, be too stuck to the bottom. So once you have everything filled in how you want it to be filled in, so you don't have any bald spots, then you just want to go ahead and attach your mittens. Now, you saw from the mittens that I painted that I had drilled a hole through them, and that there was a hole drilled through them. You didn't see me drill the hole. And that was so that I could put the zip tie through, or rope, or whatever you choose to use. Um, so then you can attach the mittens easily. If you're doing cloth mittens, then you could use floral wire as well. Before I put the mittens on, I want to put this hat on. It's just a dollar store hat. Now it was flipped at, like it had like a double fold, and I undid the fold so that it would be a little bit longer. And I contemplated making a hat myself, but I just decided to use this one. There are longer versions of this hat at the dollar store, so if you are wanting like a nice long hat for your gnome, you can always pick those up. This was just $1.25 that I had bought a few years ago, and I had it, so I thought, why not use it? Like I said, I wanted to make this as inexpensive as possible. Um, so just make sure you cut some. What I'm doing here is I'm cutting the branches up top because they are a little bit too high and I can't quite pull the hat on top. So, and make sure when you're pulling this hat down that you're pretty careful because those branches are sharp and you don't want them to cut through your hat because they will. So get your hat as low as you want it. I wanted it kind of as much as it would go, so with a little bit hanging off. So that's what I'm doing there. And again, I realized that I didn't cut some zip ties, so make sure you don't forget to do that because then you can see them and it's not as nice. So he is with his hat on, and then I'm going to use a sweet potato as his nose. Now, funny story about this sweet potato, because when I was getting the dirt out of my planters, and I just did that from the summer, I was using it for these winter planters. As I was digging, I found a whole bunch of sweet potatoes because I was using sweet potato vines as a part of my decor in the summer planter. These potatoes grew, and I mean, it's quite a big potato. So I was quite impressed. But anyway, I poked a hole through the potato and attached it with a zip tie once again. And then I'm doing the same thing with the mittens. So you'll see that I actually put them on the wrong side. So it didn't look right. So just make sure you're aware of that too, that you're doing, left mitten on the left side and right mitten on the right side. So once I get them to the right side, I attach them with the zip tie um, at the height that you wanted. Some people do it lower, some people do it higher. I kind of did it in the middle a bit. So if you haven't been to my channel, in my channel I do a lot of DIYs, trash to treasures, Dollar Tree DIYs, and thrift flips. I try to do a lot of home decor on a budget. Um, my style is kind of farmhousey, rustic, um, and things like that. Christmas, I stick to farmhouse, but I kind of veer out because I like to decorate and use things that my kids will enjoy as well. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell to see more videos, and leave me a comment. Let me know, what do you think of this gnome. Here he is all finished. I'm not sure if I'm the happiest with the potato as his nose. I'm thinking I might put a Christmas ball ornament as his nose, but right now I really like the way he looks. He kind of looks like a grandpa gnome, or a grandma gnome.
So as I said, it's an easy and inexpensive project. So you're going to need these cooling racks from the Dollar Tree. So for the biggest one, I actually used 4. If you don't want to make 3 of these ones, or if you want to make them all the same size, you can kind of custom make to whatever you want. But I wanted 3 different sizes. So the first one you're going to need 4, and you're going to just attach them using zip ties, which I also got from the Dollar Tree. And just to make a square, it's going to be open, so you're not going to be closing the square off. And like I said, zip ties work best, especially if you're going to be using it outdoors, because sometimes the hot glue, with the change in temperatures, it doesn't hold the best. And metal and hot glue aren't the best combinations all the time either. And once you do this, if you want it to be a little bit sturdier for the outside, you might want to put in something in the corners, kind of like I did over here, just to keep it sturdy and make it a little bit heavier. Now, what we did was we used just an old pipe from like a cheap dollar store um, towel hanger, and my husband just bent it just so it would kind of make like an L shape, and he put it in the corners, and then we zip tied it together, and this just kind of helped hold the position. If you don't have these pipes or you can't bend them, I don't know how he bends these things, but he does. Then what you could do is you could use an old hanger, like a metal hanger, and take it apart and then just make an L shape just to kind of hold the shape, or anything really that you can find around the house. This is what we had, so this is what we used. And then what I'm doing is I'm taking some lights. These are actually icicle lights that we didn't wind up using in our decor, and I don't think we will use because some of them aren't working. So I'm just kind of twirling them on the inside using a zip tie to hold them together, and I will have like a clump of them on the inside as well. And this is just to give the illusion that it's a lit up present. If you don't have these or you don't want to use these, you can always use ones maybe with a timer, if you can find outdoor ones that have a timer that are maybe battery operated. If you have a covered porch, the problem with me is my porch is not covered, so I have to make sure that whatever I put outside can withstand the elements. So I'm using these ones, which were normally outside anyway, and I will just have the little electricity just kind of underneath, tucked away. And that's why I'm not closing the top either. It's just so I can have access to them. But you could close the top. You could put the next part that I'm going to show you, could put that over top and have it all closed. I just didn't want it. I wanted it to be open. But if you have a covered porch, you can even use battery operated ones if the temperature can withhold, like if the temperature outside isn't too crazy that the batteries won't work. But any of those things, or even like a USB one if you wanted to, but just make sure whatever you're using is appropriate for the outdoor elements if you're going to get it wet over there or snow or anything like that. So to hide the metal parts, because that's not the nicest looking Christmas present, although I'm sure if you painted and put a nice bow it wouldn't look too bad either, but I wanted the lights and everything to be hidden. You're going to need one of these shelf liners from the Dollar Tree, actually 2 packages for the big one, and they come in lots of colors. I chose this white, kind of off-white creamy color, but you can choose whatever you'd like. And this you're going to attach with zip ties, and this is where you'll use just a touch of hot glue. And then you can also put zip ties through just to make sure it holds a little bit better. Now I did wrap it around twice, and it was just enough to cover pretty much the whole thing. I think there was one little part at the back where it didn't do like a double and it was just a single, but that's my back part, so I was okay with that. If you wanted it to completely cover, you could cut on piece and just cover it, but I was okay with that. And like I said, hot glue and zip ties to combine both so that it holds nice and tight. And that's it for the first one. Then for the second one, you're actually only going to need 2 of these cooling racks, because you're going to bend each one of them in the middle to make it kind of like an L shape so that you can make a box. So if you wanted them to be really small and all the same size, you could use this. You could, have them stacked one on top of the other and then connect them that way. So many options. I might go back and take them apart and just connect them that way. But for now, this is how I've done them. But like I said, this is so customizable. I'm glad I saw this, and I saw this on a video, but I can't remember if it was a YouTuber or a blog where I saw it. But if you're watching and you did something like this, and I mean, I guess I'll give you credit, whoever it is. I just don't know who I saw it with. They did it a little bit differently. They didn't do the big one like I did. So, I got the idea from it, and then I made it my own, as I do with a lot of things. But anyway, then I continued to attach them with the zip ties and make my squares. So once you make your shape and you attach it with your zip ties, you're going to need that roll of shelf liner again. And you're going to double wrap this one as well and attach it with the zip ties. So once you get the shelf liner on that one, then you can go to the next one. And the next one is going to be even smaller, and I'm just going to actually go ahead and use one of the shelf racks, cooling racks. And I'm going to actually just bend it at each of the sections to make a square. This you have to be careful because you can break it if you bend too hard or too fast or too much. So just really gently bend it until you get your shape. So what I did was I did the outside ones first, and then I did the middle. Like I said, be careful so you don't break it. And then again, you use your zip ties to hold them and connect them, and then you wrap it around with your shelf liner. So I believe I used 4 shelf liners with a little bit left over. But if you decide to not double wrap it, then you may use even less. And like I said, use a combination of the hot glue and the zip ties to attach the shelf liner as well. You kind of do it on the inside so that way you don't see it from your second layer of shelf liner, and that's all there is to it. Then you just put the lights in and you find a spot where you want the electricity coming out of, and I wound up actually attaching all 3 together with a zip tie at the bottom so that they would be just a little bit heavier in case we had winds. And then I also use these ribbons from the Dollar Tree just to make it look like a present. And with the bow, I'm not going to show you how I did the bow. I told you I'm not good at the tutorials, so I just kind of did a bow my own way.
So here they are all lit up inside, and then I'll show you also what they look like outside. Thank you so much for watching, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. I will be posting a combination mega video next week of all of my 2021 Christmas DIYs, so make sure you check that out. Everyone seems to really enjoy the mega videos, so hopefully you do too. And then in the new year, I'm really excited to show you my version of this joy wreath. I got this idea somewhat from Glue Guns and Roses, but I tweaked it to be my own. So what I'm doing is using these two wreath forms, and they are the candy cane wreath forms, and I'm going to be using the Dollar Tree garland as well. So you'll need 2 garlands and 2 of these wreath forms, as well as just a normal round wreath form or anything that you have round that's kind of like a wreath. So I'm just pulling the garland through the first one, and then I just wrap the rest of them all around. I do it on the first one and I twist it around like just at the top, and then I just wrap it around so it covers the entire wreath. Now this is not quite one full garland. I had cut off maybe, I don't know, like 10 inches off of this for another project that I was doing, so it's missing a little bit, so I apologize for the awkward angle of this, but it was a little bit difficult to, just with the space that I have, to show you this so that you could see the entire process, because I'm twisting and turning it, wrapping it around, but you get the idea. I'm wrapping it all around until I get to the very top, and then again I twist it around the top, and I'll just speed it up here. And here's the J completed. Again, really easy and inexpensive way to make this. For the Y, I will also be using the candy cane form. However, I'm going to be cutting it so that I can make the Y. So what I need to do is right at the bottom, kind of where it meets the other part of like the end of the Y, I'm just going to cut it so that I can make a Y. So as you can see, I'm just, like I said, so that both sides, it looks like a U once you cut it, so but both sides are even, so that's where you want to cut it, so it, like wherever the candy cane starts, like the neck, and then ends. So there you go, that's what I mean. I'm not explaining it well, but you can see now. And then I'm going to join these together. I am using some hot glue, but I also wind up using twist ties because it just doesn't hold it the way I'd like it to hold when I'm twisting it and turning it to wrap the garland around. So I tried the hot glue. It wasn't doing what I needed it to do, so I'm going to do the twist ties, and you can add hot glue if you'd like to, just to kind of give it another more secure hold, but this does a really good job. So I'm just adding a couple twist ties and making them as tight as I can. And then that'll give me the Y shape. So like I said, like a really easy DIY today. And again, I'm going to wrap the garland the same way. So I'll start with the tops and then I'll do the bottom. I will cut it off and then continue. I'm just going to speed it up again because you don't need to hear me talking about how I'm doing this. But yeah, so you can see I also just added it here, but it didn't really do too much. So the twist ties were a better option. And that is it for the Y. Then you just want to adjust it, making sure that you kind of cover all of the metal parts of it. And before I show you guys the O and the final product, I just wreath forms also from the Dollar Tree. And I'm going to be using the burlap ribbon and just wrapping it around this wreath form. It gives me like a break from the green. Now you could, I've seen, this is where the twist was. The video that I saw used like a wreath already made out of like the garland. But like I think she bought it somewhere already done. So for mine I used this because I wanted to break up the green a little bit. So I'm just going to hot glue the first part and then I'm going to twist it around just until I get it so it doesn't show the green. And so leaving the ribbon as is, I felt that it wasn't done. So the wreath as is, I felt like it wasn't done. So I wanted to add some of this Dollar Tree ribbon. And I'm just going to be making my version of a bow. We've talked about this in my other videos. You've watched them. So I make my own version of bows. So I'm just going to cut as much as I think I need. I'll cut a few pieces. Basically, I just hot glue the bow to the wreath. Now, I kind of contemplated, did I want the O to kind of hang from the J? But then I decided I did not. So I'm just creating this bow and I'm going to speed it up because you don't need to watch the whole process. But I will be hot gluing these pieces together because I'm not liking the way it looks when you just tie it like a shoelace. So after I finished the bow to the way that I liked it, I contemplating putting in some pine cones, but then decided against it. And here are the versions. So I have 3 versions of it completed. So here's the first one with an addition of berries that are spread apart and the Y being tilted. Then I thought this was kind of cute, but then I also thought if you just didn't want it tilted and want it straight, because I know there's people who have preferences, that would be one way to do it. Or clumped berries together like these, or without it like this one. Do let me know which one you like the best. Number 3 without, number 2 clumped, or number 1 scattered. My inspiration, I'm making a sign for you for a lot less than $94. So I'm using this piece of pressure treated plywood. The other side of this board is actually my hop sign that I made for Easter. I can link the video up here for you. And I'm going to be painting it red. Now, I normally like to use chalk paint, but I did not have red chalk paint and I didn't want to go to the store and buy some. I mean, the season is almost done for Christmas DIY, so I don't know how much red I will use for the spring, maybe a little bit at Valentine's Day, but I decided that I would try out using the acrylic paint and see how that works. So I used this holiday red from the Dollar Tree and I squirted maybe like a tablespoonful and then added some water. So I watered it down and I thought I was going to brush it on, but it wasn't giving me, well, the brush was probably too small, but then I gave up on brushing it and I just got a rag and I basically just wiped it on. So I'll show you what I'm doing here. And this worked really, really well. Maybe wear some gloves if you're going to do this because I'm still like after several showers and like the amount of hand washing I do every day is incredible. And even with that, I still can find like little bits of red like around my nails and stuff like that. It's incredible how much it stained my hands. So next time I will wear gloves, but this time I did not. So anyway, like I said, I just kind of scrubbed it on, and it worked really, really well. And I didn't even need more than what was in here. So I used, very little of my holiday red paint, and it worked really, really well. I didn't seal the sign in the end. I may wind up sealing it, but for now I'll just leave it as is. Hopefully it'll hold up for this season, and then we'll see if I'm noticing that it's too much, then I will seal it for next year. This worked so well that I only needed one coat of the red, and the wood just soaked it perfectly. I'm really, really happy with the result. This is my Cricut to cut out one stencil of HO, because I'm just doing ho 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 in white. So after the sign dried, I just taped it on with painter's tape, and I'm going to use my linen chalked white paint to go over top of the letters. Normally I like to use my stenciling brush, but because this was so big, I used this brush. Now there is a way with your Cricut to make it so that like that O, when you're making a stencil, so the middle part of the O stays on. But I was running low on time, so I did not have time to look up a video. So that's on my list of to-do things to learn with Cricut. If you don't have a Cricut, you could totally freehand ho ho ho. It's not that hard. And I actually saw, if you wanted to make your own stencils, you could use your laminating machine if you have one. If you just do two sheets of laminate and run it through your machine empty, and then just cut out the letters, and then you could use that as your stencil if you wanted to make sure that they were the same size. So that's an option for you if you didn't want to freehand write this and you had access to a laminating machine and not a stencil. I think the Dollar Tree has letters as well, at least in the States. Here I haven't seen them in our Dollar Tree, but it doesn't mean that they don't exist. I just haven't seen them. They might just come and go really fast. Now, when I put these on, I did have to go back and like fix the H part to have the middle part of the H in there, and then just fix up the O a little bit. But I mean, not too bad. I really like the way it turned out. And so I didn't want to do like straight ho ho ho, because I always worry with doing stuff like that if the board's not even, or if I mismeasure or something, then it's going to look off and it's going to bother me. So this way, if I purposely make it off, then it doesn't bother me so much. But that's just a personal preference. So I just angled this hoe a little bit. So I repeated this for the other one as well. And then I took my pencil and I used it to draw on a little bit of snow.
So guys, I just wanted to say that this will be day 2 of my 12 days of Christmas. I'm going to be doing a different DIY every single day, Christmas themed DIY, and I'll be doing this till the 18th of December. At which point I'm going to take a little bit of a break from posting videos or from creating new content, and then I will be back right after the Christmas holidays. So thanks for tuning in, and stay tuned for tomorrow's DIY as well.
I actually decided to add the snow because one of my neighbors has a sign that says joy, and it has the snow coming like kind of at the bottom and at the top of the board. So I thought, wow, I really like the way that looks, but I didn't want to draw another joy sign, so I wanted something else, and I thought this was the perfect thing to put on. So as you saw earlier in the video, I did draw in the snow, and then I put in my last HO, and I did this just so I would know where to position it before I painted it on, and I wanted, see how far I wanted my snow to go. then I just painted in what I drew and, you know, freehanded a little bit if I thought it didn't. Once I painted, if I thought it needed more or less, well, not less, more. I did have to go back and fix this HO because what happened was I did not let the stencil dry before I moved it, and I didn't wipe it down, so it kind of made it a little bit messy, but um, I left some of the little bits of snow because I mean white, because I figured it would look a little bit like snow, and I did the same thing for the top. I drew in the snow and then I painted it in, but painted it on. So here it is finished. This is what I did for the top. I actually wound up doing it a little bit different at the top. I wanted it to look like the snow was coming down, melting down. And so I made a little bit of a different icicle snow shape. So that's there. And then here's what it looks like completely painted, but I wanted to add, that's why I left a little bit of space between the first HO and second HO. Add a belt, and here's the belt. The belt is a belt that I no longer use, and I just thought it would add that Santa Claus effect. And that's about it. It's there, finished with my snowman. If you didn't catch that video, I'll post it up here. It was live yesterday. I really like the way the sign turned out. It cost me nothing other than the paint supplies, which I had. Well, and the board it cost me nothing because I had everything on hand. But even if you had to buy the supplies, you could buy acrylic paint for $1.25, so two bottles because you need the red and the white, and an old belt which you could pick up at probably at a Value Village for $1. And a board, which, I mean, that would be the most expensive, and you could do a fence board. You don't have to do it as big as this one. So, I mean, fence boards are what, $1.25 or something like that, $1.50. Let's say they're $2, but let's say maximum you spent $5 on a board because you wanted a bit of a bigger board. You're still looking at under $10 for this sign instead of $100. So I really love these little red pickup trucks from the Dollar Tree. I also really love the die cast ones that are big. However, they're quite expensive. So I thought, hey, why don't I make my own? So I got two of these little red trucks from the Dollar Tree, as well as this crate, the mini crates that they have at the Dollar Tree as well. And I'm going to be making a little red truck. So I will start off by removing these Christmas trees. So I was carefully removing the trees because I will be saving them for a different project. And they're great shape and they're perfect for Christmas. I will have to paint over them and I'll take off the garland that they have around, but they'll be perfect. So now I'm going to go ahead and scrape off this Merry Christmas because I really don't want it on here. So I'm just using a scraper here to try and get off as much as I can. And I will sand a bit down too. And you don't have to do this if you like that Merry Christmas, but I wanted to get rid of it. And sometimes when you paint over the glitter, it still shows, so I wanted to get rid of it. So now I will go ahead and I'm going to paint my little truck using this espresso paint, a little bit of white. There we go. Some black acrylic paint. And some red acrylic paint, all of them from the Dollar Tree. And I'm gonna make kind of like more like a burgundy kind of red because I didn't want the truck to be this holiday red. It's a little bit too bright for me, so I'm just gonna mix some colors. So I'm mixing the red with a bit of the brown and a bit of the black. And first I'll start off with just painting it out red to get it to be that red color, and then I'll mix in some of the other colors. So I do wind up painting both sides of one of the pickup trucks because I will be putting it on the, like I have to flip it over, so I need the other side. And the reason I painted the inside was because I didn't want, like through the sides or anywhere, the Merry Christmas peeking out, so I just kind of painted a little bit over top of that one. I won't show you the whole process, but I'll show you what it looks like finished, because I think you kind of can clue in on how to paint a little pickup truck. So, like I said, I did sand though a little bit just to get that Merry Christmas off as much as I could. So the crate part, I'm going to paint black. I'm painting it on the inside and outside of the little bin because I want to make sure that when I switch it out for a different season, because I will be using this for the fall as well for decorating, if I decide to put pumpkins or something that's not so bulky like Christmas trees, it's not going to show the light color of the crate. So once that's nice and dry, as you can see, I did only the top parts of the crate, but inside fully. I'm going to hot glue it to one side of the pickup truck, and then I'm going to hot glue and well bond, I believe I used, for the other side. Now I did have to remove those little tire rims off of the one pickup truck because they, it wouldn't let me have like a nice flush glue. So, and I did save them so I could use them on the other side once I finished painting the other side of the one pickup truck. So once both sides were painted, I glued them and then I just clamped them. Even though I used the weld bond, it still needs a little bit of clamping for it to stick, otherwise it was falling over. So now I'm just going to measure out my popsicle sticks. Originally I was going to cut them to size so that they would be flush with the pickup trucks, but I was worried that I wouldn't cut them evenly, and quite frankly it would have taken me a really long time, and I don't like when the cuts aren't perfect, so I thought this would be better to just leave it whole. So that's what I'm planning out here. So once I've placed all of the popsicle sticks, it's time to paint them, and I'm going to be painting them that same combination of red, brown, and black as I did the pickup truck. This time I'm just mixing the colors together, whereas the first time I painted it red and then I just went over with a mixture. So after I paint the top of the pickup truck red, I decide that I need a little bit of height to the crate. So I'm adding some like little rails on the side, and I'm doing that with one garden pick. So you could also use a paint stick too, but these are garden picks from the Dollar Tree that I got this summer. Garden stakes, I should say. And I'm cutting it in half, and I'm using one on each side, and then I'm just using some popsicle sticks to make kind of like a, like to hold it basically up. But so I'm using 4 popsicle sticks and 1 garden pick. So here's what that looks like. And I've also gone ahead and painted it black. So I then went ahead and I put some floral foam in there, and just to give it a bit of height, and then I'm adding some Christmas trees to make it appear like the little red truck is carrying Christmas trees. So I also went ahead and I painted kind of the top part of the hood, just added a little bit of black detail, some lights, and I painted the windshield white. And there he is. I'm really happy with this DIY. The little black that I added to the painting as well looks really good. So this is what I was talking about, going over with a different color. I just think he turned out so cute, and it's a big truck. I mean, it's a little red truck, but it's a big truck considering how expensive these can be. This cost, you know, under $5 for all of this stuff. And as you can see, I painted in the wheels, and then I decided it would be even neat to add some lights in it if you wanted to. So these are just the twinkle light or fairy lights from the Dollar Tree. So this cutting board was painted black, and then using the charcoal, Rust-Oleum charcoal black, chalked black paint, and then I painted it with the linen white. And then now I'm adding Mod Podge. Now this was from a different project where I tried to do something and it didn't work out. So as you can see, it's all peeling off. So now I'm just adding Mod Podge to the entire piece so more paint does not peel off before I go ahead and I add my image on there. So the Mod Podge will hopefully allow for the paint not to peel off, like if I ding it or anything like that. And now I just want to distress it a little bit further. I thought I would sand it and get the reason I had originally painted it black was because I thought I could paint it black, then paint it white and distress it, and it would look really nice. But now because I didn't use it for that project, it was for project this summer, I'm going to just distress it with some espresso brown acrylic paint. Just because I am worried if I start to distress too much, I'll get the red showing, and I don't want the red showing. When I do this distressing, I always kind of try to dry the paint off on a paper towel or something as much as I can, so it's a really dry brush. And sometimes if I find I've added too much, I'll just wipe it off with a paper towel or a baby wipe. This time it's a dry baby wipe, but sometimes I use wet baby wipes to just kind of blend the colors together. But this time was just a dry baby wipe that had dried out. And then I'm just kind of randomly putting the distressing on. And then I'll go ahead and use some black acrylic paint and some pumpkin colored acrylic paint to do the little snowman. So here's the completed snowman. I did wind up adding a bow, and you can tell me which one you like better, whether you like the bow or no bow on this snowman. But here he is without the bow. I think he's cute this way too. I'm not sure where I'll put him in my decor. He'll go somewhere, probably in my kitchen since it's a cutting board. I'm not going to cut food on it, obviously, but I think he's really cute. And then here he is with just a bow that I added. A super simple bow that I made just by using some ribbon and hot gluing. Again, I told you guys before I'm not the best bow maker, so I just, I don't usually film myself making them. So let me know which one you think is nicer. Finally, last but not least, I'm going to be using these like Rubik's Cubes from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be creating a nice little joy sign from these blocks. Originally I wanted to use the foam dice, but I could not find them, so I thought this would be as good as anything else to use. And I'm going to be painting them with my Rust-Oleum chalked linen white paint. I was trying to show it to you there, but I didn't have it in the frame for some reason. And but it's the Rust-Oleum chalked linen white. I have a really big container of it because I use it quite a bit. It goes a really, really long way, so if you're looking for a decently priced chalked paint, that is a really good one to go with. After about 3 coats, I got them to the way I wanted them to be, and now I'm just going to be freehand drawing the letter J onto these blocks, and it's just so that I can paint over it and not, because if I try to do freehand painting I usually make a mistake. So this is just so I can kind of follow the guide of the writing instead of doing a stencil, because I didn't think I needed a stencil for 3 letters. For the paint, I'm using again the Holiday Red from the Dollar Tree, and it's just an acrylic paint, and I'm going over the drawn letters with just just that paint. I'm not mixing it with anything. I don't have a dirty brush. Sometimes I have brushes that have black on it or brown. Purposely, I don't clean them off because I want to have that color. But for this one, I'm just using the red itself, and I put a good amount on it. After I add the red paint for the joy, I clean my brush off a little bit just with a paper towel, and then I add some black, and again I dry brush the black around to give it like a distressed effect. Don't worry if you get too much distressing on, you can always wipe it off and just add more of the paint that you used originally, like the white paint, and then it'll just blend in and you won't even be able to tell. For the little bit there, I actually used a paint pen because I found that I was trying to use a brush but it didn't work out, so I used a paint pen which covered it beautifully. Again, you pick and choose which you need to use, what will work best for you. This is what worked for me. So once all of this dried off, I went ahead and added a little bit of greenery just to show you guys what it could look like with and without. So here is the finished piece. So I just love the rustic farmhouse feel of this joy here. You could add something green like this if you wanted to, depending on where you're using it. I'm not sure where it'll go. Again, I'm decorating soon, so you'll see it over on my home channel. But if you didn't want to add, here's what it just looks like. The sign that I'm going to be making is a sign that I purchased at the Dollar Tree last year. And it was a green sign that said Merry Christmas. I wanted to paint over it in red. I had something planned. I don't even remember now what I had planned, but I never got to it. I had painted it, and then that Merry Christmas was still showing through, so I just kind of left it. I don't even remember if it was sparkly, if it wasn't. I have no idea. I just know that I painted it, and it didn't turn out to be the way that I wanted it to be, so I kind of left it. So what I'm doing now is what I did was I started painting it off with the Rust-Oleum chalk linen white paint, thinking that if I do a couple layers, it will cover it. However, I did about 3 coats of the paint. It didn't cover it. And I know better. I know that I should have painted it a different color because red is such a hard color to color. And normally I like to paint things black and then white over top and distress them, but I thought that chalk paint would cover it. So I did several layers of this. Coats of this. I'm not going to show you all of the coats, but I will show you what I did next. So because the white wasn't covering it, it was turning out pink, I painted it with an acrylic paint in black, and then I was going to go over it with the white. So after I painted it black, I blow dried it dry so that it would dry faster, thinking that it was fully dry. But you're going to see now, once I go over it with the white paint, even though I know there's a little bit of black on the white paint, which I was okay with, but I go over it, so it's kind of going, it gives me like a gray effect, but eventually it turns pink again. I don't know why it kept on turning pink, but it kept on turning pink. And I don't even remember what paint I used. I'm pretty sure I used some sort of washable craft paint that I took from my son. I didn't even have the holiday red acrylic paint. It was like a tempera paint, but it just wouldn't cover it. It just kept on seeping through. I don't understand why. So here I am trying to cover it again, and then I do it again. I'll show you in the next clip. So after I've now let it dry again for a few hours, I apply white acrylic paint, thinking maybe this will do the trick, and let this dry for several hours, and I still see a little bit of the pink. So I give up on my original idea, and you're going to see what I do next. I actually wind up painting it black. But before I paint it, I go ahead and I attach this window film that I got at the Dollar Tree. I'm going to be making a little red truck sign, but before I can do any of it, I need to Mod Podge my piece. So I'm using the Mod Podge, and I am applying it all over the piece because I'm going to be sticking 2 different things on it. So I never skimp on the Mod Podge. I always do a healthy amount because I've done it where it wasn't enough and then things start peeling off. So I always want to make sure that it's enough. And it dries clear and nice, so I'm happy with that. Now, this window film, like I said, I got at the Dollar Tree. It's really neat. It has a bunch of pictures of that little red truck with Farm Fresh and all of those things. So I'm just going to use one of them, and this is kind of a tweak to my sign. I thought I was going to do a stencil, but that's okay. I decided that this was a very easy option, and if you don't have a way of making a stencil, this is something that anyone can do. So it's slightly bigger than my picture, than my little frame, or my little, yeah, my little picture here. So, or my little sign. So I'm just going to cut the tips off there. And then I also apply Mod Podge over top of it. And then once all of that dries, then I'm going to apply the black paint because I don't want this pink showing through. So originally I wanted it to be white with some black showing through, but since I can't seem to get it that way, I'm just going to paint it black, and it's going to actually, then I thought about it, it's going to match the other little, it looks like a jar from the Dollar Tree sign that has the little red truck and says Happy Holidays. So it matches it perfectly. I'll show you at the end which one I'm talking about. So I'm not doing pure black. I'm mixing a little bit of the white and black together so that way I can get the look that I'm going for. Mostly because even once I start adding this white, it's still not covering it. So I was having such a hard time, and I was so determined to get this to be white. I don't know why I didn't just go for the black right away. So I'm going to add the black into here, and so it's going to be like a little bit of a mixture of black and white. So more of like a, not a pure black, maybe like a charcoal black that I'm adding on here. And then I start really liking the way it looks, like I said, and then I think about that little sign. And what I'm doing is I kind of try to blend the tree and the car into the black. So you'll see, I'm not going to speed up the video because I think it's something worth watching. But at the end, I'm really happy with the way it turned out. So if you haven't been to my channel before, welcome. My name is Vesna, and this is Vesna TV. On my channel, I do DIYs, trash to treasures, thrift flips, furniture restorations. So if you like any of that kind of stuff, and I do it all, I try to do it all on a budget. So if you like that kind of stuff, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and hit the notification bell so you can see whenever I post new videos. I'm still fairly new to YouTube, so I'm still working out a schedule, and I went back to work recently, so I'm trying to tweak, balance everything together. So, but I usually post about 2 or 3 videos a week. This week is a few more. Today I already posted one, which you can check out. I'll link it up above here, and then I'll be posting this one, and that's it for this week on this channel. I do have a home and cooking channel, so you can check those out too. So here it is painted. I am so happy with the way it's looking. It's actually probably, I like it more than I would have liked the white, to be honest with you, but it took so much effort for something that was going to be a really quick craft. So, I mean, if you get one of these signs, maybe really look at what color it is and what color you're painting. The sign itself, I don't think was so much of a problem as was that red color. So just keep that in mind. But otherwise, it's a really quick and inexpensive project to do. I mean, $2.50, and I didn't even use all the decals from the window cling. And it's $2.50 because in Canada, Dollar Tree is $1.25 for each item. Now, I also wind up adding Farm Fresh over in the corner, and it's just another part of the window cling that I've just cut off. And I was going to add that little arrow, but then I took it off. I didn't really like the way it was with it. Let me know if you liked it. Maybe you would have kept it. I didn't like it. So to make the Farm Fresh stick out, I just used my paint marker. Um, I think it turned out really cute. Again, could have been a lot easier had I just gone with this in the first place, but that's okay. I am really happy with the way it looks, and it kind of goes with this one, so that makes me happy too. I will probably use it in my tray decor. I'm all about the little red truck, so I might have one of my trays be in a theme of the little red truck because I've got a few different DIYs and things that I've picked up. So I got this planter at one of our thrift stores a while back. It looks like it has been painted. Um, from what I can tell from the bottom, it looks like it was like a gold one, kind of like a brass planter. So I'm going to be kind of repurposing it for a Christmas type of planter. So what I'm doing is I'm going over top of it with some country gray, and that's what's going to be on the top and the bottom. And then in the middle, I'm going to be using a black paint. Now, the country gray that I'm using is the chalked Rust-Oleum country gray. You don't have to use this gray. You could use any kind of gray that you have, even if you have acrylic paint that you want to use up. You could use that too. You could use chalked paint, any kind of paint really that you have on hand. For the black paint, that's exactly what I did. I just used paint that I had on hand. Now, mind you, I think this paint was a little bit too old, so it gave me some trouble. You'll see a little bit later on, so make sure your paint's not old. So what I did was I used the grooves in the pot itself to guide me as to how far I wanted the gray and how far I wanted the black. You could use some painter's tape if you wanted to be really even, but what I wanted to do was galvanize it after, so I was okay if some of the black went over top of the gray. Now for the galvanizing, I'm not going to do a whole big tutorial because I've done those before, so I'll just link the videos up to the top here. But what I'm doing for the galvanizing is I'm taking blue, white, silver, and black, and I'm just dabbing on with this little dabber a little bit of that, like a little bit of each color, until I achieve the look that I'm going for. And this takes several times of going around, waiting for it to dry, and then going back over it. I do advise that you wait for it to dry because sometimes you think that you're going to have to do another coat, but after it dries, you like the way it's dried, so save yourself some extra steps. But the key is to dab it on with something like this little dabber from the Dollar Tree. Because if you try to brush it on or anything like that, it's not going to give you that galvanized look. At least that's what I found. So once I achieved the look that I was going for, I went ahead and I used my Cricut. I found a free SVG and I'll link it to the description below, of a pickup truck design with a Christmas tree. So I printed that off. It did have Farm Fresh on it as well, and this is where that old paint became a problem. So I'll show you what I mean in a second. Whenever I do Cricut stencils, I like to use vinyl, especially when it's like a curved project like a piece like this. So what I'm using is this stenciling vinyl from Amazon. It actually turned out to be cheaper than the shelf liner at the Dollar Tree. Um, and the only reason I looked on Amazon was because Dollar Tree didn't have any of the clear shelf liner, and I've had a really hard time using the other ones as a stencil because I feel like they're not as stretchy as the clear one. So I'm just gonna apply it here, and I always use clear shelf liner then to as my transfer paper. And again, since they didn't have it at the Dollar Tree, I bought some on Amazon, which I think wound up being cheaper just because I bought such a big roll. And when I apply that on there, then I go ahead and I use my chalked linen white paint to dab on the parts that I want stenciled in. So what had happened was that my paint, it's not that the vinyl peeled it off, but my paint got actually like taken off, like it's not like little bits, but it kind of like peeled off like in one piece. So I think it's because the paint's really old. So anyway, maybe don't use an old paint. So I just wound up fixing everything with some acrylic paint. But again, so you're just dabbing on, and the reason I'm using these dabbers is because they bleed less than if you were to use a brush or anything like that. And this way you're just kind of pushing it in, and your design will kind of stay perfect. Now you want to make sure you let your paint on the stencil dry before you remove it, because if you remove it too soon you risk the paint kind of bleeding again or smudging or anything like that. So you just want to have some patience and let it dry thoroughly before you remove that stencil. Now another trick that I use when I am using the transfer paper, because it's quite strong, I always just kind of put it on my shirt a little bit and then stick it off so that it's not so sticky. It's just like a little trick that I learned. So here is me fixing up, because what happened was when I peeled off the vinyl, it took the black paint off together with the white paint. So I painted over what was left, and I'm just going to freehand farm fresh trees. But apparently I wanted to write 2 farms, so then I wound up fixing it. And I'm just using a paint marker to do this. And finally, once I got the writing to look exactly the way I wanted, it took a few tries. I had to fix that R that I tried to make an A. Um, I let it dry, and then on the top, I wanted it to kind of have like a little bit of a bronze effect coming through. So at the top, I just went over it with some copper gilding wax that I got from Michael's. It's just a small little bottle. You don't need this. You could use, so I started off with these 2 colors, but it wasn't giving me that shiny look. But if you have, because you can buy like a copper acrylic paint, I've seen them, like it's a metallic acrylic paint, that would work too. I just didn't have any on hand. So after I put the combination of these 2 browns, it's the cashmere and espresso, I wound up using the gilding wax on here, and that worked really well. Now that little bottle, it was kind of pricey, but I think I got it at 50 or 40% off at Michael's, and I've had it for years. And I've used it on so many different projects because you don't need a lot, you just need very, very tiny bits. The reason I chose to the 2 acrylic paints weren't working was because they weren't metallic enough, and I wanted it to be more metallic, so that's why I wound up using this gilding copper. But like I said, if you find that silver metallic copper paint, um, it should work just as well as this. Maybe you'll need more of it than I did for this one, but it should work. And then after I applied it, I also just took a wet paper towel and I just wiped off the edges, just to kind of blend it in. Normally I use a wipe. I just didn't have any wipes down here, and I wanted to have it done. I didn't want to go upstairs to my son's room to get some because he was sleeping. So once this dried and I was happy with the amount of brown that it had, I am going to style this pot because I want it to be kind of like a tabletop Christmas tree holder. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill the inside with some different rags just so that they hold the tree in place. Now you could also use some floral foam if you had some on hand, and that would also hold the tree in place. I'm just going to shove this tree in between them, and I put some burlap at the top, and I'm really excited about this tree. I think it turned out so cute. I haven't decided what decor I'll put on it right now, but what will happen is on Christmas Day, my boys are really into Hot Wheels, so Santa will bring them a tree full of Hot Wheels. So I'll just buy some Hot Wheel cars and just hook them on the tree as ornaments. They'll be really happy with that, and that'll make me very happy too. So here it is, like I said, all finished. I think it turned out really cute. I love the farm fresh trees, the little pickup truck. I love how the galvanized turned out. And I think this pot cost me $2.50. I bought it a few years ago, and it's just been sitting there and I didn't know what I wanted to do with it. So I finally decided that this was a great project. And I mean, I could always turn it around and have the other side be something else if I wanted to use it for a different season for something else, or I could put you know, a piece of burlap over top just for the summer or fall if I didn't want the pickup truck showing. So I love it. Hey guys, thank you for watching Vesna TV. Today I am putting together a few Dollar Tree DIYs that you can hand out as gifts or just add to your decor. So to start, I'm using this Dollar Tree Christmas tree. I love these trees. I've made gnomes with them. I've taken them apart and made different arrangements, but today I am actually making trees. So I'm starting with using this pipe cutting tool, and I am just cutting it down to the height that I need. So it just depends on the container that you're using. For me, I'm using a small little box from the Dollar Tree, which I'll show you in a few moments. And so for that, I'm just measuring to see how tall I need it and cutting accordingly. If you have a deeper box or if you don't mind some of the stems showing, you can definitely skip this step altogether. This tool is really cool. I was using it wrong, so my husband had to show me again. What you need to do is clamp it and then turn it around and not tighten it. I was tightening it and mushing the actual pipe. So it looks a lot more difficult than it actually is. So I wound up having him show me again, which I forgot. So you just tighten it and then you loop it around, which he wound up doing, so I didn't show you in the video, but this is a cool little tool if you wanted to use it. Then I am going to use the garland that they have at the Dollar Tree and I'm going to cut bit by bit, and I'm going to add it to the tree to give it more fullness. And I'm just twisting it around the branches if you need to, because of whatever reason you can reinforce it with some floral wire. I did not need to because the way I twisted them around, they should be fine to be in there. So I fluff it out first to see how much I need to add, and then I add branch by branch. I start with adding to the base and to the spots in between where you can kind of see the pole, the pipe. So I add them there. Can't see that. And then I just add to a few branches just to get it to be a little bit full. And I use wire cutters to cut the garland because the garland is made of wire on the inside. Now you have to be careful when you're cutting. Sometimes the little wire sticks out, so kind of twist it down if you can using your wire cutters, or try to sand it down, or however you can do it, just to cover it up just in case so you don't cut yourself. So I made 3 trees, and for the 3 trees I needed 1 and a little bit of the garland. So it goes quite a long way. Depends how much you add. Some of them I added more than to the others, and I really just eyeballed it, so there's no science. It just look at it, see how much you want it, how full you want it to be. Some people like the look of the Charlie Brown tree, because that's what the Dollar Tree trees look like without adding anything. So if you like that look, there is, you know, seeing quite a bit of dupes for that, because some places sell them like that. So it could be a very nice tree that way too. So it's just up to you what you want it to do. Now once I got fluffed it up, I went ahead and I spray painted it with this heirloom white spray paint. It could be any spray paint that you have. And then I went ahead and I flocked it with some snow spray, and I'll show you the finished piece. I didn't show you me doing this just because I was doing it outside. It was super windy and I did not want my camera to topple over. Now once you get everything dry, you want to spray it with a sealer. I used Mod Podge sealer, acrylic sealer, but you can use whatever sealer you prefer. While that was drying, I went ahead and I did my boxes. So I used these little boxes from the Dollar Tree. I spray painted white in the brown, and I spray painted another one in black. You can use any color. You can even do it in acrylic. This is what I had on hand, and it was quick. Once they dried, I was trying to do the crackle method. So this is where you apply white glue, and then you let it dry a little bit, and then you apply your paint. Now, seeing the finished product, I would do a little bit more glue than I did to begin with, but it worked pretty well. I just didn't want to go and spend money on the crackle medium, which I'm sure works better than the white glue. And when you are applying the glue, you want to make sure that you're not going over top of the strokes that you're doing, and that you're just doing stroke by stroke and trying not to overlap as much as you can. It's kind of hard to do, but because you kind of want to overlap, or sometimes you don't. You know, as you're brushing, the end of the brush is not, it doesn't have as much glue as the beginning. So just try your best, and then once it dries a little bit, but it still has to be tacky, kind of like this, you want to apply your paint. And again, you don't want to go overlap on your paint either. So I did use the Rust-Oleum linen white chalk paint for the top. Again, you can use any color that you prefer. And I did glue the boxes together, one on top of the other. Sorry, not the boxes, the lid and the box together. So what I did was I flipped the lid so that the top was at the bottom, and I put the box on top, and I used some E6000 as well as hot glue to paint it. And I also used a staple gun just to reinforce it a little bit more. I did try to show you that. I have the footage. It's 4 minutes long. I can see it on my iMovies in my media, but I cannot get it to be in my clip. I'm not sure why, but it's just not wanting to go down. So it's self-explanatory. Then I went and I added some hot glue to the inside of the box so that I could hot glue my dry foam, which I also picked up at the Dollar Tree. And I'm just gluing that down so that it sticks and stays. And this is where the tree will go. I'll stick the tree into that. So I didn't use the base of the tree like it comes with. I just used the pipe where I stuck that into the fluorofoam. And here is the finished product. It turned out quite cute. You can see the crackle a little bit. You can see the flocking. And then one of the trees, I added a burlap sack around the base just to give it a little bit of a different feel. I also added some deer moss to the inside of the little box just to cover up the floral foam. So here they are. Okay, for the next DIYs, these are super easy, and I've done these last year, so this year I chose to do some different colors. I got these deer at the Dollar Tree. I just love them. They have such a high-end feel to me. They're just plastic, but once you spray paint them, they just look so awesome. So I'm doing some in this metallic gold color. I'm also using that heirloom white that you saw at the beginning of the video. As well, I'm using just a matte black paint, but I did use two different kinds because I ran out, so I didn't show you that one. But you just spray paint them several coats, let them dry in between, and this is what you get once they are done. They look amazing. I love them so much. Hopefully you like them too. And off to the final DIY, another super easy one. I am using these candles from the Dollar Tree. They're the praying candles that you would use at the church. I don't know what the name for them is, but I'm using these candles and I'm melting them in the oven. And this is super easy to do. You set your oven at 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You put them on a pan. You put the pan in the oven and heat them for about 20 minutes. I would check between 15 and 20 depending on your oven and how many you're doing. Then I'm using this Santa mug and a gnome mug and a snowman mug from the Dollar Tree. They're these smaller mugs that they have. They had them last year. They're a little bit bigger this year, but they take about 1.5 candles each. And I am just going to melt them in there. Now, again, I didn't record myself pouring everything because it becomes a disaster a little bit when I'm pouring. So I didn't want you guys watching and getting scared of how I might burn myself. Now, these candles have gone up to $2 at our Dollar Tree, which saddens me. They just raised the prices to $1.50 last year, and now they've increased some things to $2. So here they are once I've poured them all. As you can see, I took the wick out and I put a little skewer there so that it would hold it so it wouldn't get stuck in the candle. Now I will have to go back and melt a little bit more because I ran out, and as I said, you need about 1.5 per each candle, so I didn't quite have enough for the amount of mugs that I got, but that's okay. It still worked out really good. If you do get a well in the middle, you just have to pour, then let it cool off a little bit, pour and let it cool off. So you might want to keep your candles in the oven, the ones that you're not using, so they don't harden, or maybe do less at a time. It's up to you. But here's what it looks like all finished. I think he is so cute. And now I've put everything together on the tray so you could see how easy these are and how great they look. Now this is more of the decor stuff that you can make. Now I do have one more DIY that I'll show you here, what you can use like as a teacher gift or something like that. It's not a decor piece, but it is more functional. So here we go. So this next project is also an easy one. All you need is this pot holder, some vinyl. Now you can do heat transfer, which is what I'm doing. If you have just permanent white vinyl, you could use that as well. If you have a different color pot holder, you use whatever you need. This was from the Dollar Tree. You're gonna need a wooden spoon or a plastic spoon, a sugar cookie mix, and a little cookie cutter. The vinyl. Now when you're doing heat transfer, make sure you mirror it and make sure you put the shiny side down. I did it backwards the first time, so it is what it is. It'll be fine. Anyway, just keep that in mind when you're doing it. Like now when I'm going to put it on, I'm going to put it on like this. But when you're cutting it, you have to put the shiny side down. And then I'm using this sugar cookie because they're nice Christmas cookies. I'm going to have one of these and then just a cookie cutter. So the design is from Creative Fabrica, and I will link that below in my description. I was going to create it myself, but this is so much easier. So here it is done. You can put it in cellophane, you can put it in that bag. If you're giving it to somebody right away without having to carry it or anything, you can just give it to them like this. You can, tie a little nice little ribbon or something right over there. But I thought this was cute, and I thought it was cute to match the ladle to the color of the vinyl. And then a little cookie cutter. So if you've watched my videos before, you know I loved decorating with tier trays, and I love doing the Christmas tier trays. Oftentimes, because I have 3 trays, I feel like I'm running out of items to put in them. So this year I decided I'm going to make a whole bunch of DIYs that I can use in my trays. And actually I will be posting a mega video next week likely of all of my tiered tray decor items, so that way you guys can get an idea. If you haven't decorated yet for whatever reason, maybe you decorate later, here's an idea. Or if you wanted just a centerpiece that you couldn't think of what to make, might give you some ideas. So what I'm starting with is this little sign from the Dollar Tree. It's that little homemade sign. I thought it was a cute sign, but it wasn't to my style, so I thought it would be perfect for a little mini Christmas tiered tray decor item. What I did first was I removed everything that was stuck on the tray, and then I realized that I could actually remove all of the cardboard little bits and pieces off, and this actually helped with making kind of a smooth surface for me to work on. So even though I added the paint first, I wound up going back and just ripping off those little bits of cardboard and glue, so that way I have a nice smooth finish. Once I have all of that off and I have a smoother finish, I go back and I apply my Rust-Oleum chalked linen white paint to this little mini Dollar Tree sign. And I'm painting it white because to me the white is really nice for a Christmas theme and winter theme for my tier tray. Once I have the coverage that I wanted, I do several coats of this once it dries. I don't have it completely and perfectly covered because I am okay with a little bit of the black coming through. It gives it that rustic look that if you've watched my videos, I love the rustic look, so this gives me that little vibe. Then I attach this ornament. So this is the little wagon ornament that they had at the Dollar Tree. And I attached this to the middle of the sign. And then I'm going to add these mini Christmas trees to each side of the wagon. And I'm just using hot glue to attach these. And then I add some snowflakes and the word Merry. Everything is from the Dollar Tree. And I decide that it needs a little bit extra, so then I add a mini wreath. And I'm using a branch from the mini Christmas tree from the Dollar Tree. And I'm just curving it into a little wreath and attaching it, hot gluing it to the sign. And then I just go over top of everything with some acrylic paint, white acrylic paint, just to give it a little bit of a snow-covered look. Although this one had more supplies than I normally use in one project, I did have everything on hand, and if you're crafting for the holiday season, you'll likely have these things on hand because you would have bought them for various other projects. So it's fairly inexpensive to make, but it did use up more material. So if you had to buy each one, I guess it would be around $5 that you'd spend on this. But I think for $5, this cute little tier tray decor sign turned out beautiful. I love it. I think it's gorgeous. It's very winter-like, very Christmassy, and it'll look great on my tray. For my next DIY, this is another simple, inexpensive piece to make. I kind of went a different way than I thought I would go and wound up doing something similar like I did in one of my other videos, which I can post in this up here as well. But what I was going to originally do is I was going to make a mini cutting board, kind of like the ones from the Dollar Tree that you can buy, the plastic ones, but I feel like they're a little bit too big for my tiered tray, so I wanted to make a mini version of it using just some cardboard items and some leftover pieces of wood. So I went ahead and I cut everything out. I hot glued my little handle to the cutting board, and I just could not get it to be centered the way I wanted it to be. It was driving me absolutely crazy. I could not get, I even used the cutting board to help me trace around it so that I could get the size and the shape that I wanted, but I just could not get it, and I wasn't happy with it, and I kept on cutting until it was too small, and then I gave up because it was taking a lot longer than it should. And really, when a craft is driving me crazy that much, I need to step away from it and not do it. I do like to show these things to you because I think it's important for you to see that even if we do this all the time, we still have that thought process and those fumbles where we're like, well, nope, this didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. So that way you don't get discouraged. There's lots of people who think that they can't craft or can't DIY or can't make anything, and they kind of get scared of it. And then if they think that, even somebody who does it all the time doesn't make mistakes, then they might get discouraged. So this way, hopefully it encourages you to try it anyway. So as you can see, like, I go ahead and I create my little cutting board using my buffalo check. I decided on the red instead of the black and white. I wanted the black and red. And once I wrap it, I realize I still don't like the shape of it, and then I go ahead and cut everything off. I paint the handle a dark brown, almost black color. I stick on my little wooden gingerbread man, thinking that I'm going to be, like I said, happy with it, but I really wasn't. So then I cut everything off, and I decide I'm going to attach some popsicle sticks as a frame to this, and it'll just be a little sign. So I made an ornament with a sleigh kind of like this, but this will just be a sign. I'm not making it an ornament. So I'm just trying to measure out so that it's exactly the same distance from the top and bottom. Then I'll be cutting it off at the bottom to make sure I shape it. I'm hot gluing it down, and I'm making just kind of like a frame like that, and I'm letting the popsicle sticks hang over because I think it just makes it look a little bit nicer. And that's all there is to this one.
So this turned out to be really simple and really inexpensive to make. I had the popsicle sticks on hand. This was a scrap piece of fabric left over. I was on some cardboard, and these stickers I've had from a different project. So very inexpensive to make, very simple, but I don't think it looks simple. It looks pretty nice, and it'll go great on that tiered tray. And I did use an X-Acto knife just to cut off the excess fabric and cardboard. I cleaned it up nice, and here's what it looks like all finished. So when I saw this stocking, I thought it would be a perfect little addition to my tiered tray. So what I'm doing is I'm going to wrap it in the buffalo check pattern, which I got fabric, which is a little roll that came from the Dollar Tree. And the stocking came from the Dollar Tree, as did the faux fur. So I'm just going to wrap the stocking around. I'm hot gluing it to the wood, and then I'm going to hot glue the faux fur on top and stain the bottom of the stocking, the little plank that it stands on, so that way it's a bit of a darker color. You don't have to stain it. I had the Annie Sloan dark wax, so that is what I used, but you absolutely do not have to use that. You could paint it brown, you could paint it white, you could do a faux stain. It's really up to you. Whenever I apply the wax, I always use either a brush or something like a cloth or a paper towel to just apply it, like basically wipe it on. And that way, if you get any excess, you can wipe it off right away, and that's all there is to it. And here's the mini stocking all finished. I think it turned out really cute. It was a very easy project to do. All you had to do was hot glue and wrap the fabric around the stocking, glue the fur, and give the bottom a little bit of a stain or paint, whatever you choose to do. But this took me all of maybe 5 minutes to do, and it just looks fabulous. So here they all are again. I think they're just lovely, and again, very easy to make, all Dollar Tree items, and they will look great on my Christmas tiered tray. So I had some scrap wood, which I had my husband cut into 4 5.5 by 7-inch pieces, and 4.5 by 6-inch pieces. So the larger pieces will be the top of the stocking holder, and the smaller ones will be the bottom, the base. And I am using my Espresso Art Minds paint. It's a chalk paint from Michaels, and I'm actually watering it down and adding a little bit of the lilac from Art Minds. And I'm doing this because I want to create kind of like a light stained type of effect. I needed a light stain, but I couldn't find the color I was looking for at the store, and I didn't really want to go to 10 different stores and have to wait in line to get in. So I'm just kind of making a mix of a color, and I'm eyeballing it. I just put like a drop of the lilac and more of the espresso, and just to make it a little bit lighter than it is. And I'm just going to mix it up. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to brush it on to the wood, and then I'll wipe it off. So, and I am going like with the grain, so that way it kind of looks like I've stained it. As you can see, I didn't mix the colors too well, and that's okay because I wanted that, I wanted it to be kind of like a mixture of the colors. So you'll see what I mean once I wipe off the stain. I mean the paint. To wipe it off, I just used some paper towel and a rag. So first I started to do it with the rag, then I tried with paper towel just to see if it would be any better, but the rag is better. So, note to self and to others, the rag is the way to go.
So once all of them were dry, I went ahead and I just dry brushed white. You can see I did it on some of them because I started doing them first, but um, I dry brushed them with a white Valspar paint. It's just latex paint that I have that I've been trying to use up. Some of them I did a little bit darker than others, but I wasn't too worried about it because I will be doing my design over top of the part where it was darker, so I'm not too concerned about it. Some of them I wound up then just using the other side, but it's, you know, trial and error. Sometimes you make mistakes, so you just have to fix them. That's all. Once I finished dry brushing all of them and I was happy with the way they looked, I went ahead and I drew my my shape onto the stocking stuffer. And then what I did was I added some nails. Um, and then I wrapped twine around them. Now I'll have a little bit of a slower part in the video where I show you what I did, but what you want to do is, so for example, I did the Christmas tree. So you want to draw your Christmas tree on, and then you put a nail onto each point of the Christmas tree. So as it, you know, the top, then one of the branches, so at the top, at the end of the first branch, then at the, like, where the branch goes in again, and so on and so forth. And then you wrap the twine around the entire shape, making sure that you're actually keeping the shape that you drew. So you can see here a little bit better what I mean. And then you don't want to be putting the nails in too deep because you're going to be going around all of them again and just to fill in the middle. So you'll see in the video what I mean by that. It's a little bit hard to explain, but you can watch what I'm doing and hopefully it'll make sense. So once I finished wrapping the twine around, I thought that the light twine was a little bit too light, so I went and I applied, for the Christmas tree, I applied the brown that I used to stain my wood. As well, then I went and I had this forest green from Art Minds, which I also dry brushed on. If you get a little bit of the brown, like on the sides, you can just wipe it off, which is what I've done here. And then I applied some of that forest green just to give, you know, that natural green Christmas tree look. And then I did the same for the star, but I didn't do the green on the star, I just did the brown on the star. So here's the Christmas tree, and then I did the same thing with the star, drawing it out and adding the nails to the main points and then wrapping the twine around. The nails that I used for the twine were just nails from the Dollar Tree, just the cheap small little nails from the Dollar Tree that I used for pictures. Once all of the twine was wrapped around, my husband helped me attach the two pieces together. So what he did was he pre-drilled some holes into the base, and then he drilled the base into the top part. He was afraid that the piece of wood might split if he doesn't pre-drill the holes, so make sure you pre-drill the holes. So after he did that, we attached the little hooks at the bottom, and we did that by drilling a hole in there and then screwing them in. So here's how they turned out. I love them. And so they'll just be stockings hanging off of there. And I think they'll look fantastic with my decor. So the Christmas tree in my family room the theme is kind of like a natural, rustic kind of theme. So I think these will be perfect with the decor in there. I'm super happy with them. If you liked them, make sure you hit that like button. For today's video, I'm creating a Christmas themed centerpiece to go with our final day of Christmas in July. And I start off with these mason jars. I have 3 of them, which I purchased at the thrift store for about 50 cents each, and they are like vintage mason jars, which is pretty cool. And what I'm going to be doing is wrapping up a little bit more than half of the jar with this burlap, which I bought at the Dollar Tree for $1.25. So I apologize for the angles of this video. My tripod broke, so I was not able to use it. So I'm just holding the camera in my hands. So again, I apologize. So how I attached these was originally I thought I would use double-sided tape to attach them, but then I just used some spray adhesive and then I attached them that way. The reason I didn't use hot glue is sometimes I don't like the way it bumps it up a bit, so I used spray adhesive to keep it down. So this is the one that I used, and that helped the burlap stay. Then what I went ahead and did was I thought I was going to use some fakes, these little like sparkles that are kind of like fake snow little pieces, so these things. But they were kind of falling off, so I used those. I sprayed the spray adhesive and then I used those. But what I wound up doing then is just spraying some fake snow at the top as well. So it gave it like a really kind of frosty type of look on there, which is what I was going for. I wanted it to look like, you know, fluffy snow. So while I was waiting for the jars to set, I went ahead and I had 3 of these mini Christmas trees from the Dollar Tree. I had bought a whole bunch last year. And what I did was I flocked them. So I just sprayed them with faux snow for them to look flocked. And I took the bases off of them and put them into the jar. Now here they are just drying with the base because I found it easier also for them to dry and also for me to spray them with the base, because then they were lifted a little bit. But yeah, so here's what the final look of the jars is right over here. So here it is, finished. I'm thinking I was thinking I was going to add the word, like for each jar, the letter J-O-Y, but I decided to just tie a nice little ribbon around each jar. So I'm going to show this to you in the final product. So here's what the final product would look like on my dining room table. I have these cute little placemats that I also got at the Dollar Tree, and I just placed it in my dining room for you to see what it could look like. Also, the lighting is really nice in there. But I'm really happy with the way they turned out. I think they'll make a great little addition to my home decor. Whether I'll keep them on the dining room, I'm not sure. You'll have to watch my home tour 2020 and you'll be able to see where I've placed them. But I just love how they turned out. If you like how they turned out, make sure you give me that, you know, big thumbs up. If you enjoyed the video and you would like to see more, make sure you subscribe to my channel and hit that notification bell twice. So the first DIY that I'm doing is a snowman, obviously, and I'm using these snow globes from the Dollar Tree. I'm using 2 of them. I'm taking off the lids and all of that stuff, and I'm putting it off to the side. I won't be using it for this craft, but I might be able to use it for something else. And I am painting the inside of the snowman with a mixture of Rust-Oleum chalk paint and water. And the reason I'm using this is because I had already made that mixture, and I just wanted to see if I watered it down, whether it would be a better fit or not. I do wind up doing several coats of this, so maybe if you just use straight paint, you wouldn't have to do so many coats. But I was also just, sometimes the straight Rust-Oleum paint is quite thick, so I wanted it to be a little bit more runny, so it's not I don't know, I thought it might glob too much. So, but the main reason I used this was because I had it on hand. You could go with acrylic as well, um, but the chalk paint worked really well. The watered down chalk paint worked well. So I wound up trying the acrylic paint, but I thought that the chalk paint worked better. They both worked okay, but I like to work with chalk paint better. So after 2 or 3 coats, depending on your paint, this is what they look like. Then I'm going to connect them together. I'm going to use a combination of Weld Bond and hot glue. So that way I can make sure that it's a permanent hold and the snowman doesn't fall apart. So I'm just going to put this one over top of the other one and just hold them tight for a little bit. The reason I'm using the combination is because the hot glue will give me that immediate hold and the Weld Bond will give the permanent hold. So I'm just going to pop the hot glue over here. I wound up having to kind of adjust it a little bit because I didn't take into consideration uh, the curve of um, the globe. So you just want to hold this for, 10-15 seconds, and that'll give you that hold from the hot glue so that way you can do your work. I'm not concerned about the glue showing on the sides or anything like that because I'm going to be putting a scarf over that so I don't have to worry about it. But while that sets, I'm going to be making the snowman's hat. For the hat, I'm going to be using this leftover ribbon roll. So there was that faux fur from the Dollar Tree, and it came on just a little bit of a higher ribbon roll, and I'm just going to be painting it black because it was the perfect shape for his top hat. And I'm just using acrylic, black acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree. Once you cover this completely, then you can set it off to dry. I did not worry too much about covering the bottom part of it completely because it's going on the snowman anyway. I just had to do one coat. By the time I went over the whole thing, the top part there that I had to go over dried up a bit, so I just put a little bit of black paint over top and that's it. So while that dries, I'm going to attach the scarf and draw on his nose and his eyes. For his scarf, I'm using Dollar Tree ribbon. I just hot glue the scarf around his neck and then I make a bow that I hot glue together. I made little loops and then I hot glue them together to make a bow for his scarf. For his eyes, I'm just using acrylic paint, and for his nose, I'm just cutting out a triangle shape from my foam, orange foam, and I'm just hot gluing it on. I also use the black paint for his buttons. You could do anything you wanted. I just thought freehand drawing it would be just as good as hot gluing something. Now for the bottom of the snowman, I'm just gluing on a piece of cardboard, and then I'm going to be making kind of snow around the snowman. For the snow, I'm just using like the fake spider webs from Halloween. I was going to use hot glue to attach the spider webs to the cardboard, but then I wound up using Mod Podge because it worked a bit better. Unfortunately, I don't have the best view of me doing this, but I wind up attaching some of the ribbon around the top hat. As well, I attach a little green pick. You can see it in the picture there. As well as some pine cones, like the miniature pine cones, to the top of his hat, just for extra added decor. Before I hot glue the hat to his head, I just position it, making sure that I'm putting it in the right spot where I want it. And then I hot glue it just so that I'm not hot gluing it the wrong way. So that is it for this DIY. I think it turned out really cute. He is adorable. Other than drying time, this was a really quick and easy DIY to make, and like I said, very inexpensive. If you have not been to my channel before, welcome and thank you so much for stopping by. If you're returning, thank you for coming back. On my channel, you can see all sorts of budget-friendly DIYs, whether they're Dollar Tree, Trash to Treasures, or thrift flips. I try to do everything on a budget, and I think that they turn out really nice, and I kind of show you how you can get a higher-end, more expensive look for less money. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell twice so that way you can see when I post new videos. Now on to the second DIY. So for my second DIY, I'm just using this Dollar Tree brush, and I'm going to be creating it into a snowman. So what you need for this craft is the brush and black paint, acrylic paint, white acrylic paint, and some orange acrylic paint, and something for the bottom of his hat. You could use paint or you could use fabric. So with the black acrylic paint, I'm just painting the top of the brush, and with the white, I'm painting the gold part. And as well, I wasn't going to do it originally, but then I wind up doing it. I paint the brush part, but just like slightly brush over it with the white. Now I had to do several coats of the white on the gold. Maybe if you use chalk paint, it might have been a bit better, but I just used the acrylic, which is okay. So I did about 3 coats. The black, I only had to do the 1 coat. I didn't paint the back of the snowman. You can if you want to. I just painted it enough so that if I'm having it against a wall or if I'm having it hang up on the wall, you can't see the color of the brush. You just see the black and the white. So for his hat, I couldn't decide if I wanted to do a hat or just like put this at the base of his hat. So what I decided to do was, I decided that I would draw on the face and then, or paint on the face, and then decide how I wanted the hat with the little fabric for his hat. So for his nose, I'm freehand drawing an orange pumpkin using this pure pumpkin acrylic paint and just this thin brush. So I'm going to draw the nose like you would draw a carrot nose, and then I'm going to use the black acrylic paint for his eyes and buttons. If you wanted to, you could also just glue on little googly eyes and if you have the foam dots, the glue-on dots, I mean like the stick-on dots, you could do that as well. When I draw on the face, I decide how I want to do the hat, and also that I need a little bit of white on the bottom part of the snowman, so I go ahead and do that, except I didn't notice that I put the white on top of the black, so I'm just using a baby wipe to wipe off my brush
and then just to paint on the white there. And once that is done, like I said, I decide that I'm going to use the black part as his hat, and then just do this little bit of red as the bottom part of his hat, the base of his hat. So I wind up cutting it to size and gluing it, and then you'll see that I'm just fixing up some of the black, and I'm making it a little bit lower so that way I can just use a little bit of the fabric as the base of his hat. And I use hot glue to glue that on, and I leave it a little bit longer so I can wrap it around the edges a bit. So here is the finished snowman. I think he's really cute. I really like him. And the great thing about this being a brush, you can hang him up if you want in that on that little hole, or you could tie a little bow if you don't want to hang it up, but I thought I'd leave it open because I'm not sure where I'm going to put him yet. Another really easy, really inexpensive, and very cute DIY or craft, whatever you want to call it. So for my third DIY, this was more of a trash to treasure, I guess, rather than a Dollar Tree. I use these, let's say maybe 4x4s. These fence posts that were left over from a backyard project that my husband was doing, and I told him that he had to leave me these pieces. So they were actually two bigger pieces, two thicker pieces, and then one thinner piece. And I just had him, that one was a longer piece, and I had him cut that piece not quite in half because I'm making a snowman family, so I wanted 2 adults and 2 kids, and one kid was bigger than the other to represent my family, which I thought was really cute. So I'm keeping them outside. They are pressure treated, so they'll be able to withhold the winter. The paint might not stay on, but that's okay. That'll make them look more rustic. So I'm painting them white using the Rust-Oleum chalked linen white. If you really wanted the paint to last, you could just put some sort of sealant over top of them, which I might wind up doing, but I just haven't done it yet. So I'm painting the sides. I'm not painting the back white, just the sides because of where I'm positioning them on my porch. You won't see the back. So I'm making sure that the sides and the front are really nicely covered. And I did the tops as well because I wasn't sure if I was going to paint on a hat or if I was going to put on a hat. I kind of sometimes do things. I have kind of a vision in my head of what I want it to look like, but then I wind up, kind of have an idea of what few things I would use, and then once it comes to life, once the project is mostly done, then I sometimes decide, okay, I don't want to go with that, I want to go with that, but I always want to leave my options open. So I was contemplating whether I was going to paint on a hat or whether I was going to put a hat on. Once that was nice and dry, I was thinking about what I was going to use for the nose. So I decided not to draw it on, but to use some sticks. And these are just sticks from my garden that actually, they were from my garden gnome if you watch that video. So I just snipped them off, and that's what I'm going to be using for the nose. But before I do that, I'm just drawing on some eyes, and I'm just using a Sharpie. I was going to paint it, but I thought, Sharpie will do just fine. And then I'm going to drill the holes for these sticks and just stick them right in, because I worried that if I used hot glue or something like that, it might, with the cold weather and all the rain and the snow and all that stuff that we get, they would fall off. So I'm going to just drill a hole big enough so I can shove them in there nice and tight. And although you can't see it, I put the hat on just to see how low I wanted to make the eyes. And I wanted to have the eyes drawn on so that I would know where to put the nose. So if you're doing that, just kind of, if you don't want to do if you're going to paint and you want for speed, you just, you want to, or you're going to glue these sticks in there or whatever, then you might want to draw on your eyes with a pencil and then paint over them after. But this way you don't have to worry about not putting them in the right position. And then same with for the mouth. I'm just going to draw little circles to do the mouth. And again, very easy DIY.
So I do this for all of them. I put the hat on, draw my eyes on. For the mummy, I added some eyelashes just to have it differentiate since I don't have a pink hat. And the hats that I'm using are just hats that are too small for us. Apparently my head grew from when I was in my 20s. So now that hat no longer fits me. So I'm using it for this little snowman. I do wind up trimming some of the sticks down just so that the nose isn't too long. You do that however you think will be best for you. The drill was giving me a bit of a hard time because the battery was low, so um, I wind up having to wait to charge it and then I do it again. Once I have all the sticks in there and the hats on, I trim the sticks down to the right size and my snowmen are done. So here is the finished family. I love them. They are so cute. They look awesome. They were just the thing that was missing on my porch. And again, this was free to make because everything I had was everything I had on hand. So this is our snowman family, represents my family. I really like them. I hope you like them too. So I'm starting off with these pine cones. I got these at Loblaws for a very, very cheap price. I believe they were about 50 cents a bag. So I bought a whole bunch and it was a couple of years ago. So Loblaws is a grocery store here in Canada. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make them look like they have a little bit of snow on them. I will use some Mod Podge to get my snow, in quotation marks, to stick to them. And so really simple project. What you need is some Epsom salts, some Mod Podge, some pine cones, and some jute rope. Really, really inexpensive project to make. If you had pine cones in your yard, you could even use those. So the reason I chose Epsom salts instead of the fake snow are because Epsom salts are all natural. The fake snow sometimes I read is kind of like a choking hazard if it's inhaled. So I figured this would be the safer options with two little kiddos and a kitty cat. Again, I'm just going to use the Mod Podge and apply. So you apply as little or as much as you would like onto the pine cones, and then you set them in your tray that you're using, and then you pour the Epsom salts over it. Now, the reason I'm using a tray is because I can save the Epsom salts and reuse it, like keep on reusing them because not all of them will stick not all the salt will stick when you're putting it on. So I'm just adding it to the tips and a little bit in, so it looks like the pine cones are snow frosted. So once you've done all the pine cones that you think you're going to need, then you want to go ahead and let them dry and measure. Well, you can measure, I would measure your rope out first to see how wide you want your garland to be, and then that way you can kind of eyeball how many pine cones you'll need. Um, and then you let them dry, and then you're going to be attaching those pine cones to the jute rope. One way is you could hot glue them to the jute rope. The other way is you can buy one of those little hooks from the Dollar Tree and then poke it through the bottom of the um, pine cone and then run your rope through it. I thought I had those. I couldn't find them, so I opted to just hot glue them to the jute rope. So guys, once again, my name is Vesna. Welcome to my channel. If you're brand new, thank you so much for stopping by. If you're returning, welcome back. On my channel, you can see all sorts of Dollar Tree DIYs and things like that. So, like any kind of budget-friendly DIYs, basically, you can find on my channel, including thrift store flips, like furniture flips and things like that. If that's what you're interested in, make sure you hit that like button, the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed, and the notification bell so you can see all of my new videos. The spacing of the pine cones, I didn't really worry too much about how far apart each one was. I would say they're a couple inches apart one from the other, and I knew I would have more than enough to space them all out. I even had some left over, so that was just one bag of those. You could get these at the Dollar Tree, and I'm sure it would just be maybe 2 bags of those. What I like about this garland is that it could be just a winter garland. You don't have to make it a Christmas garland, or you could add some Christmas picks and make it be a Christmas garland. It really is up to you, and it's very natural looking. It gives me that farmhouse, natural, rustic feel that I like all of my decor to have. I'm not quite sure whether I'm going to be putting it on my upstairs or downstairs fireplace, so I've just so you can see, I've put it up with a Christmas pick so you could kind of get an idea of what it could look like with it or without it. Again, this is not how I'll be hanging it, but I wanted you to see it against a white fireplace so you could kind of get an idea of what it looks like. It could also go around a door, just placed around a dresser. It really is up to you, and it is so simple and yet so elegant that really it could fit into anyone's decor. If you liked this video, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Leave me a comment, let me know what you think, and for today's video, I'm going to be creating a floral arrangement for Christmas, and I'm using this thrifted wooden box. I got this for $2.99 at our local thrift store, so super cheap. Then I'm going to insert this floral foam, which I also got at the thrift store. I got 5 of them, I believe, for $2.99, so really cheap. And I'm using the whole piece, and then I'm going to be using 9 different Christmas picks, and they're just an assortment of little floral branches with some berries, and they're the frosted ones. So today's DIY is super duper easy. I apparently really like that word. It's very easy to do, and it's very cost effective, and I really like the way these Christmas arrangements look. I always do a whole bunch of fresh ones as well, and this arrangement reminds me of the fresh ones that I do. So when you're putting these together, you want to make sure that they're not too high, because it's not going to look nice, or it's not going to look right. So I'm going to be using my my wire cutters to cut them. Now, normally if I were to do it so that the back would show as well, I would do either the same for front and back, or sometimes if I have a wide range, like when I'm doing the fresh ones, and you could do this with the full ones too, I wind up doing like a higher layer at the back just to fill in, and then a lower layer at the front. But because of the size of this and the way these little branches are, I don't need to do that. You'll see. It looks good from both sides, but I'm only going to be using it like against a wall, so I didn't need to worry how the back would look, and I didn't want to waste money on extra picks if it didn't really matter. So I'm starting with the picks that don't have any flowers, they're just little branches. And I'm putting those on the sides. And then in the middle, I'm putting the ones with the flowers. And then I just fill them in as I go. So these ones with the berries I put in here. I really apologize for the angle. I'm not sure how I didn't see that this was the angle, but it is what it is. So this is one without any flowers, and they're just different textures. One looks like an evergreen. This looks like the boxwood. Just all is a little bit frosted. And I cut them off, and like I said, I fill them in, making sure that, I have symmetry, so both sides are equal. And this one I actually take apart so I can kind of fill in, and then you'll see as I go along. Now I'm not going to talk through the whole video. I'm going to turn some music on, and I'll just let you know as I go what I add in. So I add some red as well, and you'll see the finished product soon. As I'm filling this in, it's starting to look really good. Like I said, I really apologize. I got a new swing arm, trying to find the best angle to record for you guys, because I found my other ways it wasn't giving me the quality picture that I wanted. So I tried this way. It's still not working. So I've had my husband come up with a solution. So I'll display that in my next video. But you can see it's getting fuller here. Now I do want to add a bow to this, so I thought I was going to use this old shirt that we had, because it has this like buffalo plaid pattern that I really like, but I could not, because it's all cut all funny. I could not get a nice straight piece that would go all the way around, so I opted not to do it. But you could totally, if you had a nice long piece like this, you could do it. So as you can see, I tried, and then I was thinking if I folded it, but it just wasn't looking right. So oftentimes, if I plan something, I wind up doing something else, just because it what I envisioned in my head is not what happens with the DIY. So, but I always like to show this to you guys so you can see the thought process kind of behind my DIYs. So after I figure out that I don't like that, I go ahead and I use this ribbon. It's from the Dollar Tree. It's not as thick as I wanted it to be, but it actually looks quite good. And I think these colors look a lot better than the black and white, because I have so much red and green in here. So I was happy with the way this turned out, and as I've mentioned to you in my other videos, I am not a bow maker, so I'm just making just like a basic bow here, and I'm gonna hot glue it to the pot, and that's about it. Like, so I just make the bow like you would kind of tie your shoelaces, and then I just make another bow from that same piece, and then I just hot glued it together. I'm sorry that you can't see, but I'll show you what it looks like finished. So my inspiration came from the Kirkland's website. So this arrangement cost $39 there. So for Canadian money, that would be well over $50. And my version cost just under $14. And I think they're pretty similar. And they're just as nice, both of them. So it just shows you how much cheaper you can get things and you can make things. We don't have a Kirkland's here, so I couldn't, I mean, even if we ordered, it would be even more. But just to show you, the between the $40 and $50 mark is what this would cost. And like I said, mine cost just under $14. And that's assuming I used the whole ribbon, which I only used a portion of it. So here's the finished piece, with a much better angle. You can see the container. It looks like it's like a birch bark container. It has the nice little bow that has the plaid on the one side, and then on the other side it has the little white snowflakes. So I think it goes really nicely with the red berries in the container. I'm so happy with it. It's very farmhousey, natural, woodsy look that I'm going for. If you liked it, make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed. Leave me a comment. Tell me what you think. So I bought this little mini miter saw a little while back, and I am absolutely obsessed with it. I love it so much. So I'm using it to cut down tumble blocks. So for the next few DIYs, I'm just going to be using these tumble blocks to make my snowman. So the first one is kind of a vertical snowman where I'm just cutting a few of these blocks to size, to the size that I want. So I'm going to be using the full size ones and then the little ones that you see there. And I will also be using a few of the little ones kind of the same size for the other DIYs. So I am making my snowman, like I said, vertical. If you've watched my episodes before, you would have seen that I made pumpkins like this. So I'm kind of same idea, but I'm making a snowman. So what I'm doing is just seeing how I want to make this. And I'm using 4 big tumble blocks and then 4 little ones, which are basically 2 big ones if you're thinking of how many you need. A pack of tumble blocks will be more than enough. And here in Canada, I've seen now the 72 pack of tumble blocks, which is amazing at the Dollar Tree. So again, I'm putting them all together and hot gluing them. And then I'll be painting them in white, just using this Deco Art chalk paint. And then I will be just using a Sharpie to draw on the eyes and the mouth and the carrot nose and the little buttons. I also will paint one of these little pieces of tumble block black, and I will be using that as a top hat for him. I forgot to record myself drawing on the buttons and the arms and all of that stuff, and as well as gluing on the hat. I think I thought I pressed record and I didn't. You know that this happens to me often. So, but anyway, here is what he looks like all finished, and you only needed 1 coat of the white. The white is pretty good. And like I said, just a Sharpie will do. You could definitely use something else if you wanted to, but a Sharpie worked just fine for me. So for the next DIY, I'm also using tumble blocks, and I am using again several of these tumble blocks to make a snowman. This one will be kind of more like a snowman, like a bigger snowman. And I'm just stacking them one on top of the other, gluing them together using my hot glue gun. And you can make this how big or how small you want it. So for mine, I am using a set of 2 for his head tumble blocks, and then 4 for the middle part of his body, and then 6 for the bottom part of his body. So 12 in total. Like I said, it depends on how big or how small you wanted him to be. You make whatever works for you. I did not add arms to him, but you could definitely take a pipe cleaner, or even if you have little sticks from the backyard, you could glue little sticks onto him to make arms. I chose not to for this one. And I am using the white chalk paint again from Decor Art to paint him in white. And I will be using my Sharpie again to draw his eyes and his nose and his mouth and his little buttons. Now for this guy, I also added a red sparkly pipe cleaner as his scarf. I thought it just gave him a little bit of pop of Christmas. And he's so cute. Now, if you've watched my channel before, you know for Christmas time, I love making snowmen. I've made several in my DIYs before, so if you have some time and you want to see how I've made them, I will have the playlist for Christmas linked in my description below, so you can check out some of the different snowmen that I have made. So here he is completed. I think he's just so cute. And to him, I also added a tumble block for his hat, and then I drew on with a black Sharpie just kind of the bottom part of the hat. So you actually needed one more extra tumble block. These snowmen are so cute and they're so tiny. I think they'll make a perfect kind of tray decor piece if you raise them up a little bit. So I am actually just using 2 tumble blocks for these, and I've cut them down to size. I kind of just cut two large tumble, like 2 normal size tumble blocks into 3 and just different sizes. So the first one I'm gluing one on top of the other vertically and the other one horizontally, just to give you a sense of what they can look like either way. They are super small. They're like a mini tiny decor. I kind of had an idea if one day I make like a fairy garden, but like a Christmas village or something like that, you could use them in that. Or even for my tray, it could just be something that goes as a part if I have a little vignette of a city, like a village or something like that in my tray. I could use them for that. And I just thought they were so cute. Just so tiny and cute. So anyway, I've hot glued them. I've painted them using that Deco Art chalk paint. And I drew on with my Sharpies the nose and the eyes and everything. Glued on some hats to them, and that's all there is to it. The hats were again from the tumble blocks. And I cut them out. I believe I used 2 tumble blocks in total for all of these projects for the hats. Okay, so to move away from the tumble blocks, I had a pine cone that I wanted to use up, and then I also had these styrofoam balls from the Dollar Tree. You can use pine cones that you find from the dollar store, or you can use pine cones from your garden. I believe these ones I got from the dollar store a while back, or from a different store. They were just, no, from a different store because they were a quarter per bag, and I got a whole bunch of them. And I'm using that same Deco Art white chalk paint to just add a little bit of white to the pine cones. I'm not painting them fully. I'm just kind of giving them frosted tips and adding a little bit more just so it kind of looks like it has snow on it. And then again, I'll be using that Sharpie to add eyes and a nose to the snowman. And I will be gluing a hat using the tumble blocks that I painted in black, but I'm going to be doing a bottom part to the hat and a top part, so it kind of looks like a top hat. As you can see, this one that I'm gluing on did not work. I took the wrong tumble block, so I will wind up taking it off and redoing it. So for this one, you can use it just as a decoration piece in your tray or wherever you have a mini display, or you can attach some jute rope to the back, just hot glue it, and you can make it an ornament. So it really depends on how you wanted to do it. I'm going to use it in my tray, so I won't be attaching any jute rope, but that's totally up to you. It could be, you can make some really cute ornaments. But here he is, all completed. He is so cute too. And last but not least, I am doing a garland. I've started to really like to use these in my trays. So I'm using these beads, which I had gotten from the thrift store a while back, and I spray painted them with the blue color from Rust-Oleum and just a white color, and then I had some black that I had spray painted previously. So I'm going to be using them to make my garland. I used 6 of the blue, 6 of the white, and 4 of the black. And then I'm assembling them. This time I chose to use some fishing line for the instead of jute rope, just because last time when I used jute rope it kind of all fell apart. So I wanted to use this time around. You could, if you have some nice better rope, you could use that jute rope, it just kind of falls apart. So I'm just pushing them through, and then I am doing it that I do one black, three for white for the snowman, one black, and then the six blue, and then a black, three white, and then another black. And then I'll be using the jute rope for the little tassel at the end. So for tying them off at the end, I just kind of went with the fish line, and I pulled it through, and then I made two knots, and then I made another knot, and that made it stay. And then I wound up hot gluing the tassel. I left a little piece extra of the fishing line thinking that I could tie it around, but I didn't like the way it was kind of twisting it. So I wound up hot gluing the tassel to the very last bead. So the angle is not the best for the tassel here, but what I did was I got a piece of jute rope and I wrapped it 20 times around my hand. Then I cut off a piece. I cut it off at the bottom, tied the top kind of like a head with a different piece of jute rope, and then hot glued it to the last bead. That's all there was to the tassel. I've seen tassels made all sorts of different ways. This is just the way that I chose to make it. So then onto the white, I just drew the snowman's face and the little nose and the mouth, and that's all there is to it, and it turned out really super cute too. So here are all of them finished, displayed together. I can't wait to show you once I do my home tour for Christmas what they look like in my decorations. Thank you so much for watching. Come back next Sunday. I'm going to have a little bit of a different video. I'm going to be showing you how I redid my bathroom. It's just Halloween, so I thought I wouldn't do a Christmas video on Halloween. So I want to share with you, I redid my bathroom for under $200 and it turned out amazing. So I want you to come and take a look at it. I am going to be using some fabric from the Dollar Tree to create my Christmas tree on this wooden plaque that I also got from the Dollar Tree. So before I added the fabric, I actually spray painted it with some heirloom white spray paint, and I'll show you the bottle a little bit later on in the video, in the episode. And it's just a spray paint from Rust-Oleum. It's more like an antique white, so I spray painted it out in that color. And then I just cut little strips from this leftover fabric from last year from the Dollar Tree. I haven't seen it this year now. I have not been going a lot to the Dollar Tree, to be honest with you. I'm trying not to spend so much money at the Dollar Tree because it gets very, very expensive. So I just cut it into strips, and I eyeballed the size of the strips. I try to make them some longer, some shorter, and I wound up just cutting them to size as I was putting the tree together. So it doesn't really matter what size you cut them bigger, and then you can cut them to size however you wind up having them, like how big you want to make them, which ones you want at the bottom. It really is up to you. So you're gonna see kind of what I did, and then you can kind of take it from there when you make your own. And you can use any fabric. You don't have to use Christmas fabric. It's whatever fabric you have left over. If you have like a color scheme that you're going with for your DIY for your Christmas, you could use this in your color scheme. But these are the fabrics I had left over, and I thought they would be really cute on a Christmas tree. So some of the pieces I wound up twisting and then hot gluing in the middle and then putting them down. Other pieces I tied in the middle and then hot glued them down. So again, it just depends whatever look you're going for. It just depended if the piece was a little bit too long, and I was afraid that if I cut it, it wouldn't match up. So then I just made like a little clump, and they all kind of look like they have clumps in the middle. If you wanted to be really precise and have everything kind of be like super lined up, you could also put one of those wood dowels down. Not wood dowels, like, or you could use a dowel, but you could use the skewers from like the barbecue section that they have at the Dollar Tree, and just glue it down the middle so then you have something like a point and you could tie the ribbons around it. I've seen that done before, but to me this was easier and I did not want the wood piece on there, so I liked the way this turned out, and I just alternated the fabrics. I also tried to kind of point the fabrics up a little bit just so that it would look kind of like a Christmas tree. I always do that with my branches too. I kind of aim them upwards. And then at the end, I just put a snowflake sticker, and then at the bottom I just did a piece of a tumble block that I had, and I hot glued it to the bottom, and I painted everything in a black color. I also dry brushed around the piece, so here's what that looks like. And I just dry brushed the black around because I thought it would just give it more of that rustic feel. And I always like the dry brushing and the antiquing and all of that stuff. I haven't done black in a long time, but I really like the way this turned out. I think it's really, really cute, and it'll look awesome in a tray. I will have a tray decor video next week, not next week, the 16th coming out, so I hope you do check that out. That episode will be over on Vesna TV Home, so make sure you check that out. I'll have it posted in my community as well. And then for the next DIY, it's another cute one as well. And this is probably the easiest DIY ever. I'm ashamed to even call it a DIY. So I like to save Christmas cards that we get, and this is one from last year that I saved. And what I'm doing is I'm taking this frame from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to be cutting this old Christmas card to size. So what I do is I take out the little picture that's in the frame and I kind of use it as my guide of where I'm going to cut, and then I cut it to size and I put the little card in there, and that is the DIY. I love this frame. I don't want to stain it or paint it or anything. You could if you wanted to. You could use any old frame that you had, but this is the one that I used, and I've used it for Halloween too, and I just love the way it looks, and it's so easy and anyone can do it. Just save your Christmas cards or buy new ones if there's really nice ones that you like. Sometimes not all of us have printers that we can print images, and maybe we don't want to be, you know, maybe we don't even have a hot glue gun or something like that. So this is something simple that you can do and create really cute decor for Christmas or for any holiday. And you can use that frame for Christmas, for Halloween, for Easter, and just change out the picture. So it could be something really inexpensive that you do. You could even take like from magazines or flyers or something. If there's like a picture of a Christmas tree or something that you like, you could use that too, and that could be even simpler and even cheaper. Let me know what you think of this one. And on to the next one. The next one is not my favorite one. I shared it with you anyway, maybe just for the idea. I don't know why I was having such a hard time with it. Anyway, my camera also turned off in the middle of it. So what I wound up doing is taking one of those window films from the Dollar Tree and one of these wood pieces of oh my gosh, wood Christmas trees. I can't even talk. And I was originally going to put something else on the back, and then I decided to do this on the one side, but I did go back to it and do the other side as well. Like I said, my camera turned off, so all I did was Mod Podge the window cling to the wood Christmas tree, and then just go around it with some green paint. And then for the other side, what I'm doing here is putting some Mod Podge onto the wood piece, and then I'm going to take a napkin, a Christmas napkin, and put it on, Mod Podge it on, kind of decoupage stuff on there. What I did was I forgot that you needed to separate the napkin and just take the one layer. and I separated it, and then I realized that there was another layer to it, so I had to take it off and do it again. Anyway, live and learn. Make sure you take off all of the layers if you're going to do this, and make sure your hands are clean. My hands were kind of sticky, so they were sticking to it. It was just kind of like a mess. As you can see, this weekend was a mess. This whole week has been a mess for me. I was really, really sick from last weekend all the way until like all week I've been sick. I'm still sick. I finally felt a little bit better today. That's why I could do some of these. Some of these I had done. I just had pre-done when I did my other DIYs, but I was able to finish these. But I was sick, and then yesterday I cut my hand and I had to get, well, I thought it was going to be stitches, but they glued it together, so you can see that in the video. So it just wasn't the best DIYing day, but I did finish what I had started previously, so that way I could get something for you guys today. That's why I'm late. And I, yeah. So anyway, so here it is. So you're gonna put Mod Podge at the bottom, Mod Podge at the top. And then I just took some sandpaper and I sanded the edges down, and then I went over top of that with that forest green on both sides, kind of dry brushed around. So I'll show you both pieces finished again. So here they are all finished. Like I said, I think they turned out okay, but they're not my favorite. So here's the one side, and it kind of, I wanted it to be a bit vintagey, and here's the other side. On their own, they're not the best, but I think they'll look okay in a tray. They'll just be a nice filler. Okay, for the second last DIY, I have this jar. This is not Dollar Tree, but you can get these jars at the Dollar Tree. I've used these jars so many times. They're from Peaches that we get at Costco. And I'm painting out the jar in that heirloom white. And I'm painting the lid out in a metallic gold paint. And they're both, one is Rust-Oleum, one is Rona brand. Rona is, well, they were bought out by Lowe's now, but they were a Canadian company. Um, so this is their brand of the metallic paint. We still have a few of them around. And then I'm also using this Merry Christmas card from from the Dollar Tree. It was just a set of cards. And I'm going to be Mod Podging it onto the jar itself. Then I'll be using some jute rope and I'll be tying that around the top of the jar, and then I'm going to add some embellishments, and the embellishments are just like one of those little trees from the Dollar Tree, the bottlenose tree. I think bottlenose trees is what they're called, and just two little I always want to call them acorns, and they are not acorns. My gosh, the English word is escaping me. Pine cones. So I start off by cutting out the image kind of to the size that I want it to be. I wanted to keep the Merry Christmas, but it was just too big, and to cut it down so it would fit, it would just, I didn't like the way it would look. So I wound up just using the car image, which at the end turned out to be great. So what I do is I cut out the image and then I wet it around with a paper towel, and then I use my hand to just kind of rip off the pieces around it so that way it looks kind of vintagey. So I Mod Podge the image to the jar, and be generous with the Mod Podge. Add lots at the bottom and then lots over top. There was just a little piece that was kind of sticking up, so I wound up hot gluing that down because the way the image is, it's kind of like a puffed up image. So I wound up hot gluing just the little pieces that were sticking out too much and not gluing down. And then I hot glued the jute rope around and added my embellishments. And at the end, I wound up dry brushing some black around. This episode had a lot of black dry brushing, which, like I said, I haven't done in a while, but I really like the way it looks. I did it for some of the Halloween stuff, and now I kind of am going back to doing it again because I like the way it looks. So here's the finished piece, and again, I love it. It's so cute. It'll just look like a nice little tray decor piece. Now, I won't use all of these in one tray. That's why I didn't want to really put them, showcase them in a tray. I'll kind of use them in different trays to add to what I already have. So this last DIY is more of a makeover than a DIY. I picked up the ceramic truck at the Dollar Tree and I just gave it an uplift. So I painted it, and what I did was I used that heirloom white that I used throughout the project, the spray paint, and I spray painted it all in white. And see how it gives it more of a yellow color rather than that clear white, or that crisp clean white. And then I just went and I dry brushed black all around it, and I added some to the tires, and then just any of the grooves I added black to it. And I did it on both sides, and then I painted the Christmas tree in black and the wreath black, and then I added some red to the bow on the wreath, and that's all there was to it. I actually also used a Sharpie because it has this little Mary banner that goes around the truck. So I used a Sharpie just to kind of outline the triangles, and then I did go with a brush over top in a different kind of green, but I used like a lighter green to go over top of those, and then I used a black Sharpie to go over top of the words where it says Mary. And so here it is, all finished and painted, and I think it turned out really cute. So I'm in love with the Dollar Tree palettes that I have seen many different creators use, and even on Instagram and Facebook, and I have not been able to find them. So I'm creating my own using 21 popsicle sticks, and I start off by just arranging them to the way that I would like the palette to look like. This is kind of up to you how big you want it to be. I thought 4 sticks out and then 8 sticks down would be big enough. And then once I arrange and see how far I want them to be, then I go ahead and I add the hot glue, and I just attach everything with the hot glue, and then I give them a little bit of height. I give the palette a little bit of height by adding another 3 popsicle sticks on each side from the bottom. And that's it for the palette. And then I use my Rust-Oleum decorative glaze in the Java brown, and I just stain this. I just used an old rag to do it, and I love using this glaze as a stain. It works really, really well. So after the stain sets, I thought I was going to use my Cricut to cut out the word joy using red vinyl, but then once I put that on, I didn't like the way that looked, so I decided to use some red burlap, which I also got at the Dollar Tree. They have these burlap ribbons available now, and they're really, really cute because they have them in orange and brown and red. So I used the red burlap, and I cut out just a piece that was wide enough for the entire palette. I wound up cutting another piece of the burlap just because I saw a little bit of the brown showing through on the burlap, and I wanted it to be a little bit darker, so I just put 2 pieces of burlap. You don't have to, I just like the way it looked better. And I hot glued that on, and then I cut out jute rope, and I made the word joy out of the jute rope, and I attached a little hook on using jute rope onto the top of the palette, so it kind of looks like it could be hanging somewhere or whichever. And that is it. Minimal materials, very cute, and has that rustic Christmas feel that I really like. So if you guys thought this DIY was easy, the next one is even easier. So the next one, you're gonna need about 7 popsicle sticks, and then you're going to make a Santa ladder, which is super easy. Just use these popsicle sticks. You're gonna need a little bit of holiday red paint from the Dollar Tree, as well as this little garland. Now this is the only thing that I'm not sure that you can find now, but you can find something similar that has like little berries so you can wrap it around. I'm sure of it. I just had this on hand from last year, and I will pick some more up this year because I really like to use them in like little bits of decor here and there. But that's all you need for this one. Just look how cute it is. That's what it's gonna look like. Easy. So all I'm doing is hot gluing the ladder after I painted. So first you paint it in the holiday red, you do both sides, let it dry, then you hot glue it all together, and that is it. The only few things that you have to remember is that you don't want to use too much hot glue so that it doesn't kind of spill all over. And when you're hot gluing, you want to put them one on top of the other. And then you also want to kind of, when you do the middle part, you want to have it go in an open triangle, so that way it's not a straight up ladder. If that's what the look you're going for, that was the look that I was going for. You're going to wrap that garland around, maybe hot glue it in a few spots if you want to, or if you want to be able to use this for maybe the fall, you don't even have to wrap the garland around, glue it around. You just wrap it around, and that's it. And here's the finished piece. So I'm going to sound really vain and say, this next one is really cute too. I love it, because I really do love all the ones that I created. So this is a cool one because I'm using one of these little craft jars from the Dollar Tree. I thought I had 2 on hand, but I didn't. So the other one that I'm using is just a glass jar. So this is where you could use stuff that you have on hand at home. I just wanted to show you that you could get one of these craft jars at the Dollar Tree and it would work. But like I said, any old jars, if you can reuse them rather than recycling them, is great. So you need 2 jars, some gold metallic paint, white paint, and some black paint, and a little bit of ribbon. I'm using this checkered one, which I actually got during the summer, not at Christmas time, so you might be able to pick it up now. I got that last year though. So hopefully any kind of red ribbon would work too. You're going to paint both of these jars. One jar you're going to paint red, the other jar you're going to paint white. Now I did have one of my viewers tell me that pouring the paint might work a lot better with the glass. I saw the comment after I painted these, so next time I'm painting any glass or anything like that, I might try it. I tend to get really messy, so I don't like to pour stuff, but you know, why not give it a try? So I did 2 coats of white and red, and I did a little bit on the inside, not like too much, just a bit, so in case I saw like a little bit coming through. The white I had to do a little bit more. If you do have chalk paint on hand, I think it works a little bit better than the acrylic paint. It just has better coverage. So once you have these guys painted, then you need to do your decorations and your design. So the white one, you guessed it, is a snowman. If you've seen my mega video or any of my Christmas DIYs from last year, I love snowman stuff. So I'm just drawing 3 buttons. If you want to be really, really precise and perfect, you could use something like a stencil to make the little buttons. I kind of wanted them to look like they were coal. so that they, like, instead of buttons, but they were like coal, so they were kind of like choppy. But like I said, if you want to make them perfect, by all means use a stencil or something like that. And then this guy is done. He just needs his little ribbon. This guy's going to be Santa, so I'm going to be drawing on his belt. Again, if you want, you can use a stencil or you can freehand it. I chose to freehand it. So I'm just drawing the belt in black, and then I will be going over it in some gold. For the flowers, I wanted to show you that you could use fall or summer flowers for this in case your Dollar Tree runs out of them really fast or you just don't have any on hand. So these are the peonies that I use. They're wild peonies, and then these are dahlias. They're both from the gladiolas. They're both from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just using one stem of the gladiolas and one stem of the peonies, and here they are, and I just swapped. I put the red with the white and the white with the red, and I think they turned out really cute. They'll be perfect tray decor items. So here I wanted to show you what decorative glaze I was using, and then
No.
yep, I spilled the decorative glaze, so I decided to just continue on working so I could get some of the glaze off of my desk and put it on this chair, and then I had to clean it up. But yeah, that was quite entertaining. So once I cleaned everything up, I went ahead and I put these things together. So for the next part of this DIY, you're going to need these little socks. So again, these socks, the Christmas socks, I got at the Dollar Tree last year. Actually, I got them in January when they had, or like end of December when they had their big sale. So if you don't have them, you could just use red socks. And as you can see, I'm using a part of a red sock there too. And then one of these little balls, some rice, and some elastic bands. So what I'm doing here now, because I had used this sock for another DIY as well, so this was what was left over, I'm just going to hot glue it together so that it stays closed. And then I will fill it with rice. I'm not filling it too much because I want it fitting into the Adirondack chair, because I'm making a Christmas Santa gnome sitting in his chair. So I don't want it too full. So I fill it up and I test it out in the chair, and then I see how much more or less I need, and then I tie it with the elastic. And then once I get the size that I want, I go ahead and I add that sock to the top of the gnome, and I pull down a little bit of it to make the nose. I wanted the nose to be red because sometimes Santa is kind of flushed, so I wanted his nose to be red. And I tie that as well with an elastic. So then I added the beard. The beard is this fur that I had from last year. You can pick it up. They have blankets at Dollarama, which is our version of the Dollar Tree. It's a little bit more expensive, so probably like the Dollar General, but I have seen little fur ribbons at the Dollar Tree. It's just like a hit and miss. Sometimes they have them, sometimes they don't. So just any kind of fur will do, or even white material. You could use white felt if you can't find the fur for his beard. And that's all there is to this little guy, and he's going to sit in his chair and wait for all the kids to come and tell him their wishes. So a few more DIYs to go. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Take a, stretch a little bit while I'm talking here. But the next few DIYs are really easy too. The next one is a Christmas tree made out of clothespins. So another item that you can get at the Dollar Tree right now, actually all year long. So the pack of clothespins are 36. You're not going to need all 36 of them. You're just going to need a half of a package. So you're going to take one of those little strips that the clothespins come on, and you're just going to make a Christmas tree. Actually, you need less than half a package, 1/4 of a package, I would say. And you're just going to put them on depending on how big you want this Christmas tree. If you want it bigger, you can use more. And what I'm doing is the bottom 4, I'm putting one beside the other, and then the other ones I'm kind of zigzagging up top. as you can see. And then I've put them on, and then I go ahead and hot glue them to make sure that I like the way it looks. So again, there's so many options you could do with the clothespins. You could even take them apart and glue them the other way so that they can make a star, whichever. So many different options. If you guys are interested, I can show you some clothespin DIYs too, if that would interest you. Let me know in the comments below. But you're going to hot glue these down, and then you're going to take some forest green acrylic paint, and you're just going to paint them on and use one of those little balls, that the wood balls that I was talking about, and you're going to add it to the top, and you're going to add one of the Dollar Tree wood stems that they have. They kind of look like birch bark, but like little mini ones. You're going to do that for the stump, and that's all there is to it. And because I noticed he was a little bit wobbly, probably because I stuck him onto the paper instead of a piece of wood, I just added another popsicle stick to the back. But if you put him on a jumbo popsicle stick, he won't be wobbly. So this DIY I actually got from my sister. She's the Domestic Diva DIY. She did this, I think, last year or the year before, where she used some pots. I don't know if she used these exact ones, but she used some pots from the Dollar Tree to create bells. And that's what I'm doing. So I'm just using 2 of them. You could use 3. They come in a pack of 3, so if you wanted to use up all 3 of them, you could. I just wanted to use 2. And I'm going to make them look like they're galvanized, like silver bells. So I start off with just painting them black, and then I do my galvanizing. So I didn't show you the full galvanizing because I have many galvanizing tutorials on my channel. So what I can do is I can actually link one of my videos down in the description below, so just check it out. But what I'm using is, on top of the black, I put some silver and some white and then some more black, and I just dab them on. So I put them all on a little bowl and I dab them on as I go. There's not really like a set, okay, you have to do this first or that. It's just whatever you like to look at. Sometimes I even add blue to it, sometimes I don't. This time I didn't. So then I made little holes into the bells because they have the drainage holes that you can poke through, and I'm putting some jute rope through them, and I'm going to tie that at the top. And then I will have a little bit hang out so it looks like there's like a bell portion inside. And then I will tie a ribbon to it. And sorry, I didn't make myself clear. At where the little bell portion hangs in the bottom, I do a little knot so it doesn't come out. And then I leave a loop, and then I hot glue it together as well before I add the ribbon. So I'm just using some of this checkered ribbon from the Dollar Tree. I believe they have it even now, not just at Christmas time. And I'm just making like a mock bow. I don't do bow tutorials because I'm not an expert on them, so I feel like I don't do them the best, so I just did little loops and hot glued everything together. And here they are. Now, I saw someone do this similar DIY a while back. I can't remember who it was. I just remember I really liked it, so I had picked up one of these shovels at the beginning of the season. And I'm just spray painting it in this Rust-Oleum Heirloom White. Actually, our Walmart was closing down, so these were so cheap. I picked up a whole bunch. And then I'm going to be putting the Rust-Oleum chalked charcoal paint up at the top where the little handle is. By all means, you could use acrylic paint. Now, the only advice that I have for you is maybe put Mod Podge at the bottom and then paint it, because the paint kept on coming off. So I wound up putting Mod Podge over top of it, and I antiqued it a little bit with the black. And now what I wanted to do for this shovel is I wanted to show you that you could use this for all the seasons. So it's very neutral, kind of farmhousey. And I'm going to add jute rope to the kind of stem of the shovel. And then I will I have a bow that I created again off camera because I had a really hard time creating it, but I'll show you what it looks like finished. And then I'm just gonna Velcro that bow to the, just where the handle meets the open part of the shovel, and I just Velcro one piece to the bow and one piece to that, so that way you can change it up for the seasons. For the fall, you can use it, you know, a fall ribbon. For the summer, you can maybe do some lemons or whatnot. For spring, some tulips or whichever. So this way it gives you options. As you can see in the back, I didn't put too much paint because wherever I have it, I'll have it kind of against something, so you won't see the back. So there's no point in wasting paint. So the ribbon is a mishmash. This white Santa ribbon and snowman ribbon I actually got from my friend. I don't know where she got it. Maybe Michael's and maybe White Rose when they used to have it. She said it's very old and she hasn't used it in years, so she didn't need it. And she knew that I could use it from some of my videos. And then again, that checkered ribbon as well as a little bit of burlap. Well, you made it. We're in the last DIY before the bonus DIYs. So I got this mason jar looking thing sign from the Dollar Tree, and it's Canada Day themed because that's all they had. I know that they have summer themed ones too, so they're probably still around at your store. You might have a 4th of July one if you're in the States. And all I'm going to be doing is Mod Podging this. So the Dollar Tree has these cute little checkered napkins right now. They also have tablecloths and all sorts of things, so it might be a good time to pick these up. And I have little hands helping me. As you can see, he really wanted to Mod Podge this, so I show him what he needs to do and he's going to do it for me. And so I just put the Mod Podge at the bottom, and then, well, he puts it at the bottom, and then I go over top of it a little bit with the Mod Podge. I don't let him do that just because it is tissue paper. I mean, tissue paper, it's a napkin, so it's quite thin. Now, I don't do it all the way around because I'm not going to put anything up at the top. I wind up using 2 napkins just so that you can't see anything through them. So do the 2 napkins. That's why I did this part by myself, just because I was afraid he would rip it, and he also got tired of it. He, you know, his crafting attention span is quite limited. So put 2 of these on, Mod Podge them, let them dry off, then cut off the excess. I just use a fabric cutter for this, and it worked really well. And then I'm going to use some burlap for the bottom and some jute rope for the top. And again, this is another one that you could use in multiple seasons, so I wanted to show you this one as well. So once you have that all glued on there with some hot glue, then you're going to take some floral wire and you're going to put it through those 2 little holes, and you're going to just attach this little clip, and it's just like a little clip for papers that I had on hand, and just hot glue that on and create a little bow. So I'm just using some burlap, the red burlap that I used before, and then some regular burlap, and I'm just making little strips to make a funky little bow that I'm going to attach to the top of the mason jar. So what I'm doing is hot gluing these little bits. I'm doing red burlap, brown burlap, red burlap, brown burlap, and that's it for the bow. Very simple bow. So I showed you this tutorial because it was very simple, and if your bows are a problem like they are for me, then this is something that you could do. And then you can use that little hook to attach your favorite Christmas picture, or if you guys didn't know, it is 23 Mondays until Christmas, so you could attach a cute little sign like that as a countdown. So before I show you the bonus DIYs, as I was painting one of these things, I took some paint out and everything flipped over and spilled on the floor. So again, like this is what happens on a regular basis when I craft. This is why things take me so long, is because I wind up having to clean up a mess that really didn't need to happen. Anyway, moving on. I got this cutting board. This cutting board is from the Dollar Tree. It's one of those glass cutting boards, and I am spray painting it with my Rust-Oleum high heat black paint. It's matte paint and it dries really fast. Then I used my Cricut to cut out this Dear Santa. Now I had used other words here that I wanted to use my Cricut for, but it kept on ripping the vinyl, so I decided to write them in myself. And it says milk if you're thirsty, food for the reindeer, and a cookie made by us. And then that's it, a little tray for Santa. Very cute. I put Mod Podge over top of it so that way it would stay, and I think it's super cute for the boys. The second bonus DIY is actually like the second and third and fourth one. I'm using one normal size pool noodle, and I'm using the white duct tape, which you can get at the Dollar Tree. Mine isn't from there, but you can get it there, to wrap around the pool noodle to make it look like a candy cane. Then I cut the pool noodle into several pieces. The first piece I will make a candy cane out of, and then the second piece I will cut into two, and I will make 2 lanterns. So another thing that you can get from the Dollar Tree right now, actually I will probably stock up on a few of these. I saw some really cool DIYs from the Daily DIYer. This is the idea from her, and she had some really cool ideas for pool noodles, so I will definitely pick some up so I can do them for my Christmas DIYs in the winter. So pick them up if you want to do any of these. Then you need some fishing line, and you're going to tie it. Now this was harder than it looks, maybe because I only have one hand that I'm working with, but you're going to tie it so it looks like a candy cane. Maybe you might need someone to help you. Me and my husband did it together because I couldn't do it on my own. And then for the lanterns, you just need these Dollar Tree lanterns, which they have solar lamps, sorry, not lanterns, solar lamps, that they have right now at the Dollar Tree. You're going to cut it down to size so you can fit this little lantern in there. You could put this in the ground, or you could put it into something like I did. I'll show you in a second, but then this is like almost not even a DIY, it's done. And here's what I put them into my little Farm Fresh Christmas trees, these little lanterns in there, and my little candy cane, and I think they just turned out really cute. I am so happy with how all of these turned out. I think they're really cute and they'll make awesome decor for Christmas. So now, in all honesty, what did you think of this video? What was your favorite? If you're returning to my channel, let me know. I edited a little bit differently. I had some different angles. I did a completely kind of different recording style. Let me know if you like this better. If you're brand new, let me know if you enjoyed this video. Leave me a comment below. Tell me which one was your favorite. So I created these 3 DIYs using scrap stuff around the house and Dollar Tree items. So for today, I'm making a few tray decor pieces. Although these look big, sometimes I find that I have all these little things in my tray, and because they have little like lips, I have to then either lift them up or they're too small for the tray. So I'm going to try big ones. My trays are always a work in progress. So if you've ever watched my home channel, you see like I decorate them on there, and you see the whole process that I go through. It's like, sometimes it's painful. Anyway, I don't show you the whole process, but I kind of talk you through it. But so I'm going to make these and hopefully they work. So this is going to be one project. For this, I'm going to use these guys for the base. This is just like a piece of wood. We were building some stairs, so this was left over. And then I'm going to make a wreath out of some grapevines from my garden. And then I'll just add a few embellishments from the Dollar Tree. The next one will be, I'll be using this cube from the Dollar Tree, these little embellishments, some twine, and a ribbon. And then this one, as you can see, I'm making a gnome. I have a little wood bead that I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using this guy, these strips of faux fur, And that's it. I'm gonna do a line of tape here to leave it like natural color. And all of them I'm going to be spray painting using this Rust-Oleum Heirloom White spray paint. Now this is a very inexpensive project. Most of the stuff I had around, I mean, you could buy this $1.25. If you had like a cube of wood from a project, you could use that. Triangles, if you don't have the wood, you can use, they have the styrofoam triangles at the Dollar Tree. Sometimes you can even get toy foam shapes. So really just depends how big you want it and what you wanted to do. I wanted them bigger, so these will work really well. Anyway, I'm gonna go spray paint them. I won't show me doing that because it's just spray painting. And then I'll show you what they look like when they're done. So I told you they were all super easy to do. So this guy, I am just kind of planning out how I want his beard to be and how I want his mustache to be. I did wind up cutting another 2 strips of mustache just to make it a little bit fuller. And then I am just going to glue everything on and use that little part as my buffer, that little nose part over there. Kind of not a buffer, but kind of like just know where I need to set my beard. And I'm just using some hot glue to glue it on, and that is it for my little guy. So I did leave that little part natural underneath his nose, and that's just kind of to show his face, because the sides are also unpainted because I just put like a little strip of tape on there, and then on the side it kind of looks like it's his natural skin tone, I guess. And that's it. He's going to make a cute little tray decor piece. Now, I did add at the bottom of the triangle because the triangle is kind of oddly shaped. So I added just a little lift so that he would straighten out in the tray. You won't be able to see that. It's just like a little part that I added that obviously you don't have to do if your triangle is straight. So here he is all finished. I think he is really cute and he'll make an adorable little tray decor piece for either my tier tray or just a table tray. And you could even probably swap them out for the seasons if you add a cute little hat, like a themed hat. Maybe you add a Christmas hat and then a fall hat and a Valentine's hat. Just some ideas for you. So the next piece, I'm using the other triangle. Again, here it is painted all white, spray painted, and I am using some of Annie Sloan's black wax, and I'm just adding it to the triangle. Now, you'll see little hands because I have my little guy helping me. He really wanted to paint something, so I let him paint this. I usually let him paint other things, but we're in the middle of renovations, so right now the little spot where he can paint is being occupied, but just for today because someone's coming in to do some work. So he was not able to paint his stuff today, so he is helping me. And we are just adding the wax to make it look a little bit darker, a little bit more antique, kind of farmhousey. And then I just, like after he applies the wax with the brush, then I just kind of move it around and I use like a little rag just to push it around. And then this is what I'm working with. So then I just start putting it together, and all I'm doing is adding that wreath and gluing the legs to the bottom, and that's it. So I tried using those grapevine vines, but they were too dry. I had used them for a project before and saved them, but they were too brittle, so they kept on breaking. So they did not work for this, unfortunately. So I did have this little garland from the Dollar Tree. It was from the fall last year, so you could probably pick it up soon. And they do have, I know they have summer versions of it too, which have a little bit of greenery, and then you could just add a little bit of pops of red if you wanted to. So I'm using this one, and I'm not using the whole thing. I'm just going to cut out what I need, and then I'm going to just embellish it with a few little decorations, and that's all there is to it. And hot glue it to where I want it to sit. And then I also have to glue the feet. Now the feet I'm just doing just more for like a decorative thing, so it looks like it has something at the bottom, but again, you won't be able to see it, but just in case whatever somebody looks, then it kind of looks like it's a little tree, like a little Christmas tree with feet. And here he is, all finished. He looks really cute, and he'll look awesome in the tray. And at the end, I do show you, just like I did at the beginning, what they look like in the trays. And last but not least is the gift. Now here it is painted in that heirloom white, and now I am adding the black wax to this as well. My little helper left, he didn't want to help anymore. So again, I'm just rubbing it on with a rag. I didn't want to let him rub it with a rag because his poor little hands would be filthy. So once I get it to be the right antiqueness, I guess, the way I want it to be, then I just add my ribbons. Now you can see the little dots from the dye. If you didn't want to see them, you could add a little bit more paint. Maybe you could put some putty in there, but I'm okay with it because I'm adding the bow and the ribbon, and you won't be able to see it. Also, if you use chalk paint, it's a little bit thicker and you won't be able to see it with those, but because I did the spray paint, you can see it. And for the ribbon, as I showed you there, I am just using a buffalo plaid ribbon from the Dollar Tree, and I'm wrapping it around. So I just cut my long piece in half, and then I wrap it around and I tie it on one side, and then I do the same thing on the other side. And I just do a little knot so that way it looks like I tied a bow, but I really didn't. And then I do the same thing with twine. I kind of wrap it around both sides, oh, actually all four sides. And then I just tie like a little bow and a little knot at the top, so it looks like I have both. Now I wind up doing a double wraparound on like two sides of the cube, and then a one wraparound on the other side. And then I cut some of the twine and just make kind of additional little bows and tie them together, and then fluff everything out, fix it all up, and that is it. These were the most simplest little DIYs, and they'll make awesome tray decor pieces or even like mantle decor pieces because they're big enough. The best part of all of this is that I'm using stuff that I had on hand, stuff that was very inexpensive, and stuff that was like just scraps. Because, I don't always want to spend money when I'm doing these things. I like to reuse what I have, and there's just so much stuff. But anyway, here it is all finished, my little cube present. Let me know what you think of this one. And also let me know which one was your favorite. What did you like the most? I think I probably like this guy and the gnome the best. But I like all three of them because they are kind of filler pieces in the tray, especially if I use it in the tiered tray. They'll just be so great. I'm really happy with them. I love when I make these and then have nice decor pieces when it comes time to decorate. For the very first sign, I'm using this round piece of plywood that my husband cut from scrap plywood. Now, if you don't have access to that, sometimes on Marketplace you can find these wood rounds, but if not, you can always use a pizza pan from the Dollar Tree. And I'm spray painting it in the trim clad flat white. So I've been kind of playing around with purchasing different designs, and Creative Fabrica actually reached out to me to see if I wanted to collaborate, and of course I said yes after I looked at their website. I hadn't heard of them before, but they have tons and tons of amazing graphics, and they have a subscription, and I've got an offer for you for the subscription for $1 for their all access subscription for a month. So if you want to give it a try and take a look at it, it's linked in my description below. They have tons and tons and tons of graphics. And fonts and designs and all sorts of things. It's pretty amazing. So check it out. And they do even have some freebies. So make sure you click that link below and check them out. So what I did was I used this Merry Christmas design, and I had an idea to use plaid for the bottom of my sign, and this was great because it was already made into a round design for a round sign. So what I did was I hid the plaid part, so I didn't cut that part out. I just cut out the Merry Christmas so that I could use that because I wanted to use my Dollar Tree fabric. You can totally use that plaid design and make it yourself. So I've seen lots of people do this like freehand, and this is already done for you, and your Cricut can do that for you. So it's really cool. And so I cut out the Merry Christmas. Now I accidentally ripped one of the R's, so I just went back and I used an Easy November font to just add in the R. It doesn't match up 100%, but it's pretty close. So then I weeded everything out. Now when I wanted to use black vinyl instead of, usually when I do these things I always like paint it in, but for this one I wanted to actually use the vinyl, and I had Cricut vinyl on hand, so I had used Cricut vinyl this time. Sometimes I use Dollar Tree and sometimes I use just like a whatever brand off of Amazon, but this time I used Cricut and it worked pretty well except for that R that I ripped off. And when you're transferring any kind of design, you make sure that you use transfer paper, or in my case, what I used was Dollar Tree shelf liner, just the clear one. And what I do is I kind of just put it on my shirt a little bit so it's not so sticky because I don't want it to rip the paint off or anything like that. And once you do that, then your design is ready to be applied anywhere. So I have this fabric from the Dollar Tree leftover from last year, and it's quite wrinkled. So I'm going to have to steam it. And I'm featuring another thing in this video. Normally I don't do so many things, but I just happened to get the steamer from High Life and they sent it over for me to try out. So I thought I'd try it out in this video. And I'm going to use it to steam this fabric because it had been at the bottom of my closet, like wrinkled up. I forgot that I even had it. I thought I had more pieces because I used it earlier this season, but I don't know what I did with that piece, but then I found this piece, but then I had to steam it. So anyway, all I'm doing is I'm measuring out how many squares I want at the top and how many I want at the bottom, making sure it's enough, and I'm just using a pencil to put kind of where I want to cut it, just so that way I have enough fabric, as I said. And I'll just show you how I use the steamer. It's a really cute little steamer and really easy to use and very light, which is great for people who have hurt themselves like me and need something light in their hands. If you're interested in checking out what the steamer is all about, I will have a link to the Amazon page below, so just check it out. And it's really easy to use, so you just fill up the water, make sure you fill it up to the max, not more. And I did a little bit less just so it wouldn't like bubble over too much. When you're using it, make sure you don't tilt it. I tilted it at first. I don't know why I tilted it and expected a different result, but make sure you don't tilt it. And the best way to do it is to kind of have it hanging off of something and like with a back. So what I did is I did it on my shower. I hung it off of a hanger and then it had the glass in the back so I could kind of properly steam it. If you're doing like a shirt or something like that, it'll be much easier because it'll be bigger and you don't need a back, but that's what I did here because I was steaming a little thing. So I'm pretty impressed. It's quite small and it did a really good job steaming this fabric, and I did both sides, so you can just kind of, I'll show you a little bit how wrinkled it was and how good of a job it did steaming everything. I was like I said, pretty impressed. If you are interested in checking this out, again, I'll have that link, and I do have a 15% off code, so if you just use that link, it will work for you, so that's kind of neat. And it's very inexpensive. It's under $30, so really affordable. If you're looking for a handheld steamer, this is a good option. So moving on, after I steam this, I'm going to be putting it onto my sign. But before I do that, I want to kind of measure out where I want this Merry Christmas, and then I'll wrap the fabric around after. So I've measured out the middle and then kind of where the middle is, and then how big my letters are, and then where I want to position the highest letter. So I just marked it off. This you'll have to kind of do on your own. It just depends on how big your round is. So what I did, even when actually I should go back to when I was creating the design. What I did was I measured out how big my circle was, and it was 15 inches. And that's the kind of circle that I made on Cricut. And the great thing with that design was because it was already made for a circle sign, you just had to make that circle the size of your sign. So really easy to do it that way. That's why sometimes it's nice to purchase these SVGs that are already created, because someone's done the work for you. Unless you're really good at graphics, it's sometimes it's like very time consuming, and then it's trial and error. And this was so easy. So again, I positioned it then in the where I wanted it to be on my wood round. So, and I kind of I eyeballed it to be kind of in the middle. So the words were, I believe, 4 inches. So I kind of did like 2 and 2. So this is kind of something that you'll have to do depending on how big you do everything and what design you wind up using. I will link this design in the description below if you decide to use it. And you know that my wood round is 15 inches, so you can take it from there. But anyway, so I put it on this wood round and then I put the fabric on. So I use that little mark that I made with a pencil as my guide to which squares I have to cut off, and I just use a fabric cutting tool. And then I do it for both sides, and then I fold it down one set of squares and hot glue it so that way it gives a more smooth looking edge. And then I just use a hand staple gun to staple the fabric to the back. And the reason I'm not hot gluing it is because it will be on my door, probably my outside door, or I might hang it up inside, but I want to have the option for both. And sometimes hot glue, with the changes in weather, it kind of doesn't last forever. So I thought if I reinforce it with the staples, it will stay for a good amount of time. And then the only thing I wind up hot gluing is a bow, and I'm okay if the bow falls off because I can always remake a bow. So I add the fabric to the top and bottom, and then I create a bow. I did not show you me creating the bow and actually even adding the fabric to the top because it's the same thing. You don't need to watch me do it twice. The video is going to be too long if we do that. But the bow, I just used Dollar Tree ribbon and I just made loops that I taught, like I twirled around each other, and then I hot glued the bow to the top of the sign. The reason I'm not showing you how I did the bow is because I stink at making bows. So it's not a fun tutorial to watch me do a bow. It never I feel like I just don't do you any favors by showing that to you. So I'll show you the finished bow. And then I just added these little sticks from the Dollar Tree just in there, and I kind of poke them through. And then I added a little bell. The bell is just, it's actually from like it's from our wedding, but you can still get these in the wedding section. And I just kind of put it in there, and I figured if I do wind up using it on the door, it'll ding every time you open it. And then I hot glue that, and then I'm going to add some jute rope to the back here so that way you can hang it, and I'll hot glue that as well, and then I'll reinforce it with a staple. So there you can see I've done that, and that's all there is to it. I think it's gorgeous. Let me know what you think. This is my favorite sign out of all three. I love it. For the second sign, I'm creating a candy cane lane sign, and I'm just using a scrap piece of cedar board from which is left over, no, not cedar board, I'm lying, pressure treated board, which is left over from a project in the backyard, and the piece is 24 inches long. And again, I've used another design from Creative Fabrica, which I'll link below as well. And I am weeding it right now. I'll speed through this, but same idea. This time I'm going to be painting in the letters, so I used, this is a shelf liner as well. No, this is a vinyl. This is a vinyl that I used. for my stencil. Again, you could use shelf liner. I really like this, and it was a big roll that I got off of Amazon 2 years ago almost now, and it's lasted me forever. So I'm weeding this out, and I will be painting it red for Candy Cane Lane. This sign will be going outside, so I will spray protect it as well. I won't show you that. You don't have to do that. I'm just going to use a clear spray for the outside because I want to hang it up. We have a row of candy canes going up to our front door, and then beside one of the row of candy canes, I have like a little post where I hang plants, and I'm would like to hang this on there. Now, I'm not going to show you which things I'm using for the hooks because that will be my husband's job to figure out. I create these things and he has to figure out how to hang them sometimes, especially when it's outside, because sometimes things have to be done differently. The inside I always do, but for the outside, that's his job. And I'm using this holiday red paint from the Dollar Tree. It's just an acrylic paint. And I'm going to be dabbing it with my little stenciling brush from the Dollar Tree. Once the sign is dry, I do a second coat, and this is what it looks like after 2 coats. And then I go ahead and I just dry brush a little bit of white. I thought about painting this white, but because it's going to be outside and it'll get snowed and rained on, I thought the paint might chip. So this way, if I just dry brush a little bit of white, it'll give that effect and that kind of aged look as it is with the wood, and the wood will gray on its own. So this should look okay. But I really like this. Is so cute. It's super, super cute. And my little guy was watching me do it and he was very excited that there were candy canes on here. He's all about the candy canes. And for the white, I'm just using the Deco Art chalk paint. So here's the finished piece. Let me know what you think. For the last sign, I'm using the bamboo cutting board from the Dollar Tree. And I am spray painting it with the Rust-Oleum Colonial Red spray paint. I also love these spray paints as well, but they're a little bit more pricier than the other one. And I spray paint it once, and then again I'm using another design from Creative Fabrica, and I've cut it out with my Cricut again on that stenciling vinyl. And I am just again using my shelf liner as transfer paper, and I'm going to dab it with some of that white Deco Art chalk paint. Now, I just want you to look at my table. My table is a mess because I'm also creating another video for Tuesday, so the stuff from that video is there. I start off with a really nice clean working space, and by the time I'm done my crafting, it looks like a disaster because I don't put it away right away because I'm using everything, and then 99% of the time I'm in a rush because the kids need me or something for work or dinner or whichever. I've gotten out of the habit. We have soccer now in the mornings on the weekends, so I'm kind of with one, either with one child at soccer or with the other child at home. So I'm not doing my crafting like I was in the summer, where I just kind of went and I did it in the morning or while they were sleeping. Now it's all kind of thrown off. So anyway, I'm dabbing using that stenciling brush again to apply the paint. Actually, sorry, for this one I'm not using my stenciling brush. I'm just using one of these little foam dabbers from the Dollar Tree. And I'm dabbing on the paint. And whenever you're doing these signs, I don't think I mentioned it in the other one, you want to kind of wipe off the excess paint so you're not caking on too much. You're better off doing 2 coats than putting too much paint on at once. So I did 2 coats of the white paint, and then I dry brushed white around this as well, and a little bit more on the edges, and then all over top. And I wanted it to kind of look like it was almost like sugary, powdered sugary, I guess, or whatever you want to say, and a little bit aged. I always like everything to be a little bit aged. So this is what I'm showing you right here. And I love the way this turned out. So here's the finished piece.
Today I'm going to be recreating some bells and creating some from scratch and recreating some for you. These are some simple bells that you can make, except for the ones that, not, I mean, anyone can make it if you have the tools, but here is just a little sneak peek into what kind of bells I've made and recreated. You can probably find some of these on Amazon or on Pottery Barn or Marshalls or Home Goods or anywhere that you like to shop for home decor, because they do for sure have ones that look similar to these, but I put a little twist on them for myself because this is what I'd like to do. And of course, as with everything, some of these materials, a lot of these materials are from the Dollar Tree. So let's get going. Okay, so this first set of bells is probably my favorite. What I'm doing is using these little tin containers from the Dollar Tree. They're part of those favor things that you can put in, like the little pails, and you can put favors in at weddings and baby showers. These are actually from my own wedding that were left over. We got married in 2009 here. I mean, we had 3 weddings, but the wedding in Canada was in 2009. So, yeah, that was a long time ago, and I've kept them for a long time, but they were pink. So what I did was I had painted them before silver for another project. It was actually for my DIY advent calendar, but I wound up buying some burlap sacks for that. So I am reusing them once again for these bells. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to use some of this gold, acrylic gold paint from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just going to dab it on with a makeup brush, just roughly all around. I'm not covering it. I just want it to kind of look a little bit dirty. So you just dab on, and I mean, because it is so shiny and so smooth, it does come off, but just dab it on and then leave it, and dab it on and leave it, and then it will stick. I also add some tan to that as well. And again, do the dab it on, leave, and then I spray the inside, and I'll show you that in the next clip, with a black spray paint, and it's just so that they're not pink anymore. And I purposely kind of did it after I put some of the gold on so that the black would splatter on the inside as well, so it just gives them a more vintage vibe, because the black paint will splatter a little bit. So again, then I go back, once everything is dry, I go back and I add a little bit of black, a little bit of tan, a little bit of gold, and a little bit of red acrylic paint onto my little mat there. And then I dab and paint and wipe off as much as I want to get my look that I'm looking for, which is kind of like a vintagey, old, rustic look. If you've watched my channel before, you know I love that kind of look, and I still love it. I've loved it for so many years, and I still love it. And even the other day I was looking at what I wanted to redo a dresser for my son, and he wanted blue and green, and I found some really neat ideas of it looking really vintage. I won't do that for his room, but I still always lean to that vintage rustic vibe. So anyway, dab on, dab off, wipe on, wipe off, until you get the desired look. Once you have achieved the look that you're going for, then you can let them dry and then you can drill a hole through them. Now, I was not allowed to drill a hole by myself. My husband did not trust me with certain tools and he was afraid that I would probably cut myself. I am pretty much an accident waiting to happen at all times. So he took over and he drilled some holes into these and then then I did the rest. Just make sure when you are drilling you put something like a piece of wood like I did here underneath so that way it doesn't go through your surface. Okay, and then I used some jute rope and I put that through and I kind of fiddled around with them so I would get the look that I was going for. So what I wound up doing is adding a little tape to the string, then adding a bead, tying it into a knot, like putting it through, tying it into a knot so the bead doesn't fall off. And then I also tied it into a knot at the top, and then I cut off a longer string, and then I attached another bell to a string, and I kind of strung them all. Hopefully it makes sense. I'm not going to speed this part up so that way you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to speed this next part up and zoom it out a little bit more, so hopefully you can get even a better idea of what I did. But I think up until now you probably got the idea of what exactly I did with these bells and how I completed them. And I forgot to mention the little beads I had from leftover from a thrift store that I bought them, but you can use any kind of beads or round things in there that you have. I just chose to use these because I had them. And then at the end, I just tied a bit of a longer string at the top so that, and then I made a little loop so that you could hang it wherever you'd like to. I haven't decided if they're going to go on my mantle, if they're going to go on my banister, or if I'm just going to have them hang on a door. I haven't decided yet. You will see here, I've hung them on a black door because I think they look gorgeous next to the black door, all finished. But again, I'm not sure if where exactly I will be keeping them yet. I'm not done my decorating, which I was hoping to be, but I wound up ordering some greens off of online, and hopefully I can get everything done this week because it's bothering me. So anyway, here they are all finished. I love, 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 love how they turned out. Let me know what you think, and if it's something that you might recreate. Now, I was originally going to use pots for these, like little mini pots, but I couldn't find them. I had them left over from summer, but I couldn't find them. So just to show you that you can use anything. You don't have to use these tin ones, but they do look cute. So on to this next DIY, which I have a love-hate relationship with. I had this idea in my head, and now looking back, I always seem to like to reflect on my DIYs. So looking back, I would have used jute rope instead of the burlap, but live and learn. So I'm starting off with these bells from the Dollar Tree that I had left over, actually probably from like about 2 years ago. I had an idea of something to do with them, but I never got around to it. And you can get them now, even I've seen them there now. So I'm just removing all of the greenery from them, and I will be revamping them to make them look even better. I don't really like the way they look right now. So to start off, I will be spray painting them. Sorry, I'm lying to you. I'm not going to be spray painting them. I'm going to be covering them with the burlap. As I said, I would have, maybe should have used jute rope, but that's okay. So I had these little burlap ribbons that I cut in half so that I could make these strings, and I just go kind of make like a weave pattern with them. The first one I just did a crisscross, and the second one I actually weaved them through. And I just used hot glue to glue these on. Now, because of the shape, you'll have to add a little bit extra and press down a little bit more. So make sure you're not like me and you're using something like one of the little finger covers for hot glue or whatever. So that way you don't burn yourself. And that's all there is to this part of it. So again, just weave as you need to. So once you're done weaving and hot gluing and everything is set and not hot to the touch anymore, then you can go ahead and spray paint these. So I spray painted these originally kind of like a bronzy browny color, and I thought I might leave them that way, but I didn't like the way that color looked. It was almost too shiny. So then I went ahead and I redid it again. Now, reflecting again, I probably would have painted the bells first in a more like a lighter color, and then put these guys, put the jute twine over top, and it would have looked a little bit better, I think. But I wanted it to, see, I wanted it to be thicker. That's why I went with this. But anyway, you'll see what it looks like. So here's the paint that I used. I just used this Rust-Oleum high heat paint, and This is what they turned out after I spray painted them. So there was just too much of like a poo brown. I don't know. I didn't like the way they look. So then I thought, okay, I'm going to kind of put a little bit of gold, put a little bit of black, and it'll look better. And I still wasn't happy with how it turned out. So then I went and I spray painted them black over top. And I didn't do like a full, super full coverage. I just I spray painted them, made sure everything was covered, but I didn't worry too much about whether like it was perfectly covered. I wanted some of the brown to peek out. So once the black dried out, I added more of these strips because I felt like the basket weaving was missing something. This is why I think the jute rope would have been nicer, and that was my first instinct, was to cover them in jute rope, but then I don't know, for whatever reason I decided to do this. I think I saw some inspiration somewhere, or I saw someone, I don't know, I in my head I felt like the thicker strips would be better, but now, like, reflecting on it, I think it would have been better with the jute rope. But I still think they turned out okay and they turned out cute, but it just was a little bit more work than I would have wanted it to be for this project. So again, I wasn't too concerned about covering it completely with the acrylic paint. Like, I wanted it to be covered, but I didn't mind some of the brown showing through because it gave them more of like a rustic look, or like a aged look. So once I did all of that, I attached them to just another piece of jute rope, and so that I could hang them. I'm not sure where they'll go. I may separate them, I may put them together, maybe they'll go on a tray. Like I said for my previous ones, I haven't quite decided what I'm putting where. But here they are, all finished. Again, I think they turned out okay. They do look quite cute. They look better than the gold ones for sure. You see some of the stuff showing through, the brown, the black, and all the different colors, which is kind of my style. So let me know what you think of these. They're not my favorite, but I think they still turned out okay. Okay, so for these last ones, I tried something completely different. I got myself a new toy. An expensive toy and probably an expensive hobby, but I still love it. So what I did was I created cowbells on Tinkercad to put on my 3D printer so that I could 3D print cowbells. I have never created any designs before, so of course I made a mistake. I should have made that hollow. It would have used a lot less material, and I should have made it a little bit taller. So what I did, these took a really long time because it was my very first print. So it took a long time to create. The top of the smaller one didn't turn out, and there was actually a third bell that for some reason didn't stick to the plate. Not sure why. So I just went with 2 bells because it took 3 hours for this to print. So I didn't want to attempt another bell. But what I did do is I reprinted just a ring for each one of these, which is kind of what I should have done in the first place, a ring with like a top. But anyway, I couldn't find exactly what I was looking for on any designs that were free or that I could use. So I thought I'd create my own, and I'm still happy that I did. I would love to get to a point where I could create a ton of designs and create all this stuff. So I created these to look like cowbells. You can obviously use even tins for this. If you have cans, like larger cans, you could use these for the cowbells for sure, and then just attach a top to something. Attach some sort of top. It could be just like even like one of those little clamps that you can buy at the hardware store. So for these guys, for the smaller one, because the top didn't print, I used the little handles from the pails from the first project, and I just put them together, hot glued them, and made them a little bit thicker. And then I also hot glued the other part of my bell. But before I did that, I painted this in an espresso brown. Again, I'm not super concerned about the brown fully covering this because I'm going to be adding layers of paint to it, just like I did with the first bells, to make it look a little bit more rustic, a little bit more antique, a little bit more old and aged and roughed up. So once the O printed, the little O rings that I created to make this a little bit longer, I wound up hot gluing everything together and adding just like a little layer of hot glue around too, just to give it a little bit more thickness. And then I painted everything again. Now the bottom I painted a black and brown, and what I did was I mixed it up to the top, and then I just took a paper towel and I just kind of blended it all together to give it that rustic look. So this is again the espresso and black acrylic paint that I'm using, and I'm painting the bottom and the inside of everything so that it's all covered. And as you can see, I hot glued the little metal pieces from the other project on top. Now with that, I hot glued them together, but I put them flat on, I think you can see it there, I think I did show it to you. I put them flat on my little mat, and then I added a thick layer of the hot glue. So actually the hot glue gives it a little bit more thickness too. And then I hot glue that to the top as well. Once I had the perfect blend of black and brown, I went back, I let it dry fully, and then I went back and I added a little bit of gold to it, just in little spots, just to make it look, again, so I wanted it to look like it was kind of like a goldy brassy color at one point, but then it rusted because of all the elements, and then it kind of looked old and aged and rustic. So I wound up doing that, like I said, once it all dried. And then I also, to the bottom, added one of those beads to each one of those. Now, those beads came in brown and black, so I just took 2 black beads. And what I did was I put some string in them. I hot glued it so that it would stay in. And then I hot glued it to the top so that it would stay. I could have drilled probably a hole into the thing and then strung it through, but it didn't need to do that. So I just hot glued it, because these aren't functional bells. They're just for decorative purposes. So I did that. I attached it to the bottom of each one of those, and again went back and added more color in some spots where I felt like it needed some more color, and let it dry. Then I attached a thicker rope to each of the bells and made a knot at the top, and then I attached the bells together, made a big knot, and then did a loop at the top so that I could again hang these bells up. And these ones I wanted to be like the first ones, where they kind of hang one on top of one on top of the other, instead of one beside the other. And if I feel up to it later on and I want to make a few more to add to this, I just attach it to the strings. But the jute rope that I used was significantly thicker than the one that I used for the other ones, just because these are a little bit bulkier. And that's all there is to it. I'll show you what they look like. I think they turned out really nice. I wasn't sure how they would turn out. I was really worried. I thought I might not even show them in the video, but I'm really happy with how they turned out. I'm glad I stuck with it, and I'm glad I added another layer to them so that they would be a little bit longer. All right, let me know what you think. Like I said, I'm really happy with how these guys turned out. They look great on that black, against that black, and I do think that they look like they're rusty and old, and they've been well used. So let me know what you think. I hope you enjoyed this video. I had a lot of fun making it. I was feeling a little bit uninspired with Christmas. I don't know why. I felt like I was 100% in for Halloween, and then Christmas came around and I want to, but I just felt a little bit inspired, but I feel like I've got my groove back. So hopefully you guys like this video and you give me a big thumbs up, leave me lots of comments, so that way I get even more inspiration. I'm starting off with a few of these Christmas trees. The first DIY that I'm making is a little snowflake made out of, actually a big snowflake made out of these trees. You will need 4 of them. I use the green ones for this one. And all I'm doing is attaching them together using some zip ties. I thought about keeping or removing the bottom parts of it, and you'll see I fidget around with it, and then I wind up removing some because they just fit better. And you basically make a
snowflake shape with them. So what I did was I put 2 on each side on the sides, and then 2 like top to bottom. You can use even a few more if you wanted to. I just wanted to use 4, but you can use a few more if you wanted to add a little bit more. But once you open these trees up, like once you flock them, then it does look like a little like a snowflake. So again, just play around with this. I used a combination of zip ties and hot glue just to help me hold them still for a second, and then I zip tied them all over, just making sure that they were nice and snug. You could use some rope too if you didn't want to use a zip tie, but I found zip ties to be the easiest to use. As you can see, I started off by zip tying the 2 sides together, and then I did the one top to the middle and then the bottom to the middle again, and then I zip tied everything all together like when it was done again. So once everything was zip tied together, then I went ahead and I flocked the Christmas trees, just opening them up and making them a little bit wider so they looked a little bit fuller. And then I went and I bought these little sprigs of Christmas, like that look like Christmas trees from the Dollar Tree, and I added them just around the middle part so that it would hide the zip ties and any part of the base of the Christmas tree, like the rod that was showing, just so it would hide all of that. And you don't actually have to do this. You can add as much or as little of that as you want, but I had them, so I added it, and I just think it makes the tree look a little bit fuller. You could even add them to the branches too to make them look a little bit fuller if the tree's looking not as full as you'd like it to be. So I used almost the whole pack, I think, and I think it turned out really great. So after I added and I was happy with the way it was looking, I used some of the spray snow that you can get either at Michael's, you can probably even get at the dollar store. I think I got this one at Michael's. I did see the same one at our Dollarama, which is kind of like a Dollar General for you guys because it's nothing is a dollar. Most things are over a dollar, and this was I think about $5 there, but it was significantly smaller than the Michaels one, and Michaels had a 40% off coupon, so I just got it at Michaels. And you just need to let that dry really well and spray as much or as little of it as you want. I'm going to show you what the bottle looks like that I used, and like I said, I believe this one was from Michaels. And you just spray little bits at a time. I didn't show myself spraying because I went outside to do it, but don't do it too heavy of an amount. You're better off to do 2 coats than to do a really thick amount at once. So again, I left it for 24 hours to dry, and then I added these little pine cones that I got. It was like a little bag from the Dollar Tree, and I just added them because they're nice and mini, and I added them sporadically to the snowflake, just wherever, because I thought it would just make it look a little bit more natural and more rustic. And I hot glued them, and you can, like I said, you can omit this part because if you just want it to look like a snowflake without the pine cones, you don't have to put them in. I just liked the way they looked, so I added them. And once that was done, I attached a little zip tie to the back of one of the trees so that I could hang it up on my door. So on a wreath hanger or whatever. And here's what it looks like all finished on my door. So I really like the way it turned out. I think it looks great. Let me know what you guys think and if you think you're going to recreate it. And you can even use it, you can add Christmas decor on it for Christmas, or you can make it more like a winter theme and have it for a winter decor. So on to the next one. So this next one is actually from a previous DIY where I used 2 of these Christmas trees, and I am reusing it in this video because I think it's one of my absolute favorite DIYs. It's a little gnome and you guys really liked it, so I am just adding it in this video so it can give you more ideas of what to do with these Christmas trees. Supplies, you're going to need 2 of these Christmas trees from the Dollar Tree, some black paint and some white paint. So I'm just using these acrylic paints. You could use chalk paint if you have it. You could use um, whatever paint you have on hand. Then this fur I might and might not use. These berries, maybe. And then this rag from the Dollar Tree, this dishcloth. And I have these Crocs there also from the Dollar Tree. They were my son's, I think, before he even really learned how to walk, or maybe he was just learning how to walk. I don't know. They're just little slippers we had for around the pool. They don't fit him anymore, so I'm going to be painting them black, and those will be the shoes for my gnome. So I only needed 1 coat of the black, and you don't have to, if you have boots or anything like that that you could use, you could do that. I just didn't have anything that I wanted to use for this that I thought I could use for this. I thought I had a pair of ceramic boots, like a little planter that looked like boots, but I must have seen it somewhere. I couldn't find it. Then maybe I don't have it. I must have seen it at someone's house and thought that that was really neat, but then I thought I had it, or maybe I thought I was going to buy it. I don't know. Sometimes I think I have things and I don't actually have them. So once they are painted and covered all the way through, you can set them off to dry, and you can start to make your little gnome. Now, whatever you decide to use for your feet, it doesn't matter, like I said. You'll just have to either connect it together somehow, if it's not together, and you're going to need some floral foam as well, which I forgot to show you at the beginning of the video. And the floral foam will be so that you can stick your tree in it, and then you stick it into the shoe itself. So for the tree, you're going to take the bottom part of it off, and I always keep all of the little things because I might be able to use them for something else. And then you just have to put the branches down. So normally the tree branches go up, and you want to have them go the opposite way. So you're just going to push them all down at the bottom and fluff them out as best as you can. And you're going to do this with both trees. So once you fluff out the second tree and have it the way you want it, you're going to join the 2 trees at the flat sides. What I mean by flat sides is you need one side on each tree to kind of be flatter so that you can join them and make a wider gnome like so. And then you're going to use the top part of your branch just to tie them together. And once they are joined together, you're going to again kind of fluff it out a little bit to make it look a little bit fuller. And your body for your gnome is pretty much done. You will want to put it in your floral foam so that way you can put the hat on and fluff it out even more so you can kind of see what it looks like standing up. So what I did here was I just took 2 pieces of floral foam that I think will fit into the shoe. Should have measured it before I painted it, so make sure you do that. And I'm just going to put the base of the tree onto those pieces of floral foam and stretch it out as much as I mean fluff out the tree as much as I need to make it like a fuller body of a gnome. Then you're going to take your dishcloth and you're going to fold it in half, and you're going to kind of cut out a moon shape. But first you're going to cut a little piece. So as you can see, I'm doing about 3 squares, and this will be for your mittens. So you're going to cut that piece out and put that off to the side, and then you're just going to shape your mittens. So what I'm doing is I'm making 2, I'll be making four pieces of this. So right now I'm getting 2, then I'm going to fold it in half, and I'm going to cut the piece right here, and then I'm going to cut out my mitten shapes once again, and then I'm going to hot glue these together. Now when you're hot gluing them, you want to make sure that you're hot gluing the inside of the mitten together. Now if your cloth is the same color on both sides, this doesn't really matter. If it only matters if it's not the same on both sides. And you're just kind of shaping the mittens without the thumb. You don't need to worry about the thumb. So you want to make sure that that dries, cools off and dries, like sets for a bit before you try to flip it over. So that's why I'm leaving it right now. And while you're waiting for that, you want to cut your hat. And again, I'm flipping it on the like inside out because that's how I'm going to be gluing it. And then I'm going to be turning it inside, like the right side in. So what I'm doing is just kind of cutting like a bit of a moon shape, I would say. You can do this however you want. So I'm just starting at the open corner and I'm going up to the closed corner and trying to keep as close as I can to the edge. My scissors need a good sharpening. I've been using them too much on things that I shouldn't be using them, so they're a little bit dull, but you get the idea. I've seen this done with a scarf too from the Dollar Tree, and so you could use that. It's really whatever fabric you have that you can use. I just happen to have this dishcloth, and I like the plaid right now, so I thought this would make a really cute hat for him. And so what you're going to do now is you're just going to glue the hat together. And don't worry about the edges not being super even because you won't be able to see it once you glue everything together and flip it inside out. While wait for this to set and cool, you can flip over your other mitten, and you want to do this gently so you don't rip it open, but your hot glue should stick fairly well together. And then once you flip it over, it's a nice cute little mitten shape. So then while the other mitten dries, you want to flip the hat over, and then you can either attach a jingle bell to the end, or you can just kind of tie it to make it like a little ball at the end. And so I do decide that I want to use that fur and add it to the bottom of the hat. So I just measured out how much I needed around, and I'm going to hot glue it to the very bottom because I want the hat to be a little bit longer. So also be careful with that whenever you're picking your material. Make sure that it's as long as you want it, depending on how long you want his hat to be. So I'm just going to go and, like I said, bring the fur around, and then I'll cut it to where I think I need to have it. And then that's about it. You just hot glue it, and then there's your little cute little hat. And see what I meant about even if the edges weren't even when I cut them, because I flipped it inside out, they look even now. So make sure you do that if you want to have nice, beautiful, even edges. So once you have your hat made, then all that's missing is to put the hat on the tree and to give him a little nose. So what I am doing for the nose is I'm using a Christmas ornament, and when you're putting his hat on, you want to make sure that the bottom is lower than the top. Sorry, the back of the hat is lower than the front of the hat, and so that way it hangs nice. So that's what I'm doing here, is just positioning it. And I'm just using a champagne colored ornament from the Dollar Tree. It came in one of those tubes for $1, and I'm only using one. And I'm putting lots and lots of hot glue on it so I can pop it in just under his hat. And you want to make sure that you find a little branch to glue it onto. And then you just hold it down so it sets a little bit for a few seconds, and his body is all ready to go. Now you just want to put him into your shoes or boots or whatever you did. And sorry, but before I go ahead and do that, I do wind up using that white paint. I thought maybe I would use the fur as his beard, but I decided that so a little bit of white paint to make him have kind of a white beard is a better way to go. So I just added a little bit of white paint to my plate here, and I'm just adding it onto his where his beard is, so just under his nose. And once you have the perfect amount of white and it dries off a little bit, you can go ahead and glue his mittens to where his arms would be. And so what I just try to do is I try to find a spot where both sides are kind of have a branch sticking out, so it's somewhat even. His shoes, I'm just connecting together with just some floral wire, and I was going to hot glue them, but I thought that might give out if I'm moving him, so I thought this was a better way to do it. And I'm just finding a hole, and I'm going to tie it together and nice and tight, and that should keep them from moving too much. And once this is nice and snug, then I go ahead and I put that floral foam into the shoes. I just wedge it in there, so I take it off of the from the tree and I just wedge it into the shoes, so that way I can put the Christmas tree on top without having to worry about dealing with the actual Christmas tree. And I made it a pretty tight fit, so make sure you do that as well, so this will prevent it from sliding out of the shoe. And so then all you do is just push the bottom of your tree into the floral foam. It doesn't matter if you get the same hole or not. And there he is, all finished. I just love him so much. I think he's such a cute little gnome, and it's so easy to make and inexpensive, and just adds a little bit of cute decor into your home. I know gnomes were a big thing a few years ago, but I still love the way they look in my decor, so I do add them quite a bit. So here's the next DIY with using the Christmas trees. So I'm just using one of these trees, again from the Dollar Tree. And I wish I had done this before I went ahead and I bought my swags, but it's okay. I can still use it somewhere. So again, this is going to be a swag, and I'm just going to remove the bottom part of the tree, and I'm going to flock it as best as I can, and as best as I mean, as much as I want it to be flocked, just so it looks a little bit fuller. And again, you could use two trees for this as well to make it a little bit fuller, a little bit thicker, or you could add those sprigs like I mentioned before. So once you're done flocking it, separating it, making it the way you want it to look, then you can start to decorate it. Now you can do this any way that you want. You can make this look more winter themed, you can make it look more Christmas themed, and that's what I love about this, because it can really be whatever you want it to be. So then what I'm doing is I got these little Christmas ornaments again from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to use two of them. I'm going to actually be painting them and making them look kind of rustic and darker and very like natural looking. So the paints that I'm going to be using, I thought I showed them better, but I guess I didn't, are brown, black, a little bit of metallic silver, and I wind up adding gold at the end on top of them. You'll see when I finish them off. But again, it's just a mixture of these colors that I add so that way it looks nice and rustic. This can obviously be whatever you guys want it to be. My one, and if you want the look that I'm getting, I just kind of added the colors on as I went to make it be as rustic as I wanted it to be. I did find that after I scraped off the glitter, which I had to do as well, you'll see me scraping it here with some sandpaper, I added a little bit of baking soda into my paint to make it a bit thicker so that it would look like it was more textured as well, the ornament itself, and then it hid whatever the indents it had from the glitter. Okay, so once everything is dry, then you can start to add it to your swag. And I started off with using this ribbon, which is just from the Dollar Tree. It's a burlap ribbon with Halloween sayings like joy, happy holidays, and whatever. So I'm just making a bow with this ribbon. Again, I've told you before, I'm not the best at making bows, so I'm just hot gluing everything on, and then I will be hot gluing the Christmas ornaments on there too to make a nice rustic looking swag. Now, when the Christmas ornaments are glued on, that's when I added just dry brushed some of the gold, again, just to make it look a little bit more aged and rustic and just the way I like it. Imperfectly perfect. Perfectly imperfect or imperfectly perfect, whichever. And before I added the ornaments, I also added more of those little pine cones from the Dollar Tree, again, just to give it a more natural and earthy look. And so here it is hanging on my door. I looped a little bit of the ribbon on top to make a little loop so I could hang it up. And I love the way it turned out. Let me know what you guys think. Off to the next one. So to start, I'm using this Dollar Tree Christmas tree. I love these trees. I've made gnomes with them. I've taken them apart and made different arrangements, but today I am actually making trees. So I'm starting with using this pipe cutting tool. And I am just cutting it down to the height that I need. So it just depends on the container that you're using. For me, I'm using a small little box from the Dollar Tree, which I'll show you in a few moments. And so for that, I'm just measuring to see how tall I need it and cutting accordingly. If you have a deeper box or if you don't mind some of the stems showing, you can definitely skip this step altogether. This tool is really cool. I was using it wrong, so my husband had to show me again. What you need to do is clamp it and then turn it around and not tighten it. I was tightening it and mushing the actual pipe. So it looks a lot more difficult than it actually is. So I wound up having him show me again, which I forgot. So you just tighten it and then you loop it around, which he wound up doing, so I didn't show you in the video, but this is a cool little tool if you wanted to use it. Then I am going to use the garland that they have at the Dollar Tree and I'm going to cut bit by bit and I'm going to add it to the tree to give it more fullness, and I'm just twisting it around the branches. If you need to, because of for whatever reason, you can reinforce it with some floral wire. I did not need to because the way I twisted them around, they should be fine to be in there. So I fluff it out first to see how much I need to add, and then I add branch by branch. I start with adding to the base and to the spots in between where you can kind of see the pole, the pipe. So I add them there. Can't see that. And then I just add to a few branches just to get it to be a little bit full. And I use wire cutters to cut the garland because the garland is made of wire on the inside. Now you have to be careful when you're cutting. Sometimes the little wire sticks out, so kind of twist it down if you can using your wire cutters, or try to sand it down, or however you can do it, just to cover it up just in case so you don't cut yourself. So I made 3 trees, and for the 3 trees I needed 1 and a little bit of the garland. So it goes quite a long way. Depends how much you add. Some of them I added more than to the others, and I really just eyeballed it. So there's no science. It just look at it, see how much you want it, how full you want it to be. Some people like the look of the Charlie Brown tree, where because that's what the Dollar Tree trees look like without adding anything. So if you like that look, there is, I've seen quite a bit of dupes for that because some places sell them like that. So it could be a very nice tree that way too. So it's just up to you what you want it to do. Now once I got fluffed it up, I went ahead and I spray painted it with this heirloom white spray paint. It could be any spray paint that you have. And then I went ahead and I flocked it with some snow spray. And I'll show you the finished piece. I didn't show you me doing this just because I was doing it outside. It was super windy and I did not want my camera to topple over. Now once you get everything dry, you want to spray it with a sealer. I used Mod Podge sealer, acrylic sealer, but you can use whatever sealer you prefer. Once, while that was drying, I went ahead and I did my boxes. So I used these little boxes from the Dollar Tree. I spray painted white in the brown, and I spray painted another one in black. You can use any color. You can even do it in acrylic. This is what I had on hand, and it was quick. Once they dried, I was trying to do the crackle method. So this is where you apply white glue, and then you let it dry a little bit, and then you apply your paint. Now, seeing the finished product, I would do a little bit more glue than I did to begin with, but it worked pretty well. I just didn't want to go and spend money on the crackle medium, which I'm sure works better than the white glue. And when you are applying the glue, you want to make sure that you're not going over top of the strokes that you're doing, and that you're just doing stroke by stroke and trying not to overlap as much as you can. It's kind of hard to do, but because you kind of want to overlap, or sometimes you don't. When as you're brushing, the end of the brush is not, it doesn't have as much glue as the beginning. So just try your best, and then once it dries a little bit, but it still has to be tacky, kind of like this, you want to apply your paint. And again, you don't want to go overlap on your paint either. So I did use the Rust-Oleum linen white chalk paint. For the top, again, you can use any color that you prefer. And I did glue the boxes together, one on top of the other. Sorry, not the boxes, the lid and the box together. So what I did was I flipped the lid so that the top was at the bottom, and I put the box on top, and I used some E6000 as well as hot glue to paint it. And I also used a staple gun just to reinforce it a little bit more. I did try to show you that. I have the footage. It's 4 minutes long. I can see it on my iMovies in my media, but I cannot get it to be in my clip. I'm not sure why, but it's just not wanting to go down. So it's self-explanatory. Then I went and I added some hot glue to the inside of the box so that I could hot glue my dry foam, which I also picked up at the Dollar Tree. And I'm just gluing that down so that it sticks and stays. And this is where the tree will go. I'll stick the tree into that. So I didn't use the base of the tree like it comes with. I just used the pipe where I stuck that into the fluorofoam. And here is the finished product. It turned out quite cute. You can see the crackle a little bit. You can see the flocking, and then one of the trees I added a burlap sack around the base just to give it a little bit of a different feel. I also added some deer moss to the inside of the little box just to cover up the floral foam. So here they are.
Okay, so this next one I'm going to be making another snowflakes, but this time I am using this little peace wreath sign. You can obviously use just a round one. It's just I happen to have this one on hand, so I'm using this one. And I'm going to be using the white Christmas trees this time. And again, I'm using 4 of them. And I'll just be making this a little bit different. So I'm going to be attaching them to the wreath form. Now you can do this as well. It might make it a little bit easier to attach them and shape them to the way that you want them to, but either or was fine for me. So again, I'm using zip ties, and I am, same process, going to do 2 at a time, one at a time that I attach, and then in the middle I'll kind of do 2 at a time, and then I'll show you what I do for the middle part. So once I attached them, I actually did use a little bit of hot glue just to keep them still while I tried to reattach them again in the middle with the zip tie. And so for the middle part, what I did was I had some Dollar Tree ribbon. It's a silver ribbon with some deer on it and some snowflakes. And I made a bow in the middle. And again, I'm not the best at making bows, so I won't do like a tutorial because it's a trial and error for me. But basically, I made little loops and I hot glued them to the bottom part. And then I found some little bald spots in the Christmas tree. And because I didn't have white sprigs like I did the green ones. Some of the pieces that were kind of very full on one side, I wound up cutting off and just putting where it needed to be put. And then I also added a little bit of white duct tape. Now, looking back, what I should have done is spray painted that wreath form white so that you couldn't see it, but live and learn. So I added some white duct tape so that you couldn't see the wreath form as much. And what maybe I should have done is also bought another tree and then just cut it apart to add it where it needed to be added, but that's okay. I'm happy with the way it turned out, but maybe that's something you might want to do for yours. So anyway, here's what it turned out like, all finished. And I also did add to the back a little zip tie so I could hang it up as well. So you don't have to do a zip tie, you could do rope or whatever you want, but I just did a zip tie so that I could hang it on my door. So let me know what you think of this one. I love the way it looks on the black. I'm not the biggest fan of the white Christmas trees. I have used them here and there in some DIYs, but I definitely like the green ones better. But if you love white decor, this might be a good idea for you. And just looking at it a little bit further, I think it does need one more extra tree just to give a little bit more shape to it. But let me know what you think and leave me a comment whether you like decorating with the white trees or not. So for the next one, again, I'm using the white Christmas tree, and I am making the same idea, the same bow, swag, oh my gosh, I couldn't remember, swag, that I did with the green one, but I'm adding a little different decor touches to it and just making it just a little bit different. And this is all to just give you ideas of what you could do, and you will put your spin on it too, and then, maybe share your ideas with someone else. So anyway, I'm just flocking the tree itself just so it looks a little bit fuller. And because the long part is kind of hanging down, I wind up just twisting it around a little bit so it doesn't hang off like it doesn't belong with the tree, because that's what I felt like it looked like. For this one, I'm adding these little poinsettias that I had from a flower that I had bought a while ago from the Dollar Tree. I think it was a part of a decor piece and I took it off and I just left it in my kind of miscellaneous pile of florals. And I'm adding that and an apple and some berries. Again, they are all from the Dollar Tree from leftover projects or from leftover sprigs of flowers that I had. I'm adding it, doing a little triangle at the top, and then I'll be adding a bow to it. And I'm using this checkered plaid ribbon again from the Dollar Tree to make a bow, and then you're going to see me kind of struggling to make a proper bow. But like I said, I'm not an expert, so I am just doing what looks nice and what I think will fit. And I'm tying it like I would tie like a shoelace, like into a bow, and then I kind of add a loop to each one, and I keep on adding, but it's not as beautiful as I would like it to be. So once you see it finished here, I did wind up moving though that apple and those poinsettias a little bit, and then I'll put them back on. I just found that they kind of were in the way of the bow. And once I cut it and have it be the way I want it to be, I wind up hot gluing the poinsettias and the apple back, and they kind of surround the bow at the top there. So again, here it is all finished, hanging on my door with the berries and the poinsettias and the bow. I think it's pretty cute. Again, you can hang it anywhere you want, and I think it turned out great. Let me know what you think. And then finally for this last one, again, I'm using the Dollar Tree Christmas tree, the white one, and all I did was I put it in this Santa planter, again from the Dollar Tree, into some floral foam, added a gold Christmas ball, and added one of these hats that was already made from the Dollar Tree, and that's all there is to it. He turned out super cute as well. I just didn't record myself making him because I was making him for a craft show, so I kind of missed doing the video of him. So to start off, I am recreating a wreath and making a cedar wreath is what I'm doing. And in order to make the cedar wreath, I'm using some sprigs that I got from Temu. And because these sprigs, they weren't super expensive, they were under, I think they were, I don't know, want to be like 30 cents a sprig. They are small and they come in a big pack, but you would need a lot of them to make this wreath look really full. So what I'm doing is I'm using a cheap wreath that I had left over from a previous project. I had picked them up from Michael's a few years back when they had like 80, like at the end of the season, they had like 80% off or something. So I think I picked up the wreath for like $3 or something like that. And it isn't the nicest wreath on its own, but it's nice and green. And then I'm going to put these sprigs on top. So it'll help with making this wreath look really full without having to use a lot of the cedar on its own. You definitely could, and it would probably look amazing if you did. However, you would spend quite a bit of money on just the cedar alone if you just used a wreath form. But if you wanted to, it would probably look nicer.
but I think it looks just as good using this. Now I have seen at the Dollar Tree they're a little bit smaller, but they have these boxwood wreaths. I think it was the Dollar Tree, not Dollarama, but I could be wrong. And they're just round and they're not quite as big, and they're not on a wreath form. They're just on kind of like a floral wire and wrapped around several times. And I've used them in my other videos. Maybe I'll link one up here just so you can kind of get an idea. And you could wrap these around those, and that would work too. Just if you didn't want to pick one up from Michael's because they're expensive, or if you couldn't find one that was inexpensive. But there's lots of ideas. You can probably pick one up at a thrift store too, or sometimes Facebook groups have, like we have a local one that's, it's called Garbage Me Not, and it's people who are trying to get rid of things but don't want to throw them out. And sometimes if you donate them to a thrift store, some of our thrift stores are really expensive, so people just want to give them away to other people so that they can use them, and it doesn't go to waste, and doesn't go to a for-profit organization too. So anyway, just some ideas. So anyway, I am making this. I actually got it from when I redid my kitchen, one of the kitchens had this beautiful hood with a beautiful little wreath, and a lot of my inspiration for my kitchen came from that hood. And so then I recreated this wreath based on that hood. So anyway, here it is. It just took me 3 years to create this wreath, but here it is. I love it because you can change it out for the season. So I'm going to use this for my winter, but then in the spring I'll use something else, and hopefully I'll keep it going all year long. Anyway, I hope you enjoy this. Super easy, super quick, and on to the next one. Today I am using this butane torch head, which I received from Sondico, and so far the packaging is really nice. It came in a nice bubble envelope, so it was very well protected. And then when you open it, you've got 2 torches, which I was surprised. So you've got 1 and 2 torches, and they come with these little nozzles to help you fill it up. It obviously doesn't come with the butane. And let's show you 3 nozzles, and then it also gives you some instructions on how to use it. So, and it gives you instructions on which butane to purchase and to use. So that was great. I just picked up a bottle from Canadian Tire of butane, and I used this one and it worked. Then the torches themselves are really nice. They're a nice color too. They have a locking mechanism, and they have a stronger and weaker. So I'll show you how that works. And then you can lock it so you don't actually have to hold it. And then that's the strongest setting. And then there, that's basically nothing. There's just like a little tiny flame there. Now I will be using this for some wood burning. Okay, and then you have to unlock it, and then it jumps out. Okay, and then the other one, same thing. I did go ahead and fill them up just so I could do a little review for you. And again, same thing. That's the farthest, and then if I let go and I don't lock it, that's what happens. And then again, you can see how the flame minimizes if you don't want to do too strong. So I will be using these to do some wood stenciling and wood burning stenciling. So I will show you how I use these and how they turn out. So far they look great. I will also have a video on my cooking channel where I will be using these for some creme brulee. Alrighty, so I'm going to put this off to the side, and I will begin my DIY. So as I mentioned in the previous clip, I will be doing some wood stenciling. So I kind of had 2 ideas. I was either going to use my art as stencils, or I was going to use my art to cover up the part that I didn't want wood burnt and have it be light. So I'll show you the first way. I did use my Cricut, but you can buy stencils at the Dollar Tree, and you can buy cutouts. Like you can even use window cling if you wanted to. It will probably burn though. But there's options for you to do different things. You could paint over it. Just, there's like different options that you could do if you are deciding to go the route of like if you don't have a Cricut, you can buy stencils definitely at the Dollar Tree or any dollar store, or you could cut out your own using vinyl, which you can pick up at the dollar store too. But anyway, I have a Cricut, so I'm using a Cricut, and I use this Merry Christmas one first. So what I'm doing is I'm putting it on to the piece of wood, and then I'm going to use some soldering paste, which I will be putting all over the piece of wood, including on top of the vinyl. The vinyl is going to protect the Merry Christmas wording, so that way once I do the wood burning, it'll cover the Merry Christmas and it will leave that part unburnt, and then the rest of the stuff will be burnt. You just have to be careful because obviously vinyl is not fireproof, so it will catch on fire a little bit. So just when you're doing it, make sure everything is well ventilated and you have something on hand in case it catches fire and all of that stuff. So just be very, very careful. But anyway, and also when you're applying the paste, make sure you apply paste all over it, including on top of the vinyl, because that will protect it a little bit too. And as you can see, I applied it with a brush and I applied it with a rag. I just kind of did it whatever way made it go on the best. And I used a little tile underneath so that I would protect my surface. And then I turned my torch on and I did it first with trying to push it. Then I did the button where it would hold it on its own. And then I just torched away, as you can see here. And it did a really good job. Then I adjusted my flame. I didn't want to do it too strong because it would burn too much. And then some I did more, some I did less. I think I should have done a little bit less than what I did because see, as you can see here, I burnt it a little too much. You know, I think with the wood burning, less is more, but you know, you do what you feel will give you the best results, and it's to your taste too. So once you get the look you're going for, then you need to remove your vinyl. And as you can see, I just kept on going and going and going. I don't know why I kept on going and thinking I needed more. Because even now, watching the clip, I can see that I didn't need as much. But the vinyl will stick quite well because you're kind of essentially caking it on there with the torch. So you want to let it cool off just a touch so you can actually hold it, you know, like touch it because it's hot. And I wound up using my scraper as well from Cricut to get the rest of the vinyl off, and that did a really good job as well. Then I also wanted to give this piece a little bit more to detail just to make it a little bit prettier. So what I did was I added a little bit of decor to it. So I just added little sprigs from the Dollar Tree. They come in a little pack and they are like Christmas tree branches, and I cut one in a few pieces and I attached 3 of the pieces to the top with some berries as well, and just hot glue them to the top just to give it a cute little look. Now if you're going to hang it on a tree, you could also attach a little jute rope to the top as well with some hot glue, or you could drill a hole through here as well, or even you could haul a whole bunch of hole as well because it's quite thin. And that's all there is to this one. I think it turned out really cute. Here it is all finished. So for this next one, I'm actually just using a wood slice that I got from a tree that was taken down in front of my house. I had my husband cut a bunch of these little slices from the branch. This one didn't work as well, and I think it's because this wood is still wet, kind of. I think it takes a really long time for the wood to dry. So it just didn't take as well as I would like it to, but I still tried. And I knew this from trying to work with it previously, but I wanted to show you guys what it would turn out like if you used wood that was kind of too fresh almost. But maybe you have a special unique way of doing it. But anyway, so I'm doing the same thing. I'm putting my vinyl on and I'm going to apply my soldering paste and wood burn it just so you can see that it does wood burn it a little bit differently and catch fire a little bit than it did the wood slice that I purchased from the Dollar Tree. It still burns it, but it just did it a little bit differently, and I think it took a little bit longer. And again, it caught a little bit of fire there, as you could see. But here's what this one turned out once I cleaned it up. So for this next one, I'm using this little mini cutting board from the Dollar Tree again. I actually got this in their craft section, so it's not in their kitchen section. And I am doing a made with love gingerbread sign. And again, I am actually, for this one, using it as a stencil rather than putting on the words and then putting the soldering paste over top of the words. So kind of doing the opposite of what I did with the Merry Christmas. So again, I'm using the transfer tape and putting everything on that way, and I'm going to be just putting my soldering paste into where the letters are, not all over the board. So again, doing everything the opposite of what I did in the first part of the project. When you are putting the stencil on, it's really important that you are sticking it on really well, that no parts are raised, and that you are applying the paste in every little groove. It's just like if you're painting with a stencil, you want to make sure that everything is stuck on there because the stuff will bleed and then your words or letters they won't look clear. So you want everything to look crisp and clear. So this is what we're doing. Hopefully it turns out, and then we're going to remove everything and hope for the best once we rip that stencil off and once we've applied the paste and torched it. So keep watching. So after I did the torching, I added a little bow to the top, and then I also added some different little pine cones that I just hot glued on there. They're just little leftover pieces from the Dollar Tree that I picked up last year, I think, or maybe this year at the very beginning of the season. They just come in like a little baggie of different pine cones, like on a little wire. And I also added some of those sprigs that I added to the other one. And so here it is all finished. I love the way it turned out. It's super cute, and I just think it will make a great little addition to my kitchen, especially if I decide to set up a little hot chocolate stand, or even if you have a three-tier tray, you could put this in a three-tier tray. Okay, so this next one, again, I did the opposite of what I did with the first gnome. I made it like a stencil, and I must say that it did turn out better.
So here it is all finished. Let me know what you think.
So I did another way that I wanted to show you is I used a stamp, well, two different stamps, and I put the soldering paste onto the stamps. Now I would do this with stamps that you are okay with possibly wrecking because these stamps kind of fell apart. Now these stamps were very, very old, so it's possible that they fell apart because they were old, but you put the soldering paste on them and then you stamp them onto the piece of wood, and then again you torch that part. But I just wanted to show you that there are options of doing this if you don't have a Cricut, for those of you who don't have one, because Cricuts are expensive. And so I did this on the back of the cutting board and also on the back of the Merry Christmas one. And then just over here, I wanted to show you what the soldering paste looked like. I should have done this at the beginning of the video, but I didn't. So here it is, what it looks like. If you're wondering what it is, it's just for plumbing. My husband had it, so this is what I used, so I didn't have to go out and buy anything. But here it is, just right over here, and I will try to freeze frame it for you so you can see better. Okay, and here they are finished. Let me know what you think of these. Okay, so for this one here, super easy again. What I'm doing is I am painting these Christmas ornaments. They are the Santa ornaments that are red and have the little black. And what I did is I just sanded them down to try and get the golden red off. And I am painting them gray and gold and brown, just to kind of trying to get a mix of different colors. And then I will, after they dry, I will texture them with a little bit of baking soda and just add that to it. And then I add a little bit of dry brush gold on top just to make them kind of look old and brass and aged. I absolutely love doing this with cheap dollar store Christmas balls because it is such an easy way to make them look more expensive, more high end, and for such an inexpensive price. Their ornaments are expensive, and you can, with just a little bit of acrylic paint and some elbow grease, you can make them look really expensive and high end, and you can get more bang for your buck. And then even if you just wanted to change out your decor, that's a great way to do it, and it's a great way to reuse even your old ornaments. If they're just, sometimes paint chips off of them, sometimes they just look tired. This is a great way to reduce, reuse, and recycle. So hope I did feature these on my other video. So if you've seen this, I apologize, but I wanted to use them in this one because in keeping with the theme of Dollar Tree, I thought this was a good one to use since most of the stuff here was from the Dollar Tree. All right, well, I hope you enjoyed everything. I hope you can recreate something and it's not too late for you. This was my last DIY video of the year for Christmas. I'm going to share some of my furniture makeovers with you in the coming weeks, and then I will start with my bedroom makeover in the new year, so you can see that. And I'm going to do some kind of household DIYs that I've been neglecting. I'll share those with you, and maybe some organization stuff. All right, thank you so much for watching, and there are new videos coming out. They're just not going to be Christmas themed, so I hope you can keep on watching because I am on a roll with being consistent. So thanks, and make sure you like and subscribe and all the fun things. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye. So as you can see, I dry brushed a little bit of gold onto these bells and I attached them to the swag using a hot glue gun just for some added rustic detail. And dry brushing is just where you apply a little bit of paint and then you brush it off on a paper towel or a paper and then you apply it to your piece of artwork or whatever. And here they are all finished. So
Ornament, you're going to need a pine cone, some green acrylic paint, as well as either a cork from a wine bottle or one of these little birch stumps that you can get at the Dollar Tree as well. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to paint this pine cone, but I didn't have the deep forest green, so I'm just mixing a little bit of black acrylic paint with that leaf green to give me a little bit of a darker green that I'm looking for. And then I'm going to paint this pine cone. And again, all these things you can easily find at the Dollar Tree, and they come in bigger packages, so you'll be spending about $2 on this DIY, but you will get more than one DIY out of it. So for about $2, you could get about 5 ornaments. And so all I'm doing is one ornament for you guys, but I'm painting it out green. You can see that the black added just a little bit of a deeper green than just the leaf green on its own, but you could totally just use the leaf green if that's what you wanted. So these are the wood stems that I was talking about. And once this pine cone paint dried, I just attached, hot glued the stem to the bottom of the pine cone. They're all slightly different sizes, so I just made sure that this one would stand on its own if I wanted it to stand on its own. And then I just attach a little bit of jute rope to the pine cone, but just a very tiny piece that was left over from a different project. You could also do floral wire if you had it, or you could hot glue even an ornament hanger if you wanted. And there you go. There's one ornament completed. Here it is with a little bit of the brown showing through. I think it's a very cute little Christmas tree ornament made out of a pine cone. The great thing about this, you could even make it for free if you have pine cones and little stems or wine like corks at home. It could be a free DIY. The second ornament is also a dollar store ornament, with the exception of this little ring from a mason jar. And that was just left over from my canning jars, and it's a little bit rusty, so I didn't want to use it on my cans. So I'm using it here. You don't have to use this. You could use any kind of ring form. It could be from just if you took some floral wire and you wrapped it around together. You could use that. You could even use pipe cleaners if you wanted. But I'm using this because usually everyone has this on hand or can easily find it. They're not very expensive, and you might be able to get them at the thrift store. To be honest with you, I never checked the thrift store at the Dollar Tree. I never actually checked in ours, and I know in the States you guys have a little bit more than we do here in Canada, so you guys may be able to get these. Let me know. So anyway, you're just taking this and one of those Dollar Tree trees, and you're cutting off the branches and just wrapping them around the canning lid. And that's about it. You could use garland if you picked it up. They didn't have any more garland when I was looking for it, so I bought this tree, and I've used it for several projects. And all you do is wrap it around. Very, very easy ornament. So once you finish wrapping it around and getting it to the fullness that you want, then you can go ahead and make it snow covered. And I'm just doing this by applying some chalked linen white paint. You could use acrylic. This is the paint I was using for a previous project, so I had it on hand, so that's what I'm using. I also, the last little stem I wrapped around, but I left a little bit at the top so I could attach an ornament hanger to it, and it looks kind of like a wreath hanger. And so I'm just making the whole wreath snow covered because I love that look. And then I'm adding some leftover berries from another project, and I'm hot gluing those to this little wreath. So you could end here and it would still look cute. You could add, there's those little garlands that you can get, like those mini garlands that you could get at the Dollar Tree, but I chose to use these little berries because I had them left over. So I'm just hot gluing them around the wreath so it looks like it's snow covered and berry covered. So another quick and inexpensive ornament that will look cute on any Christmas tree, especially if you're doing the farmhouse theme. So here it is, all finished in some pretty light, and I think it turned out gorgeous. Before I move on to my next ornament, so let's move on to the next DIY. So the next DIY, I'm using these beads, which I also got at the dollar store. I got some at the thrift store, some at the dollar store. And I am putting them on a skewer so that I can paint them in white. And I'm going to make little snowman ornaments from these. So I'm just using 3 for the head and the body. And using, again, my chalk linen white paint because I already had it opened and I had already used it for another bit of the project. So just painting them around. Then I wound up moving them to the edge so that I could paint them better, but it's just trial and error. You could put them on a string if you wanted to make it a bit easier and paint them on the string, or get a bit of a thicker skewer so that way it's a bit tighter inside so they don't twist around so much, but it wasn't too bad. And then you paint them and you let them dry so that way you can draw your snowman on them. So once they dried, I actually went and I just used my Cricut marker to draw on the eyes and the mouth, and to draw on a hat. And then I just used an orange marker to draw the little carrot nose. And then I put string through them and left a little loop at the top so that it could hang, and that's all there is to it. The string was thin enough that I could just put it through. I didn't have to do anything special for it. And here he is all finished. Now he looks like the paint didn't cover him all the way, but as you know, I always like to leave things a little bit rustic and a little bit dry brushed, so that's the approach I had here. I was going to paint him again, but I decided I liked the way he looked a little bit roughed up. So for my next DIY, I'm making a gnome, and if you've been following my channel this season, you know that I love gnomes. So this was another easy one. I just had this little piece of wood block. You could use your cell phone as well, but because I use my cell phone to record, I could not use it, so I used this little block. And I'm just wrapping string around it several times until I get kind of the thickness of my gnome that I want. So you'll see in a second. Can't tell you how many times I wrapped it around, but I just kept on wrapping around and around until, like I said, I got the thickness of my gnome, like the size of the gnome that I wanted. So here it is wrapped around several times. And then I just slowly removed it from the block and fluffed it over so that it would look nice, as so. And then I grabbed the top there and I wrapped the bottom string, a new piece of string that I got around and around the top of the gnome. So as you can see, if it kind of got a little bit mixed up there, you just want to make it so it's nice. And I kind of go from bottom to top and then back to bottom several times, again, just until I get the right thickness that I want. And then once I finish that, I just hot glue the end to the back of the gnome, and that's all there is to the actual string part, and then you do your little decorating. For the decorating, I just had a little pick left over from another piece of floral, and I just cut that off and glued it to the top of the gnome. I thought I might use this ribbon, but I decided not to. And then I took one of those berries that I had left over, the smaller pieces, and I attached it to the pick. And then I also attached a nose, which I dipped a little bit into paint and then kind of wiped it down so it was a little bit of a lighter color, more kind of like a skin tone pinkish color rather than a red. And then I hot glued it just underneath the hat part at the front so it looks like he's got a little bit of a nose. And there he is finished with the paint rubbed off a little bit, and I think he turned out really cute. Again, another simple, inexpensive ornament. And for my last ornament, I am using these wooden blocks. They're the tumbling tower blocks, and I'm painting them out in the chalked linen white. Now I only need to do the one coat of the white because the blocks are so light, so you only need to do one. Once they dry off, I'm going to be making a snowman, a Santa, a Christmas tree on a red block, and then a Ray Dunn inspired Mary. And this, I'm doing 4 different kinds just to show you kind of what you could do with these. You can kind of do anything, and they're cute little ornaments. So for this one, I'm just going to paint the top red for a hat for the snowman. And I'm going to speed all of this up because you don't need to. I mean, you might decide to do a different design on yours, but this is just to give you an idea of what I did. The other Jenga block, I'm painting partially red, leaving a little bit where the Santa's jacket is white, and then I'll be going over top of it with a paint marker as well to add, you know how Santa has the red with the white fur, so to add the fur part. For the Mary, I'm just using a Sharpie to write the word Mary. I was having a little bit of a hard time, so I'm not gonna show you me fumbling around with it, but I just freehand wrote Joy and Mary, but then I decided I only wanted Mary. And then I wound up painting this one block completely red. I do the other one where I paint the back red and the front is the Mary. I was gonna do another design on the back and have it be a double-sided one, but then I just decided if I just do one side red and one side white, that's enough. And then I use a Sharpie and an orange marker to draw on the snowman, as well as my paint pen to add some white dots. And that's all there is to it. You can freehand draw anything you want. It's really up to you. It's not, I didn't do anything like specific where I traced something. I just freehand drew what I thought would be a good snowman and just added some dots. And then at the bottom of the snowman, I added a bit of red paint too for his scarf. I thought I was just going to do a black scarf, but then I thought, well, the red should match his hat. And then the snowman as well, I did the paint pen and I added the fur using that paint pen. Put a black belt on him with a little bit of yellow chalk marker because I didn't have any yellow paint that was nice and vibrant. I did, but it's very watered down, must be too old, so it kind of doesn't look like paint anymore. And then the last little block that I did, I just hot glued a Christmas tree that actually came off of an ornament, one of those little red car ornaments that you could also get at the Dollar Tree, little red pickup truck ornament. And it fell off, but I kept it, and then I just stuck it onto here. And then on the back of each ornament, I hot glued a piece of string so that you could hang it. And that's all there is to these. Again, very simple, a little bit finicky, but very simple to do, very inexpensive. Basically cost around $1. And so here are the completed ornaments. I have not hung them up yet. I just have them displayed on my fireplace over here. And again, I think they're cute. I wanted the fur on the Santa to look like it was actual fur, so it's not quite evenly painted, but I wanted it to look fluffy. And here are all of them again together. So here are all 8 ornaments, all Dollar Tree. All very easy to do, all beautiful farmhouse rustic type of ornaments, exactly like I like for my decor. And if you're watching my channel, you probably like that too. Thank you so much for watching the 12 Days of Christmas DIYs. I will link the playlist if you haven't had a chance to watch it. Also, thank you so much for watching this video. Leave me a comment, let me know what you think.
So the first sign that I'm making is actually really, really simple. I am using this cutting board, so I'm just removing the wrapping from it. It is the white plastic cutting board from the Dollar Tree, and it is already white, so I don't need to paint it. If you can't find the white one, they do have red ones. You can paint it white. I've done it before, so you just want to put some Mod Podge underneath and then paint it over, because I tried painting it just without the Mod Podge, and it was a disaster. So you just have to play around with it, and maybe before you even put the Mod Podge, I would sand it down a little bit too. But anyway, I found the white one, so really easy. I'm just freehand writing a hot chocolate bar. Very easy. I was gonna use my Cricut, but it was just a little bit too fine. The chocolate, I'm doing like cursive writing, so I did not want to use my Cricut for that, because sometimes, because it's not a very big sign, sometimes the Cricut doesn't cut it as nice as I'd like it to. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the Cricut, but everything to do with me. Um, but I just preferred doing it this way. And I'm going to go over it with a Sharpie, and you'll see when I do that. Now I have a thicker Sharpie, and I think that's the better way to go, because I will be coloring it in as well. So I'm doing bubble letters for the hot, cursive for the chocolate, and then bubble letters for the bar. I didn't want them to be the same, and I wanted it to be on a slant, again, because I'm doing it freehand. I figured then you do it kind of imperfectly, and then it winds up looking like you did it on purpose. I am really sorry for the angle of this. I actually filmed 2 other DIYs for this video, but I couldn't use them because my angle was so bad that you couldn't see what I was doing. So I recorded like 20 minutes of stuff without you actually seeing what I'm doing. Kind of like right now, you can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just writing bar. I apologize. Sometimes that happens. I thought I could get my camera kind of in one spot and not ever have to move it, but because some of my projects are higher and lower, and then sometimes I forget to change how it is, and I think that you can see it and you can't. So I'm working on it. I'm not a professional, so things like this happen often. Then you can see I just freehand drew a little coffee mug with, steam coming out of it. And then I'm going to just put like little lines. And then at the bottom I drew a star. And then I decided to add this ribbon because I thought it would just add a little bit more to the sign. So the ribbon is from the Dollar Tree as well. And I'm just using a little piece of it. And like I said to you guys in my other videos, I'm not going to show you how I made the bow. I'm just going to, basically I just hot glued a bow together. So what I did was I just kind of cut 2 pieces and made little loops, hot glued them together, and that created my bow. Again, like I've said before, I'm not the best of bow makers, so I always kind of customize to make something that's pretty and not too difficult to make. And again, I apologize for the angle. So here it is displayed in my hot cocoa station. I think it turned out really cute. I put this little hot cocoa kitchen vignette together for my home channel. So if you wanted to see that video, I can link it right above here. And like I said, I think it turned out really cute. This DIY is just under $3. I used one of these trivets as a base for my sign, and then I'm using some fabric. This happened to be fabric that I had from an old shirt, so if you have an old plaid shirt, you can use that. And I also will be using this little red truck ornament. If you don't have an old shirt, the Dollar Tree does have a buffalo check fabric, so you could always use that, or you could even wrap it in paper if you have it. So I'm just using this old shirt, so I'm just measuring it by putting it over top and seeing where I want to have it line up, and then I will be hot gluing it to the trivet, and that is about it. I decide that that shirt doesn't work, so I use this other shirt. That one was a little bit bluer than I wanted it to be, and this one was a nice black and white, so I'm just going to measure out what I need, cut it out, hot glue it to the trivet, and um, hot glue the truck. So again, my angle is horrible, and I glue on this truck into the middle of the trivet, and then I decide that it needs a little bit more, and I am going to add some jute rope to the outer edges of the trivet, and again I just hot glue it. So after I add the jute rope, I then add a little piece on the back to hold the sign up if you wanted to hang it up somewhere, or even just like a little decorative piece. So here it is all finished. I love the way it turned out. I hope you liked it too. These are kind of looks for less that I found on Pottery Barn, and I recreated using mostly dollar store or Dollar Tree products. Today's theme are pillows, and I'm starting with a candy cane pillow. Now, I found this one, like I said, at Pottery Barn, and it is being sold for 84 American dollars. So I'm in Canada, so that's even quite a bit more in Canadian. And I thought I could recreate it, at least the look of it, with some Dollar Tree items. Now, I started off with a candy cane shaped wreath that I had from the Dollar Tree, and I just removed the bow from it, but I kept everything else on it because I thought it would kind of hide the metal part of it a little bit better and provide a little bit of cushioning. These are decorative pillows, so they wouldn't be pillows that you lay on. If you wanted this to be a pillow to lay on, you could just use this shape to cut out the material and then sew it on. I wanted to do a tutorial without sewing just because I find that a lot of people may not have a sewing machine or may not have sewing skills. My sewing skills aren't very good. I usually get quite frustrated when I try to do some sewing. So I thought this would be a better alternative. So what I did was I wrapped this around. Now I folded my tree skirt, which is what I'm using as my white material. You could also use which I will use in one of my other decorative pillows, the the rags that they have in the car section at the Dollar Tree. They're very soft and they're perfect for pillowcases. But for this one, I wanted to use the tree skirt covered kind of things that they have, tree blankets that they have at the Dollar Tree. And they're white and they're kind of like a felt material. So what I did was I folded it over because it's quite thin. So that way you wouldn't see the stuff showing through, and it would provide a little bit more cushion so you wouldn't know that it's actually a candy cane form in there. And so what I did was I
cut out my shape, I wrapped it around, and then I wrapped it around one more time, and I hot glued everything together. I added a little bit of pillow filling that I had from a pillow from the Dollar Tree that the cover was looking kind of rough, so I cut it open and I just used the stuffing on the inside. And I just gently stuffed this one just in the crevices and in between before I did the second layer of fabric. And it's just to provide a little bit of cushion so it does look more like a pillow rather than metal covered in fabric. So after I wrapped everything up twice and glued it and stuffed it, what I did was I wound up wrapping some, well, I was going to start with this red ribbon that you can see here around the candy cane so it looks like a candy cane, but I didn't like how inflexible the ribbon was, so it was kind of hard. So I switched over to some burlap. The burlap I bought at the Dollar Tree. I think it was Dollar Tree. It could have been Dollarama. Dollarama in Canada is kind of probably like your Dollar General. It's usually not many things are a buck. Like a dollar, they're usually $2 to $3. So I bought a roll of red ribbon a while back and I had some left over. So I wound up using that. I wound up hot gluing little strips. I just made sure that they went around the whole thing. And I found that was a little bit more flexible and a little bit more forgiving, and I just thought it looked a little bit better on the candy cane than this ribbon. So play around with what you want to use. I did go later on after I finished these projects. I went to the Dollar Tree just to see, because our Dollar Tree here sometimes has items from Halloween that are 50% off. So I wanted to pick some things up, but they were all gone. But I did notice that they had a lot of different shawls and scarves and socks that are like that fuzzy material that you could use on the candy cane too. So just kind of see what your Dollar Tree has and see what you can use. Or if you have something at home that you want to use, you could use felt too. Anyway, so this is what I did for this one. So I just kind of wrapped it like a candy cane in little strips. And it was super easy to make and very inexpensive. I mean, the cheese skirt was $1.50, and the strips, I mean, I only used a few, but let's say you had to get a whole new ribbon, so about $2, $1.50, $2. And the stuffing whatever. If you bought a pillow at the dollar store, then it would just be $1.50 too. So not a whole lot of money at all, and I think it looks cute. It's a very, very cute decorative pillow. Just adds a little pop of color and a pop of Christmas to your Christmas decor. So let me know if you think I nailed the look or if you think it was a complete flop. But for, under $5 versus $85, I think I did pretty good. So the next pillow that I recreated was this Joy pillow. Now, mine is slightly different. I didn't use a horizontal pillow. I used just a normal square pillow. I didn't use a rectangle pillow, but you could use any kind. I had this one that's kind of already Christmas on one side, so I thought I'd make it a double-sided pillow. This I picked up at the dollar store as well, and this was like super easy to make. So I had some leftover vintage ribbon and I had leftover fabrics, so I just used those to create my joy sign, to create my joy letters. You could use really anything you wanted to. The Dollar Tree has a ton of different ribbons and fabrics for Christmas, and even those shawls that I was talking about that they have like the thin kind of silky shawls that are all sorts of different patterns on them, so you could use any of those. Or if you had a Cricut, you could also use vinyl. They do have, I've seen at Dollar Tree, like a kind of like a plaid checkered vinyl, so you could use some of those. I don't know if they have a Christmas vinyl, but I'm sure you can pick some up somewhere. And like the HTV, or actually, yeah, if you wanted HTV, Dollar Tree doesn't have it. But if you had some left over, all sorts of different colors, you could use your Cricut to cut those ones out as well. I also used one of these elf feet, and because I like the color of the fabric on the legs, so I just cut that out and I used that as my Y. And because I have several of these feet, I bought them last year. I must have had an idea for a project, but then didn't get to it. So I just wound up using those. Hopefully I won't need it, and if I do, then it is okay. I have another one. And I just hot glued these to the pillow, made sure that they were the same size, cut them out by hand. You could use your Cricut for sure, but or any other device that you have, these were easy to do by hand. So I just did them, and I think they turned out really cute. And again, for the cost savings, like the pillow itself was quite expensive, just even for the pillowcase. So this is quite a bit of a savings, even if you were to get a rectangle pillow that wasn't from the dollar from Walmart or something. They're probably $5, $6. So still a significant savings to the Pottery Barn one, and I think I nailed the look. You let me know what you think, whether you think that I nailed this look or not, but I'm pretty confident that I did nail the look. So here's the finished look. Let me know what you think of this one. I really like this one. I think it turned out really cute, and that little pop of color with the joy looks fabulous. Again, let me know if you think I nailed it or if I am way out to lunch and it looks nothing like the original. So then for the very last pillow recreation, I was trying to recreate this snowman. This is a super cute pillow. Now, the way I recreated mine, definitely for less than $80, but I recreated it to be very much just a decorative pillow versus a snuggly pillow that you can kind of lay on because of the materials I used. Now, if you are skilled at sewing or able to find, even a pumpkin shaped or round pillow that you had or laying around or at the dollar store or anywhere else, you could recreate this still for less. But because I sometimes get frustrated with my sewing machine, I decided to show you a way to do it where you don't have to sew. So I start off by using these Dollar Tree rags that I talked about at the beginning of the video from the car section. They're very, very soft and kind of snuggly. And then I'm using a styrofoam pumpkin from the Dollar Tree and just a little ball from the Dollar Tree to make the shape of my snowman. So that way it's a little bit easier for me to shape it rather than trying to stuff, form the shape without having something to help me form it. And that's why I said it's not more of a pillow that you can lay on, because it's not as soft as the other pillows, but it's definitely a cute little decorative pillow. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of playing around with it, trying to see what would work best, because I do want to add some stuffing to it so it is a little bit softer, so it's not super hard. But so I'm trying to figure out a way that it's easier to do it um, without hot gluing first. And so I just kind of see how much stuffing I want to use around, and then I wrap my pumpkin in the rag to see how it would work, and then just kind of fidget around with it and hot glue it as I go to make it look as nice as and round as I can. So I did do the same thing with the smaller one. This one was a little bit easier. It's a little bit of a softer ball, so it was a little bit easier to kind of mold it to what I needed it to be. But again, I wrapped it up trying to see how it would make it look the cleanest and the best. Now, this one I was able to kind of wrap around twice. If you wanted to not use the stuffing, and you're using a something that was a color other than white, so like I used the orange, but because I put the stuffing in it, the orange didn't show through. But if you do have something that's a different color and you're not putting stuffing or double wrapping it, I suggest that you paint that thing white or the color of your rag if it's see-through. Just like, especially these ones, they are thicker but they're still kind of see-through, so if you are concerned about that, or you could even wrap it in something white beforehand and then wrap it in this. So just to give you a little pointer. Now, I wasn't too worried about the one side not being clean because they are being stacked one on top of the other. And what I did wind up doing as well is I put one of those barbecue skewers in the middle of it, from the bottom, so that would kind of hold the pieces together while the hot glue was sticking to it. It might even be a better idea now, kind of going back and having worked with it, is to maybe put the skewer in, like hot glue the two pieces into a snowman shape first, then put the skewer in and maybe even like use some E6000 and then let it sit for a little bit and then wrap it around. I was just afraid of doing that because I was afraid I would just rip it apart, because you see how much I'm fidgeting around with it. So kind of see what works for you and how you can make it. And it depends on what you're going to be doing with it. Mine's just going to be probably sitting on the fireplace, so it's not going to be thrown around or anything like that, so it'll be fine. But if you think that yours will be thrown around, so it might be a good idea to connect the two pieces somehow, more not permanently, but with something a little bit more substantial than hot glue. And I did add a nice little scarf around this guy. The scarf, I just used red ribbon. You could use, like I mentioned in the other parts of the video, you could use anything. Even the socks would work because they have some nice fuzzy Christmas socks. So you could use the socks, but I had this ribbon from other projects, so I just used the ribbon for his scarf, and I just wrapped it around, and I made a little bow, and then I also put a little bit of stuffing around his neck and kind of shoved it into the scarf, like just in behind the scarf. And then I went ahead and I made a hat, and I did his eyes and his nose, his mouth, and his buttons. Now, for the hat, I had these little styrofoam bells. So I used one of the bells which is going to be the top of my hat. And then I also used a lid from a jar. So you could be any kind of jar or any kind of circle thing that you have. You could even cut it out of cardboard. I just wanted to use my little lid. And I hot glued those two together, and then I wrapped this leftover black fabric around it. You could also spray paint it. You don't have to wrap the fabric around it. I just wanted to do it this way. And again, using lots of hot glue and to get the look that I wanted of the hat. So once I had everything wrapped and hot glued together, I just hot glued it to the top of the snowman, held it down a little bit so that it would stick. And then I thought about using foam, little foam for the eyes and the nose and the buttons. But then I remembered I had these little beads from the Dollar Tree that were already painted black, and they were different shapes, so I was able to use some bigger ones and some smaller ones. So again, you can use pretty much anything, where you could even use buttons if you have buttons. I just didn't have buttons. And what I also did was, because these beads had little holes for you to thread things through, I just filled it in with a little bit of hot glue, and then I wanted kind of taking off the excess that kind of bulged through. And I thought I would fill it in with Sharpie, but I didn't need to, just so that it would look even better. And so here he is, all finished, hanging out on my couch. Let me know if you think I nailed this one, if I got the look for less, or if it was a total flop. It really, I mean, I think I nailed it, but let me know what you think. So he is very cute too, and I have a little clip of all of them together. He was a lot more inexpensive than the one from Pottery Barn. So here they all are, all together as a little vignette on my couch. And again, I think they're all very, very cute. And I do think that I nailed the look. But anyway.
Going to be using this splatter screen and this little red truck from the Dollar Tree. I'm going to start off with muting those gold colors on that say Merry Christmas, because I did want to keep the Merry Christmas on there. So I'm just going to actually just color in over them with a black Sharpie. So it'll still have a little bit of that gold kind of coming through, but it won't be so shiny and so in your face. So I'm going to do that several times, because the Sharpie doesn't quite stick to the glitter on the first try. So I just do it, I think around 2 or 3 times I go over the letters. So once I do that, I go ahead and spray paint my splatter screen. Now I'm going to be using spray paint for this, and as well I'm going to be using some brown paint. It's brown chalk paint from Ornaments. It's the espresso. So I'm going to be using both. I'm going to spray paint the splatter screen gold, and then I will go over top of it, just dry brush it a little bit, and I'll show you how I do that with the brown, but just so you can see which paints I used. And while that's drying, I'll move on to the next step. So the next step is to paint over the little red truck in some of that brown from Art Minds. And I'm doing this just again to give it that kind of more rustic farmhousey look. So I'm just dry brushing brown over top of the truck. And this is when I'm going to also dry brush around the splatter screen. It's pretty much dry now. So lately when I've been dry brushing, I always like to kind of blend the paint in using a baby wipe. I just really love the way the paint looks once I do that. So I've been doing that a lot and I've been really happy with the result. So that's what I'm doing here, that you can see me kind of wiping it off. So I add, I wipe off, I add, I wipe off, and I do this until I get the color that I'm looking for, the texture or whatever I'm doing, until I get like what I'm looking for. So then I go ahead and see what I'm going to put in the back of this truck. I thought I might use these Christmas trees, but then I decided that I think I'm going to just use my Christmas evergreen picks that I got from the Dollar Tree. This is why I got them, because I knew I could use them in different projects. So I wanted it to look like there was some greenery in the back of the pickup truck. So I'm just going to cut out some of these branches and use them on the back of the truck, and I'm going to just be hot gluing them onto the truck itself. So after I get the truck all done, then I go ahead and I glue it to the splatter screen. I want it to look like the truck is going up a hill. So that's how I glue it on the splatter screen. And I also add these little beads that I got from the Dollar Tree. I add them around the splatter screen, so that way it just gives a little bit more detail to that splatter screen. And I wind up painting them in that espresso as well, but again, just kind of dry brushing over top of them, and that is it. So after I attached the beads, I didn't want the handle to be so obvious. I was too nervous to cut it off, and I also like the fact that it had a little hole to hang it, so I thought it would be great if I wanted to hang it on a wreath hanger. So what I did was I created a little bow. Now I am not someone who's good at making bows just yet. I will get there. Never used to make them. So I kind of just did my own thing with the bows. This isn't really a tutorial for bows, so that's why I'm not slowing it down. I just kind of made little loops from this really cute little red truck ribbon that I got at the Dollar Tree and this red ribbon, and then like I said, I made loops, and then I just attached little longer parts for it to look like it was a bow. But again, it wasn't. I mean, some of the creators that you can watch, they make fabulous bows and they have great tutorials, and they're better people to watch for these tutorials. Mine is just simple. So if you want to know like a simple way that you can put together a bow without actually creating a fabulous bow, this is the way you do it. Just create a bunch of loops and then attach some longer pieces so it looks like the ribbon part of the bow is hanging off, and then you'll have a bow. I think it turned out really cute. And I may do it again because it was easy and it didn't use a ton of ribbon, and it did the trick. And so I added this thinner ribbon as well, just to give it a bit more depth and dimension, and that's it. So after attaching all of the ribbon and dry brushing the little beads, so basically adding all of the final touches, I was happy with the finished product, and here is what it came out to. I am so happy with this cute little red truck DIY wreath. Super cute, super inexpensive, and really easy to make. Cost under $5, and even that's being generous because the ribbon I will have left over for other projects. So again, super cute, inexpensive, easy, and very farmhouse type of decor for Christmas. So my next DIY is a lot of fun as well.
really you only need a few things. You need this cane. Then you need this plaid tree skirt, all from the Dollar Tree. The cane is one of those wreath metal frames. And you're going to need some ribbon for your bow and some hot glue. Again, another really easy, and some scissors obviously, but again, another really easy DIY and very inexpensive. So before I start cutting, I want to start my cane, and I want it to start with the little white fur at the bottom, or at the top of the cane, actually at the top and bottom of the cane. And then I hot glue it there in place, and then I see where I can cut. So I'm using the least amount of material possible. I will make this small tree skirt last me the entire, like, it'll cover the entire cane, and that was my goal. I don't like to waste anything, so this was a great way of putting it together. And I just make sure that I'm gluing it right at the edge, like kind of overlapping over a little bit, so that it doesn't show if you're hanging it up, so it looks like it's wrapped all the way around, but in fact I'm not wrapping the back. Then I follow that same pattern all around the cane, where I cut what I need, then I glue what I need, and then I cut it again. So I'm not cutting before I glue a piece down, because I was afraid that I would cut and not have enough. So um, that's why I didn't cut like right away. And it worked out really, really well. So here I'm just showing you how I'm wrapping it around just a little bit, so it doesn't show, like I said, when you're hanging it up, so it looks like it's wrapped all the way around. I will play some music for you guys so you can enjoy, so that you guys can watch what I'm doing without listening to me talk. So one more quick thing, where you can see where I'm joining the fabrics together, I do a straight fold, so that way the seam isn't so visible, and it's right around the curve, so it looks like it was a part of the cane in the first place, but I will also be adding a bow there, so it won't be as visible. So I'm a little bit more generous with my fabric at the finish here, because I want to make sure that I'm covering everything, and I want to make sure that the little bottom part is attached to my fabric, so that way the fur is also at the bottom of the cane. So here's what I'm talking about. I'll just overlap everything here, and it'll be actually just a little bit past the bottom of the cane, the little fur, but that is okay, because I need it to be at the bottom. I wanted to have a nice little finish there. And then I wind up adding bows. Again, like I said in the other part, this will not be a bow tutorial, but I attempted to make a proper bow with this one, and I think I did a pretty good job.
So here's the bow that I made. Like I said, I didn't record myself making it because it took me a really long time to make it, and I don't think anyone would have wanted to see me fumble through that. So once I get better at these bows, I will do a tutorial, but I didn't think I had any business doing one since I'm still learning. So I'm deciding whether I'm going to add which of these little red trucks I'm going to add to my bow to complete my cane wreath. And I've decided I'm going to do with I'm going to add the bigger red truck that says Merry Christmas. And I'm just going to hot glue my bow to the cane. And then I will hot glue the little red truck, and that'll bring this DIY to an end. So here's the completed cane wreath, and again, I'm super happy with the way it turned out. I think it's very, very cute. It'll again be a beautiful addition to my decor, and super inexpensive. Again, I'm using that same ribbon that I used for the first DIY, and that ribbon is going a long way, and it looks super cute. So for my last DIY, I will be using another three grease splatter screens, as well as some floral wire, some white spray paint. And then you just need some sort of block. It could be a wood block, it could be anything, just for your base. This I had a scrap piece of wood, but I mean, if you didn't have a scrap piece of wood, you could use you could even use a book and hot glue it to a book, like a heavier book, because you can get books at the Dollar Tree for $1.25, and they're hardcover books. It's really anything that you can attach these splatter screens to. I just happen to have scrap pieces of wood at home, so that's what I used. What I do then is I bend these splatter screens um, down so that I can attach them to my piece of wood. And I do it with the two ones that I'm using for the base. The third one I'm using for the top, so you don't need to bend that one. And then as I'm doing this, I realized this little piece of wood is too small, so I wound up using a bigger piece of wood. So just keep that in mind. You want to make sure that your piece of wood is big enough, long enough, and wide enough, or whatever you're using, so that way you can either hot glue it. I wound up screwing these in because screws work better than hot glue in terms of keeping it sticking longer. So I wound up getting my husband to help me screw them down, so that way I could make sure that they stay there for good. And then I wind up spray painting them white. Before I spray paint, I want to make sure I attach all the splatter screens together and then screw them in as well. So I'm just attaching them. This is where your floral wire comes in. I'm just attaching them with the floral wire. The base screens first and then the top screen. I'm measuring to see whether they'll fit on my block. And then I'm also measuring to see whether I like the way that looks as a snowman. So this is kind of to your liking. This was my measurements were. So if you want to make one exactly like mine, I did 6 inches apart. So just so that you're aware, but that's how I did mine. So, but you can do yours however you'd like. Once I attach my screens, I quickly realize it won't work with my small block, so I go ahead and I just grab another piece of wood that I had. I believe this is from some sort of shelving or something that we had, or I don't even know. It was just a scrap piece of wood that I found in my husband's workshop, so I'm going to hold it down while he screws it down. As you can see, it's as wide as the snowman, and it'll actually even look better in the long run. So if you used one of those books from the Dollar Tree, the bigger hardcover books, it would hold it down, and you could glue it down as well. So really, just because I used a block of wood and you don't have one, you don't have to go out and buy a block of wood. You can just use something like that, and obviously not screw it in, just hot glue it together. And if you don't have white spray paint or the gold spray paint like in the previous project, you can always just use acrylic paint. I just found it to be easier with spray painting. I didn't record the spray painting because that's pretty self-explanatory. I've done lots of spray paint tutorials as well, so if you want to see that, you can see it on a different video. Just for the sake of time, I didn't want this video to be too long. Once that's done, I just go ahead and I have this little sock from the Dollar Tree. It was a pair of socks that I got. One sock I'll use for another DIY, and then this one I'll just use, I'll cut it down so that it makes one long piece, and then I cut it in the middle to make two pieces so I can make a nice little scarf for my snowman. And then I use some black cardstock from the Dollar Tree for his buttons, and then a piece of felt that I had, but you can get these at the Dollar Tree as well, in orange for his nose, and the black cardstock I use for his eyes as well as his mouth. You could do buttons. I just didn't have enough buttons, and I believe the Dollar Tree has buttons for sewing and stuff, so you could always use those, but this is what I chose to use. I also used that cardstock to make a top hat for the snowman. So one sheet gave me all of this. One black sheet gave me enough. It was enough for the hat, the nose, the mouth. The hat, the mouth, and the buttons. So I wound up adding some boxwood to the scarf as well as some tissue paper to the base of the snowman, and I painted around the base in white just because for some reason the paint didn't stick. You could use acrylic, I used chalk paint, and I attached the hat as well as some of the leftover red ribbon to the hat and another little piece of greenery to complete my snowman. Here is the finished snowman. I think he is super cute, fairly inexpensive to make, and super easy to make. If you enjoyed my DIYs, make sure you leave me a comment. So the first project, I'm creating a sled out of this palette. And I will be having my husband help me take it apart. So we're carefully, as careful as you can be because everything is nailed. We've taken it apart. So what we did is we cut it in half and we saved some of like lengthwise, and we saved some of the boards in the back and just left them there. And then these other ones we took out, and then I'm just placing them one on top of the other. And I also saved a piece of the long wood there. I've just placed it for just for me to see how I'm going to put this together. And then I'm just drilling screws into the sled so that way it stays nicely together and I'm not having to nail it. And in case I want to take it apart down the road, it's a little bit easier to remove screws than it is nails. And I'm having a hard time with the drill. I had actually taken a dull screw, which my husband came over because he was seeing that I was having a hard time, and he tried to do it and he couldn't do it. So he said, "Oh no, you took a dull screw." So anyway, live and learn. So, and then he put it back. So I kept on taking it. But anyway, once we got the screw situation figured out, it started working fine. I don't know how I'm very good at finding things that, like other people would try to look for it and they wouldn't be able to find it. But, that's the first screw that I took. It was kind of funny. So anyway, I screwed down the boards, and then I didn't even have to cut anything to size or anything like that. The only thing that was cut was the palette was cut in half so that I could keep those back boards so that I could easily screw on these ones. And then just the little piece of wood that you'll see kind of where you attach the rope to the sled, that piece was also cut to size. But other than that, very minimal cutting, which was great. I used pretty much all of the half of the pallet board, and I'm using the other half. I'll be doing like a little wheelbarrow, and that'll be kind of my summer fall decoration. Sorry, I almost misled you. There was a little bit more of a cut because I decided I wanted the sled to have like a round curve. So my husband wound up cutting just the top boards of the pallet. Once they've been screwed in, he just cut them just so they would be kind of like in a circle, like a curved curved shape. You absolutely do not have to do this. I chose to do this because this is the look I wanted on my sled, but I've seen these made where they were just square at the top and they look just as good, but this is the look that I wanted. So then what I'm doing here is I'm going to screw in this belt. This belt is an old belt that had ripped, so I thought it would be perfect for this sled, especially since I'll be keeping it outside. So I didn't want to hot glue this because the hot glue won't withhold the freezing cold temperatures. So you just screw it in, and you're going to try to find a spot to screw it in so that way you actually have a firm hold. My husband likes to kind of hover around when I'm using any kind of power tools because I am very accident prone, so he always likes to make sure I'm okay. It's very cute. Once you have your rope or belt or whatever you decide to add on there screwed in or tied on, then what you want to do is you paint it if you want to paint it. You don't have to. I mean, even looking at the video now, I really didn't have to paint it, but I decided I wanted, because some of the boards had a little bit of blue, some of them had a little bit of white. I decided I did want to paint them a little bit, so I'm just using my espresso from Art Minds. It's from Michael's. It's like a little can that I got at 50% off. And I'm just lightly going over the really light parts and the blue parts. And then what I'm going to do is just apply a little bit of dark and light wax. And that's about it. I'm kind of just dry brushing. I like the imperfection of the wood, but I didn't want so much white and blue showing through. So that's all I'm doing. So once you get the look that you're going for, like I said, if you don't want to paint it, you don't have to, but I just wanted painting it and waxing it a little bit, and then I'm going to make it Christmassy. Now, what I love about this sled is that I don't have to have it Christmassy. I could have it out all winter and just leave it as is and not have the Christmas type of decorations, maybe just have some greens in there. So I'm really excited about this sled. I will have to go and do a Home Depot run because I need something to seal this wood so it's protected from the elements. So I'm limiting how much I'm going to the stores. So I'm going to need some dark wax, some antique wax, and some sealers. So I'm going to run to Home Depot probably this weekend and get all these things. I'm trying the Rust-Oleum antique wax this time around, so I'll let you guys know in my future videos what I think of that. But you do want to seal this because it is going to be sitting outside. So I mean, if you want to keep it for a few years, why not seal it and have it be protected? So the wax I'm just adding to mute the brown and to kind of just to give it a lot of depth. I always like to kind of mix colors and waxes to make things even more rustic looking than they are. You did see me at the beginning of this clip just paint that belt, and that belt I painted with a little bit of red paint, but with the brown still being on my brush, so I used the same brush. And that just so it wasn't, because I didn't really like the color of the belt. For the final touches of the sled, I'm just attaching these picks that I had left over from actually last year. I had bought them for some outdoor arrangements and I never wound up using them, so I'm going to use them on this sled. They're from the Dollar Tree, so I think I used about 3 or 4 picks here, so under $4 or $4 at the max. And I'm using zip ties to attach them because zip ties are plastic and they'll withhold the elements. Like I said, I didn't want to use hot glue because it won't withhold. And I had a little piece of burlap left over, so I just tied a bow to it, and that's it. No spectacular bow, I just did it like you would a shoelace. And here's a completed sled on my porch. I absolutely love the way this turned out. It is so rustic looking and so cute. So these are the bells that I had picked up at the thrift store. They were about 50 cents for all 4 of them, or sorry, for 2 of them. So about $1 for all 4. I have seen them at Dollarama, so if you're from Canada, that's our dollar store, but it's $1 and more, so I think they were about $3 for a set. or for one, I can't remember, but they were quite expensive because they're larger. So, but I saw them and I thought, great, if I color them, paint them, they will look awesome. So what I want to achieve with these is kind of like a galvanized look, but a little bit darker. So what I'm doing is first I'm going to paint them with my Rust-Oleum Country Gray. And I'm just going to paint over them so they're not so shiny because they're really glittery. And I obviously can't, I mean, maybe I could have sanded off the glitter, but that was a lot of work that I didn't want to do. So I'm just going to paint them here with the Country Gray and let them dry. So here's what they look like all painted and dried. I only did one coat of them. I just made sure that I covered them really nicely, and the silver ones were easier to do. I didn't even have to do such a heavy coat on them because they were already silver, so the gray covered it quite nicely. The red I had to do, I just take my time a little bit more because with the little holes in between, the red was coming through, but I still only just did one coat for both. So then after I did that, I brought them outside to where I'm going to be hanging them, and I'm going over top of them with some silver. So this is a silver metallic and blue and black acrylic paint. And all of those paints I'm going to be putting in a little bowl and using my dabber to just paint over top of or dab over top of the bells to create like a little galvanized effect. So initially I don't mix the colors together, but what I do is I put them all in the same bowl and they eventually wind up mixing together. And I just dab so I get that look that I'm going for. So sometimes I have to go back and put a little bit more blue, and then I notice there's too blue, and then I put a little bit more black. It's just whatever you want it to look like. So that's what I did here. I just kind of went over top. I always start with the blue and the lighter colors first, and then I just do the top coat so that way it the darker coat so that way it kind of blends in the blue colors. And you just want to blend it all together is kind of essentially what you're going for. So after I do that, I do it several times over each bell. Some bells I have to do less, some more, just depending on how I mix the colors. And I'm not too concerned about them being identical because if you're looking at aged galvanized buckets or bells, they're never quite identical because they age a little bit different. So I obviously do this for all 4 bells, and like I said, I'll put them side by side. If one is like really, really light and the other one is really dark, then I'll fix them depending on whether I like the darker or the lighter better. But you don't need to worry, like I said, too much about them being identical, just that they're similar enough so that way they look like the same bell, but just age differently. So what look I got here was kind of like a galvanized black stainless steel type of look mixture together. So still a little bit shiny, but more like on the darker side, which is beautiful. And so just with this last clip, I wanted to show you what I mean by one looking a little bit darker and one a little bit lighter to then do what you wanted to do to achieve the look so that they're more similar. So here's a lighter version of it and a darker version of it. So it really depends on what your preference is. I decided I wanted to go darker. So there they are. They're still very similar, just one's a little bit darker. But here they are all hung up. I tied them with a zip tie to my swag. I have them on either side of my garage. So here's the other side, and I just took this picture during the day, so you get a look of both styles. So for my third project, I'm making over this milk can. Although it was really cute, I did think that it needed a little bit of TLC. It was $5 from my local thrift store. This one I just got recently. And I'm going to be removing this fall stuff. So I'm pretty sure somebody had it for their fall decor and then got rid of it right away. This gave me a little bit of trouble, so I'm not going to show the whole process. So what I did was I just pulled out these flowers with my wire cutters. Well, I was going to cut them out, and then I realized that if I get a good grip on them, I could just pull them out. And then it's the styrofoam inside that gave me a really hard time. Either this was DIY'd. I don't think that this was purchased this way. I'm not sure, but it was really, really glued well in there, the styrofoam. So I picked it out. I used an X-Acto knife. I broke an X-Acto knife. I cut it out until I could get it so I could pull it out. I had to cut around the edges to get that glue part off, and then it was really big inside, so I couldn't pull it out, so I had to cut it in pieces. So maybe it was factory made. I'm not sure, but gave me a bit of a hard time, so I didn't record the whole process. I made a big mess, so you guys didn't need to watch that. But if you do have something like that, you just need to cut around it and just pick at it until you get it out. That was my strategy. If you guys have better strategies, you can by all means let me know in the comments below. Although I didn't mind this green look of this can, I did want to update it a little bit, but make it look more aged. It had some dings in it, which is great, but the dings were just showing some sort of shiny stuff through, so it wasn't like they were it kind of made it look cheap. So this is not an original milk can. It must have been something that was bought at like a Marshall's or something. So anyway, I am making it look galvanized, but again, I'm going a little bit darker than I did. If you've seen my other galvanized projects that I've done, I can link one video up here, in here. I've done them kind of more silvery, whereas this one I did more of a dark color. I'm really happy with the way it turned out. So again, I'm mixing some white paint, some black paint. With this one, I am also adding some cashmere paint. So it's like a light brown paint, because I didn't want to cover the stuff underneath completely. I did want it coming through because I did like that coppery greenish effect. So you'll see what I mean. I also wind up adding, I have some gilding copper that I got at Michael's. This little bottle has, if you've watched my videos that I've been posting since March, I've used it quite a bit in my videos and I still have lots left. So you'll see what I mean. And it's just like the bells where I'm mixing the silver, so I'm adding cashmere. So silver, black, cashmere, blue, and I'm adding white as well to this one. So same idea, I'm just dabbing it on and mixing them as I go. So you can see here I've applied the gilding copper, and what I did was I just put a little bit on a toothpick and I just put it in different spots, and then I'm just using a brush to blend everything in. And you can see from the side of the vase I have some of the blue showing through. I have it's black, silver, green, all sorts of colors are in there. And then I'm toning it down a little bit. If I'm thinking that the gilding copper was too much, I tone it down, then I add a little bit more. And again, it's whatever you kind of want it to look like. Once I got the look I wanted, I decided, and this took me a while, but I decided I wanted to make this a Christmas vase. So I have these window decals from the Dollar Tree, and I'm just adding farm fresh Christmas trees and the little red pickup truck, or the little red car. And I figured if I do want to make this into not a Christmas vase, I could just turn it around and put it against a wall, or I can always take that off and then repaint it. But I think I'm going to leave it, and then if I want to use it in the fall or something, I'll just turn it around or wrap it in burlap or something. So I'm using Mod Podge to attach these. I just first want to position them to where kind of I want them on the vase. I'm putting them kind of in the middle between the two handles, and I put Mod Podge underneath and over top. So you'll see how I style the vase. I'm just using artificial picks, but You can put fresh things in here if you wanted to. I would not put it straight into the milk can because it's metal and it'll probably leak. If you wanted to do that, you could put some, like a bag inside and then do it like that. Or you could just put like a glass vase in there with your fresh greens and then put the whole vase in. And that'll prevent rusting and all of that stuff. So here it is finished. I am so happy with the way it turned out. I hope you really like it too. I can't tell you how happy I am with this vase. The paint is exactly what I wanted it to be. It gave me that little bit aged but freshened up. I love it. These picks I got from Michael's. If you watched, I did a video a little while back saying that I couldn't remember where I put these. I finally found them when I was looking for something else, as usual, and they were in the completely the wrong bin, and I swear I looked in that bin. But anyway, here they are. They're from Michael's. I got them at like a 90% off thing last year after the holidays. So you can see the little copper coming through, the farm fresh Christmas trees, and by putting the Mod Podge over top, I kind of toned down the shininess too. So I love it. Let me know which one of these is your favorite. I actually can't pick. I really love all of them. For today's video, I'm going to be making a joy sign using these Dollar Tree frames and some jute rope. So today's project is fairly easy to do and it shouldn't take you too long. So what we're doing today is I'm going to be creating the word joy using my jute rope, and I'm going to be gluing little pieces of the jute rope together to create the J, the O, and the Y, and then I'll just be hot gluing it to the frames and then adding some embellishments. Very easy to do, very inexpensive. The project cost me a total of, well, $3.75 for the frames because I'm in Canada, so each frame was $1.25 from the Dollar Tree. And then I had jute rope left over, so it didn't cost me anything, but I mean, jute rope is another $1.25. So basically around $5 for the entire project. There's so little embellishments that you could just use anything you kind of have around your house, and if you don't, then add another $1 for that. I'm not gonna bother talking through the whole video, through the whole process, but you can see what I'm doing, just adding jute rope and just gluing them together. If you wanted this to be a little bit easier, you could cut out with a piece of cardboard and glue these on there. I'm just using 2 pieces or 3 pieces depending on the letter. So for this one I used 3 pieces, and for the O I used 3 pieces, for the Y I used 2, and then I just added a little bit at the top. But again, fairly easy to do. So once you have your letters glued down, then you want to do your embellishments. So what I chose to do was I had these berries. It was a pack of berries that I got at the Dollar Tree. And what I'm doing is I'm just painting them white, and I'm only using about 6 berries. So you could cut these off if you had them, if you had like a little Christmas pick, and it would, like I said, it would cost you even more because then you could just do for $1.25. You could do your greenery and everything else. But I had these, so I wanted to use them up. So I'm gluing this down, and originally I thought I would just put it on the little clip here for the letters, And then once I put it down and I looked at it, I decided I didn't like the way it looked, so I changed the position of them and I added some greenery. So here's the finished project. I really like the way it turned out. It'll go great either on my fireplace or in one of my tiered trays. Um, I'm really happy with the way this one turned out, and like I said, it was really easy to do and anyone can do it. For my second DIY, I am using this pumpkin from the Dollar Tree. It is something that I bought when like during Halloween, and it just reminded me of a Santa or a gnome, so I thought this would be great for a Christmas craft, and I was really excited to have found it. I'm sure you could find a Santa in this exact shape too if you wanted to, but I found this, so I bought it right away. So the first step for this project is that I have to remove all of the pipe cleaner off of here, and I'm not cutting it all up. I'm actually going to keep all of that pipe cleaner because I may use it for Halloween next year. And this is another easy project. All the things that you need are basically a mop, some fabric for the hat, and something for the nose, whatever you can find. So what I'm using is I am using a tree skirt that I bought at Dollar Tree for his hat, a Dollar Tree mop for his beard, and one of those styrofoam balls that you can get in a pack at Dollar Tree as well. So again, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So the mop, the hat, the nose, and the body. So $4 basically for this one. $5 if you live in Canada, because $1.25, like I said before. Again, and another easy one. This one is a little bit more time consuming because you have to glue the beard, but again, another easy project to do. So what you see me do here is I'm just mopping. I'm just hot gluing the bits of the mop to the gnome. Now, these are already taken off of the mop part. I will link my other gnome videos to the top here, and you can see this is all from one mop head. So I've made, this is now gnome number 3, and I still have bits left over for more if I wanted to. So that mop goes a long way, and you just cut the strings to the length that you want them, and then you glue them one by one to your frame. Once you actually glue all of your pieces down, then what you're going to want to do to make the beard look fluffier and fuller, you're going to want to unravel each one of the mop strings. So you want to make sure when you're gluing it, you're only gluing it at the top, not at the bottom as well. They have to be loose at the bottom. So that way you can unravel them and make the beard look fuller and a little bit kind of like curly, almost like a Santa or a gnome. So it's like, you've seen gnomes before, so it looks that way. Now you could totally add arms or feet to this gnome. I didn't, but you could. And how you unravel these, so they're just like, it's quite easy. You just kind of start separating them. Don't do it too much, because if you start separating them all the way, it'll separate all the way to the top, and then you're not going to have anything left. So then for the hat, I just wrapped the tree skirt around to see how much material I would need. And again, if you've seen me do DIYs before, I don't like to waste things. So I try to be really careful to use the least amount of material that I can. So I cut the material down, and then I did actually, I forgot to mention at the beginning of the video, I used a little bit um, of the fake snow that you can buy that kind of pulls apart, a little bit like a cotton ball for the top of his hat. You could also use cotton balls. I just didn't have any. And here's the finished piece. I think he turned out really cute. Like I said, you could add arms and legs. I chose not to for this guy, and he'll look great again in another tray or as a piece of decor. You could even hang him up on a wall, wherever you'd like. He will fit. He's quite big, but not too huge. So that's it for that one. Another quick and easy DIY. For my last DIY, I'm recreating these coasters that I bought at the Dollar Tree. Although they're cute, they're not really my style and what I want to do. So I'm just going to paint them white. I'm going to do a double coat of white on these because I want them fully covered. And what I'm using is the Rust-Oleum Chalked Linen White paint. And once I get that full coverage, again, this is another super easy DIY. You could also use acrylic paint if you didn't want to use the chalked paint. I just chose to use that because I like the matte finish of this paint. If you wanted the acrylic, you could also sand it down a little bit to make it a little bit less shiny, but very, very finely sand. So originally I was going to do a design on these, but then I decided that I wanted them to be kind of a Ray Dunn theme. So I'm just going to be doing some writing on them, and that's it for these. If you wanted to, so I'm not sure if I'm going to use them as coasters or if I'm going to use them as little things for my tiered trays, like little signs. If you did want to use them for coasters, you want to put kind of some sort of waterproofing. So I always recommend like a varnish over top, or some sort of waterproof sealant that you find at Home Depot. I read that you could use Mod Podge, but it's not 100% waterproof. So if you have something sitting wet, then it might damage it a little bit or you make it yellow. So if you didn't want to spend the money on a sealant and you just wanted this to last one season, you could try the Mod Podge, and if it lasts, it lasts. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You can always repaint it. For the writing, I'm just using freehand. You could use your Cricut if you wanted to. You could stencil it in, you could apply vinyl to it. I just decided I wanted to do the freehand. And I'm putting Noel, Bright, Mary, and Joy. And then I'm going to go over top of them with a Sharpie, and that's it. You could also do paint if you didn't want to do the Sharpie. And here are the completed coasters or little signs, whatever you want to call them. I really like the way they turned out. They are not perfect, but I love that rusticness about all of them. I find that Ray Dunn stuff kind of looks perfectly imperfect, so I'm happy with that. Thank you so much for stopping by and watching this video to the end. I hope you really like these DIYs. They are very easy, very quick, but I think they look amazing, and if you wanted to buy these at the store, you would pay much more than what I paid for these. I mean, some of them I only paid $1.25 for. So again, thank you so much for stopping by. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Check out my other videos that I'm recommending throughout this video, and check out the playlist in Heidi's channel. Everything will be linked below so that you can find it easily. I have a crate that I envisioned using in front of my fireplace mantle for Christmas, and I wanted to fill it up with birch logs. Now, I didn't have any that I wanted to chop up to make smaller for indoors on hand, and I didn't really want to buy any, so my friend gave me these logs. Actually, Sandra from the Shoreline Nest gave me these logs, which came from her tree that they chopped down in front of their house. So they are, I believe, from an oak tree, maybe. And anyway, they're not from a birch tree. So I decided that I was going to make them look like birch. I went online and I looked at a whole bunch of different techniques, and all of them just sounded like way too much work. So what I did was I took Rust-Oleum chalk linen white paint and I watered it down, so about half paint, half water. And then I kind of did two techniques. The first one, I just brushed it on, and I found that it was covering too much. So the second technique that I used was to try and paint all of them at once and going horizontally down the, like just going across, but down the logs. And that kind of gave me that coverage that I was looking for. And then once I had barely any paint left, then I kind of went over top and just covered. So basically you're kind of like almost dry brushing, whitewashing and dry brushing at the same time, I guess. You'll see what I mean once I flip them over. I kind of have a better tutorial of it, just because the first try I was just trying. So they look really white here, but you'll see once they dry out, because the wood will soak a lot of the paint in as well. And so the first one I'm just dabbing off, so if you find that you did too much, you could dab it off and see how that works. I always reuse, wind up reusing rags, so I'm wiping some of it off, dabbing it off, but you'll see the wood does soak in a lot, so keep that in mind. You might, if you do too light of a coat, you might have to go over. I did not have to go over. I was happy with the coverage. So once I flip them over, I do the same technique again. So as you can see, I'm just lightly brushing over it again, and it's giving me that perfect birch kind of look. And because the wood has a lot of texture on it, I didn't have to add texture to it. If you were making these from a pool noodle, which you could do as well, you might want to add some texture. So toilet paper is a good texture to add, and then you paint over it, or you just layer on a bunch of different paints, and then you could even add some sort of texture of your choice, whatever you had on hand. But if you're just using logs, you don't have to do any of that. You just kind of want to dry brush and get that color that you're looking for. And it may be trial and error, but as you can see here, as they're drying off, they're looking a lot like birch, and I'm really, really happy with the way they turned out. That is it for this DIY. I think they turned out really great and look like exactly like birch, so I'm really happy with them, and they look great next to my fireplace. So here's my next DIY. So my next DIY is kind of like a upcycle, not even an upcycle. It's this wreath that I purchased at our local nursery. It was, I believe, 2 years ago, and it was on a crazy sale, but it's very, very plain. It's just green, and I had envisioned that I would be using it on my front door because it's nice and big and it would make a statement. However, I have a storm door, so it didn't actually fit. So then when I painted my fireplace, I thought, wow, that will look amazing on there, but it needs a lot of embellishing. So that's what I'm doing. Now you can do this with any wreath or even garland that you buy, and if you just don't think that it's nice and full enough, or you kind of think that it looks a little bit like almost cheap, although I didn't think this one looked cheap, but I think it was very plain and I wanted it to be a little bit more. So if you want it to be a little bit more, you can always embellish it with Dollar Tree items and make something, this would cost probably like $80-$90, and it didn't cost me more than $20, including the wreath, and it's a big wreath. So what I'm doing is I am just cutting up this garland from the Dollar Tree. So it was $1.25, because I'm in Canada, everything's $1.25, and I am just cutting off how many 8 pieces here, and I'm going to just paint them white so that it looks like the wreath itself has a few white branches. Then I'm also going to paint these berries, which are also from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to paint them white, so again they look like they have a little bit of snow on them. And then I will add some pine cones as well. little mini ones and bigger ones that I'm going to paint white. The mini ones I don't paint white, but the large ones I do. It's just so it looks like there's a lot of different colors and textures in the wreath. And again, I am using the same paint that I had mixed for the birch log, so the Rust-Oleum chalk linen white with water, just watered down, and I'm just painting over these. There's all sorts of different methods. You could spray paint, you could use fake snow. I just find that fake snow is very, very messy, so I wanted to do this. And I didn't want to spray paint them because, well, it's pouring and super windy here today, so this weekend when I was doing this, so it wouldn't have been a good project to do outside. And then I just think that spray paint would have covered it too much, and I wanted the green to show a little bit, so I wanted this effect. So once those are all painted and dried, then you want to attach them to your wreath. So I'm just doing this by twisting the garland piece around these branches, and I'm just putting them randomly kind of where I think they need to peek out from. And that's exactly what I want them to do, is just to peek out a little bit. I don't want that to be like the main part. I don't want this to be a white wreath. I want it to be kind of like a little bit of snow flocked wreath type of thing. And that's what I do for the entire wreath. After that, I place the pine cones, the small and large ones, and the berries. And then I add some, I believe they are eucalyptus leaves that I also got from the Dollar Tree, but I got those this summer. I think that they have them year round. They're one of those green leaves that they tend to have, kind of like the boxwood. They tend to have it all year. At least at my Dollar Tree they do. You absolutely don't have to add the eucalyptus. You don't need to add anything beyond this, in my opinion. I think it looked good this way too. I just wanted a little bit more texture. Now, if you can't, for some reason, find a wreath that's not too pricey, you could always make your own from the Dollar Tree by buying this garland and then just layering it. It'll just be a bit more work, but it would work as well. And then even if you buy the picks and you just cut off the pine looking kind of stems and add those in as well, minus the berries, it would look fine. But I had this on hand because I had bought it on sale, so I wanted to use this. Now the pine cones I did hot glue, and I hot glued them with my small hot glue gun just in case down the road I change my mind. The hold is not as strong on this one, so I will be able to remove it without ripping off the material, like the little needles. You could have, if you had floral wire, you can also like tie it around the bottom of the pine cone into the wreath, but I was okay with this. I'm pretty sure I'll be happy with it, but just in case, I didn't want to wreck the wreath itself, because like I said, even though I got it on sale, it is an expensive wreath. It was about 90% off or something. And finally, for the eucalyptus, I only used one branch of it, and I just cut off the like each little branch from the stem, and then I just put it in, like just poke, like stuck it into the wreath because it's full enough that it's stuck on its own, like it's stuck in there without having to be glued or anything. And I did flip it over so that the darker sides show. The lighter sides were kind of like a funky color. Some of them were lighter, which I would have liked the more kind of like grayish greenish, but then some of them were very bright green, so I didn't want that, so I made sure that I stuck the dark sides. And that is it, in two fairly inexpensive and quick DIYs that you can do to dress up your mantle, your fireplace mantle, or to dress up your wreath if you have one that you wanted to dress up a little bit. Like I said, very easy, very inexpensive, and very quick. So thank you so much for stopping by. Make sure you check out the playlist as well as my co-hosts. And I will be posting the step-by-step decor video on the same playlist a little bit further down. So if you wanted to see a step-by-step of everything and the details, I mean the decorations in detail, you can check that video out here. I'll just link it right above. So the first Dollar Tree sign is this merry and bright wooden sign that you can get from the Dollar Tree. I mean, plain on its own is pretty nice, but I wanted to kind of make it stand out a bit more. So what I'm going to start off with doing is painting it in the holiday red acrylic paint, which I also got at the Dollar Tree. And I only need to do one coat of this. It's fairly easy to do, so I'm just going to paint it in that holiday red and let it dry off. Don't mind my mat. I do a lot of painting on this mat. I'm trying not to damage my table so much, so I've cleaned it off. So I'm going to be using this mat. I will eventually either paint the mat or try to steam off the paint. We'll see. To make sure the sign looks completely painted, you want to make sure that you're going in between the letters as well, so you're getting the grooves, otherwise the brown will show. So once you've got the paint covered to your liking, then what you're going to do is find a piece of cardboard. I'm using the lid of a pizza box. And you could use the white part, but I wanted it to kind of look a little bit rustic, so I'm using the brown part. And I'm not going to cut off the edges until I'm done painting, and I'm simply doing this just so that way I don't have to be careful on the edges of getting it on my mat or on my table. And you're going to basically kind of dry brush this on. You don't want to cake on too much paint. Some spots you can, but you want to kind of do a light coat of this so the brown shows through and gives that rustic feel. So once that's painted, what you want to do is use little pieces of wood. You could use the garden picks if you got them from the Dollar Tree. I ran out, so I had these two long paint sticks from Lowe's, which I'm using. They were left over from when we painted our house. We got one of those huge cans, so we got a few of these. So I'm going to use these as my frame. You could really use any kind of wood. You could even use the Jenga blocks, like the tumbling tower blocks for this. And so I'm just measuring out how big I want them to be, and I am just making them slightly bigger than my box. If you're using the garden picks, you could probably cut them with scissors. These are a little bit thicker, so I'm just using my little saw here to cut them off, and then I'm going to just use some leftover sandpaper just to sand off the edges so that they're smooth. Once I've sanded them down, I'm just using my Annie Sloan soft wax and then I'm using the dark wax to start, just to go over them and stain them a little bit. I always use it, well, sometimes I use a brush. This time I'm using a rag. You can use either or. I like the rag because you can rub it on and then rub off the excess, so it just soaks in however much you want. So I make sure I get all the edges and everything around. And with the wax, it's important to let it dry a little bit in between coats if you want to add a second coat. So that way you're not rubbing off everything. So just to let the wood soak it in a bit. So once you let the sticks set a little bit, then you can go ahead and cut off your the edges around your box to make it the size that you want it. You might have already done this step, so this is what I did. I did it after. And then you're going to hot glue the sticks as your border, but I'm only doing the top and bottom. So before I actually glue them on, I take my rag that's already got a little bit of wax on it and just rub it over top of the pizza box, the painted pizza box, because I'm wanting a little bit of the antiquing to show through. And then when I put my sticks, I notice that they're a little bit lighter than I want them to be, so I just go back and I add the Annie Sloan black wax. You could achieve this color using a mixture of paints if you don't have the wax. So after I got the look that I wanted for my wax, I'm just putting a healthy amount of hot glue onto these sticks and just gluing them right onto the box. The only thing you have to watch out for, sometimes the box warps a little bit, so you may put something on the back. If it's warping too much, you could do like just one of these stir sticks diagonally, or what I did just to get the Mary to stick is I put something heavy on top, you'll see at the end of the video, and that also helped with keeping the box from warping too much and having it stick nicely. So for the Mary, I was going to use some hot glue, but then I decided I just wanted the weld bond. Because the hot glue can kind of be a little bit bumpy and make it stand up a little bit more, I thought this would be a better option for the box. You might be able to make hot glue work too, but I'm using Weld Bond, and you could do Gorilla Glue, whichever glue you have on hand. And what you want to do is you want to kind of move it to the center of the um, picture that you have, or if you want it slightly up or slightly down, it's up to you. I've got mine in the center and a little bit higher, and that's it. Then I put a bottle of like a kilogram of Epsom salts on top just to have it make sure that it has the Mary stick to the cardboard box, and I left it for a couple of hours. And after several hours, here's what it looks like. I love it. I am using this Let It Snow sign, and I am painting it out in the chalked linen white paint from Rust-Oleum. And again, I only need one coat of it because it's chalk paint and it does a really good job of covering. And I just painted out and I let it dry. This one I didn't worry too much about covering the in between because I liked a little bit of the brown showing through. It took me a long time to decide what exactly I wanted to do with this sign. I didn't want to make it this, I originally was going to make it the same thing as the other one, but then I thought, why not make it a little bit different? So I have these little wood slices. I believe I got them at the Dollar Tree, and I am just making a hole through them with my drill so that I can put some wooden dowels into them. Now, they may not be from the Dollar Tree. I have some that were from a tree that my neighbors chopped down and some that were from the Dollar Tree. I think these ones are the thicker ones, so they are from the tree. Um, so I'm just making holes in them, and then I'm taking these wooden dowels and I'm just pushing them in. Originally, I thought I was going to use the whole dowel, but then I decided to just cut it in half, and I just do this using my wire cutters. I just measure 6 inches so that way they're the same length, but I'll have to snip them down a little bit more because one hole was deeper than the other. So then I just sand down the edge of the one that I had to snip the top of, and the other one I didn't have to do that because I just used the uneven end to put it into the piece of wood. And I will be hot gluing and wood gluing these, so that way I can make sure that it's a nice strong hold. And the reason for the hot glue is so that it makes it stick immediately, and then that wood glue gives it that permanent hold. I just didn't have time to wait for that wood glue to cure because, like I said, it took me a long time to decide what I was going to do with this sign, how I was going to do it. And I like to change my mind at the last minute all the time. So that is the reason for the hot glue, and thank goodness for hot glue. So I love my dark wax, so I'm going to be using that dark wax just to stain the wood slices a little bit. Um, I'm not always a fan of, sometimes I am, but I'm not usually a fan of the really light wood. So I'm staining the slices and the wooden dowels. And again, I'm just using a cloth to do this, nothing too fancy. So once I've got them stained with the wax, I'm trying to position to see how I'm going to put the Let It Snow. But before I do that, I decide I want to add a little bit of snow to the bottom of these wood slices. So I have this fur that I also got at the dollar store, and I'm just going to hot glue little bits of it so it looks like fluffy snow. So normally I would cut this part out, but I wanted to show you in case you do make the sign, you're like, what is this? So the paint kind of dripped to the back of here, and then it just comes off with your finger or like scissors or a little knife. These little things that are sticking, like little pieces of paint that are sticking out of the, like from the letters. And I also wanted this little snowflake to stand out. So I'm using a mixture of the silver, metallic silver and blue. And then I add a little bit more blue and just go over top of it so that it gives it that like little bluish silver snowflake look. And I'm doing like a light coat so the white still shows a little bit through the snowflake. I feel like I'm talking through this video a lot, but I just wanted to show you my steps here. So then I go ahead and I hot glue little bits of the snow on to the wood slices. I'm not covering the entire slice, just a little bit here and a little bit there. And I do this on both slices. And then I decide that I also want some trees there. But before I do that, I want to glue on my sign. Now this is where I fumbled a little bit. Just because the wood slice is higher on one end, so it wasn't sticking properly. And then I wound up moving it to the edge of my table and having the wood slices hang down. And then I glued it that way. And again, I used a combination of wood glue and hot glue, and then I let that sit for a few minutes, maybe like 5 minutes, so that the hot glue would set. Then I put in on a little bit more hot glue just to make sure that it was holding it right now because I couldn't clamp it down or anything like that. So that's what you see me doing here. So once that's set for a little bit, I just go ahead and I put these Christmas trees. They're the miniature Christmas trees from the Dollar Tree, and I just glued them to the one side, to the one slice, and then I put berries on the other slice. And that brings this project to a close. Again, another easy project to do, very inexpensive. You only need the sign, some wood slices, and little embellishments, and it turned out really great. I'm very, very happy with it. So for me, these projects cost me under $3, but really it's more like $2 because I had the Christmas trees and the berries on hand and I didn't use a full package of them. So here they both are again. I really love both of them and they'll make great additions to my home decor. I still need to finish recording my basement tour. And once I do that, I will post it on my home channel. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed it and I hope it inspired you to make something.
Snah here. So nice to see you guys again. For today's episode, I'm doing a mystery box challenge together with Sandra from the Schwoman's Nest and Sonia from Domestic Diva DIY. So we each had to get a box, purchase 5 different crafts or pieces to craft with from the Dollar Tree. It could have been Christmas themed. They could have been just any kind of random things, but we have to make Christmas crafts out of them. So Sandra has purchased a box for me of 5 items, has brought a box for me of 5 items. I have done the same thing for Sonia, and Sonia did the same thing for Sandra. So I'll show you what I have, what I have to create with. I'm opening it together with you guys. I kind of peeked in because it was in a bag, so I could peek in. But we'll go through it together, and then you'll kind of see what I come up with them. We'll kind of do our spiel together. So the first item is this wood round. So I've actually never seen this at the Dollar Tree. I know that they have it. I just happen to come when they don't have it. So I'm really excited to be able to use this. And anytime there's a wood round, there's so many different things you can make. So that's very exciting. So thanks, Sandra. Then we've got this Good Tidings of Comfort and Joy. I have something similar that I bought before. So this is great. A nice little sign. So again, lots of fun stuff that I could do with this. And I really like the little beads here. I don't know if I'll keep them or not. Haven't quite decided yet. Then, let's see. Oh, this DIY 3D craft kit. That's cute. It's got a little Santa. It's got an Xmas sign, a little candy cane, a Christmas tree, some trees in the back, and a little stand here. So I've actually purchased this for my kids before, so we'll see what I can make up with it and how I can make it look like less of a kid's craft. Then we've got these foam snowflakes. Anything snowflakes is exciting. They're cute. So it'll be fun to make something with those. And then again, another thing that I've seen, but I haven't seen. So anytime I've gone in, they haven't had these. So that's exciting. It's just like a little crystal plastic deer. So that's very fun. Something fun to do with that one. Alrighty. Well, let's get crafting. I have some ideas. Some I might have to kind of look up for inspiration, but we'll get this done. I'm very excited. I love doing stuff like this. So again, I didn't know what she was going to buy. She just picked 5 things, and that's exciting. So hopefully you guys will enjoy and get some inspiration from these.
So I forgot to mention in the intro, we could use any embellishments or anything else that we had around to create these crafts. We just had to use that particular item in our craft. So I'm starting with this square wood piece from the Dollar Tree, and I'm going to paint it black. I'm just using some acrylic paint to paint with, and just a regular brush. I won't show you the whole painting process because you know how to paint things. So I'll just show you a little bit of what I'm doing, and then take it from there. I am putting the paint right onto the block and then just painting it out black. Once that is painted, I'm going to use this piece for my snowflake craft. So I'm just going to add the snowflake on here. Super easy to do. Just hot glue it on to the wood piece, and then I'm going to use a paint marker, and I'm just going to add little dots for snow around, and this one is done. I am doing 2 other things with those snowflakes though, so you can kind of get, 3 different ideas of what to do with that pack of snowflakes. So here it is all finished, and if you like this one and if you thought this one was super easy, the next one is even easier. All you need are a black Sharpie and an orange Sharpie. You could use a normal marker too, of course, and one of these snowflakes, and we're going to make a snowflake ornament. We're going to attach just a little ribbon to the top so that you can hang it off of your tree, or even if you wanted to put it in a tray, whatever you'd like, but super easy to do, and you could make a whole bunch of these. This is something you could even do with the kids, something fun to do. And what a great little craft for $1.50, because we're in Canada. It's $1.50 at the Dollar Tree now. And what a great little project to do even with your little. Okay, so this next one is also very easy to do. It's a little bit more involved, but not too bad, and very inexpensive. So all you need is 8 clothespins. So I kind of just laid them out to see what I wanted to do with them first, and then I took them apart, and then what you want to do is kind of glue them back together, but you take them apart and you glue the flat sides to each other so that they make this nice little shaped object. And then you glue all of those together, and then you put them you make your shape out. So what I did was I glued the bottom pieces. So I did 4 at the bottom and then I did 4 at the top. And so the bottom ones I glued together and then the top ones I glued on top to kind of make it a little better hold. You'll need quite a bit of glue on here just so that they do not come apart. And once you have all of that done, then you can go ahead and paint it. So once you've attached all the pieces, you're going to want to then paint it whatever color you'd like. I chose to do black because I like the contrast of the black and white. And there was a time that I made, I think last year, I made a whole bunch of black and white snowman kind of things for my tray. So this will go in, this would go well together with that. I did not use that in my decor this year. And again, I'm just using that black acrylic paint from the Dollar Tree to get this on. You want to do all the little nooks and crannies of this snowflake, and that's all there is to this snowflake part. Now you're wondering, where is the foam piece? I'm going to show you what I did with that piece. So just to add a little extra layer of fun to this snowflake, I then added that white foam snowflake on top, and it just kind of looks like a beautiful little snowflake for your tray decor, or even like if you had like a little vignette that you were doing, you could use that for. And again, I just use hot glue to attach it, and that's all there is to it. And so finally, here are all of the 3 different versions of the snowflake for you to take a peek at. Let me know which one you like the best. Again, super easy, super inexpensive to make, and a lot of fun. So I really enjoyed making these. Now for the wood round piece, that'll be my next DIY that I make. This one was, I'll admit, a little bit more involved. Once I kind of got going, once I started weeding, because I use my Cricut, it became a little bit more work than I thought it would just because of the weeding. But it turned out really cute. My little guy is so excited to have it, so that's what counts in the end. So I'm starting off with painting this wood round white. I'm using the Rust-Oleum chalk linen white paint. And this paint, I buy that big jug and it lasts me forever. So if you're looking to have a white paint, like if you use a lot of white paint in your projects, this is a pretty good deal unless you want to make your own chalk paint. If you do, I think Sandra has a recipe on her YouTube channel, so you can check that out. So I created this design. I actually downloaded a free design from the internet. I can link it below, and then I kind of sliced it and made it into my own design just for the hand. And then the numbers I just curved. I made a curve out of the numbers. I counted all of them and then I curved them, and I'm going to be painting it out. So it is a Christmas countdown that I'm doing. So I'm using kind of like the Grinch's hand, and then I'm going to attach a little popsicle stick to it so that you can move it around. You'll see at the end. So I'm going to be painting the Grinch's hand green, and then I'll be painting his clothes red, and the numbers in black. When you are using vinyl to kind of paint in anything or dab anything, you want to make sure that you put the vinyl on really tight and hard, that there's no like little spots where it could leak. You'll see that there was spots that it leaked for me because I didn't push it in properly. And then you don't want to use too much paint to begin with. You just kind of dab it on lightly first, and then you add more paint as you go, because if you cake on too much paint, you do risk it bleeding through. So this is kind of how I do it. And then when I'm transferring on to a painted piece, I put the transfer paper onto my legs or my shirt, whatever I have that's cotton, so that way I get rid of a little bit of the stickiness so that it doesn't rip the paint off. Because I use Dollar Tree shelf liner as my transfer tape. So maybe with the other ones, I haven't really tried other ones. So maybe with other ones it might not do the same thing, but I would still do it as a precaution because you don't want your paint that you've painted now ripping off because it's a pain in the butt to go and fix it all. So, and you can use either a brush or you can use one of those makeup sponges, the ones that are kind of like a triangle. You can use those to dab on the paint. That works really well too. I just didn't have any on hand. And I'm just using the Hunter Green and Christmas Red is what they're called. The colors, whatever your Dollar Tree has might be different. I'm not sure if they're different in Canada or elsewhere. Sometimes the Dollar Tree changes up their brands too. So these are the ones that I'm using. And then when you're ripping it off, you want to make sure everything is dry. You can see that my 24, the 2 never cut properly on my Cricut. So what I'm going to do is just cut out the 23, and then I'm going to use that 2 from there. The reason I'm keeping both is so that it keeps the space for me. And I'm just going to pop it on there and uh, paint it in after. Then you want to take out all of you can see all of my 8s and 0s. They still have the vinyl, so I have to weed that out. And you just, like I said, you just want to make sure that everything is nice and dry before you go ahead and start removing things, because again, you're going to get paint all over the place. And after I finished this, I let it dry. I went ahead and I painted my popsicle stick. Now, it was one of those jumbo popsicle sticks that I'm using, and I'm painting it in black, and I'm also just cutting the edge of it into like a little triangle shape and cutting down the bottom part of it, so that way it looks like a little handle, and it looks like the Grinch is holding the little handle. Now what we did was, and I didn't record this because my husband was doing it, he was helping me out. What we did was I drilled a little hole in to the piece. Now you could use a nail and just break it through, but we drilled. And then I just used a little small screw in, and then on the back I just put that little thing so my little guy doesn't get scratched. The thing is just like a little piece of felt with a sticky on it that you put underneath chairs. And I attached a rope to the top, just jute rope. And I also then cut out the Days Till Christmas, which I used the Easy November font. And I went over top of the Grinch's hand with a black Sharpie just to make it like pop out a little bit more. And I think it turned out really cute. Let me know what you think. I think it's super cute. My little guy loves it, and that's what matters the most. So on to this next DIY. So this one is a little bit less involved, and you don't need a Cricut. For the other one, you really didn't need a Cricut either. You could have just done it freehand, but I'm not that good. So for this one, it's the plastic deer. I'm just using that Rust-Oleum high heat paint, and I'm spray painting it in black, and then I'm going to add a little bit of gold, dry brush gold, to his antlers, and that's all there is to it. I saw this at Pottery Barn. They have these. Obviously they're bigger, but um, this is kind of like a Pottery Barn dupe, I guess, if you wanted to recreate these. Like I said, they're a little bit smaller, but they still look awesome. So great little decor piece to put in. I'm putting it on my mantle. It just adds a little bit to the Santa that I have on there. He's just sitting beside the Santa. So he looks good, and it has that matte finish. So I really like that. And then the next one, I'm going to recreate the sign. So easy again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the beads. I decided to remove them. I will use them in the project, but I'm removing them for now. And I'm going to use this little wreath from the bell that I got from the Dollar Tree. And I'm using this, well, I think it's a shelf liner or scrapbook paper. It's self-adhesive, so it's a sticker that I got from the Dollar Tree, but it's just like a full page. And I'm going to be putting that as my background, adding a wreath, adding the beads, and painting the frame. So again, super easy to do, inexpensive, and hopefully you have kind of little bits of stuff lying around that you can reuse. So I'm going to paint the frame in a warm white that I got again from the Dollar Tree. I'm just ripping off the existing tape that was on the frame because it's that like the shiny stuff that's hard to paint over. So I'm just ripping it off. So you can sand it down if you wanted to, but I'm ripping it off so that I can paint it, and it gives it the rustic look, so that's kind of nice too. And then I'm adding the little paper in there, and like I said, it's self-adhesive, so super easy to do. I do wind up, because I wasn't sure if I was going to want this to hang or stand on its own, so I left the holes, but I'm going to be filling them in just with some wood filler, so that way they're not as obvious. And because I want it to stand on its own, it'll be a nice little tray decor piece. So once I've stuck this on there, I was contemplating using like a calendar page from there, but everything was too big to fit into the small little thing, so I didn't use that. And then I'm just using my X-Acto knife to cut down the extra pieces, because I made it a little bit bigger than the actual frame, so that way I wouldn't have the issue of having holes anywhere, like gaps anywhere. And as you can see, I had to rip off a piece of the shiny stuff because it didn't come off all the way, and then once I painted it came off, so just sanding it down a little bit. And again, this will give it like that rustic look, because you can see that the backing that I put in there, the background is a little rustic as well, so it'll go great with the frame. Now I'm attaching the wreath, and I added a little bit of white paint to the wreath so it looks like there's a bit of snow on it. And then I'm going to add 3 beads to the top of the wreath as just like a little decor piece. You could do anything you wanted, any kind of embellishment that you want. This is what I chose to do because I thought it would look, the colors would match really nicely. And that is absolutely all there is to this one. Let me know what you think of this one. I think it's super cute. Again, like all these little tray fillers are great to have on hand. Sometimes you're just missing that one little thing. Okay, and last but not least is that little 3D Santa and tree craft kit. So what I'm actually using is I'm using all the trees. I'm not using the Santa and the candy canes. And I have this shadow box from Dollarama, which I used in a previous craft, but I'm adding it to, I ripped off the back and I'm going to reuse it here. Now what I'm doing is adding a piece of felt on the back, and then I'm painting out the trees. I'm going to leave the top as it is so it looks like a little house. You could do whatever you want. I've even seen these little shadow boxes, and I thought I had this. They're like, actually they're tin containers from the Dollar Tree that have like a see-through lid. That would be cool to use for this as well. Really anything, but I'm kind of creating like a little scene in there. So I'm painting out the trees in hunter green, and then I'm going to add some brown to the base, and then on top, once everything dries, I'm going to add a little bit of snow, some white, so it looks like they're snow covered. So while those are drying, I'm just going to add the felt to the back of this, and I'm going to start to kind of put everything together. I'm using one of those rags from the car section in the Dollar Tree that's all white. It's kind of like a really nice fluffy material. I had it from a previous project where I used it as a pillowcase. I ripped it up, and I'm using it as my bottom part where I'm going to put the trees, so it looks like it's snow. Now, the reason I'm not gluing anything down is because then I can use this shadow box for other things, maybe for the fall, maybe for Halloween, Valentine's Day, or even just like a summer decor piece. That way it's not permanent. If I can reuse stuff, because to have all of these things all the time in your house, like, if I had a shadow box like this for every single season, it would be, or every single time I redecorate, it would be a lot of things to store. And once you start making stuff like this, you start to run out of room for all the things. And my kids love decor, so they want to keep everything. So I'm just adding it like this to the bottom, and then I can reuse it in other decor. And then I'll fudge around with it a little bit before I show you the finished piece. But here it is all finished. I added some lights to the back, and I left like a little bit open at the back that I didn't glue in so that I could squeeze in the lights behind. And so you can see what it looks like with the lights on. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Leave me a comment below. Let me know which one was your favorite, which one you'll definitely think you might recreate. I hope it gave you inspiration of some quick things that you can do just before Christmas. It is not too late. And they're inexpensive to do. Thank you so much. Make sure you head on over to DIYs at the Schwoven's Nest and check out Sandra's channel, and head on over to Domestic Diva DIY and check out Sonia's channel. Thank you so much. Alrighty, so for this trash to treasure, my husband was lovely enough to cut out some snowmen out of plywood, and we just have a bigger one, a bigger one and a smaller one, just two level one and like a 3-ball one. I will be painting these out, one of them in this heirloom white and Rust-Oleum spray paint. So as you can see, it's a little bit of a kind of like an antique white. And then on one of them, I'll just do, I know it's like a rust paint, but I really like this one. So it's just a flat white, like really white paint. And that's what I'll be doing these guys, because one I want kind of to look antique and the other one like really crisp and white. And then I'll just be decorating them. Really easy trash to treasure DIYs. So the bigger snowman I actually did in the heirloom white, and I'm just using some cardstock from the dollar store to cut out his hat. I kind of thought about what I could use, and this is what I came up with. You could probably use construction paper too, or if you have some cardboard, you could paint it black and use that if you really wanted to do true trash to treasure. And so I'll just freehand cut out a top hat, and then I freehand draw on the carrot nose and the eyes and the buttons. And then I'll be adding, from leftover ribbon, I'll be adding just a little scarf. Now, I'm not worried about the eyes being like exactly the same size. Our eyes aren't always the same size. If you're making a snowman outside, whatever you're using for his eyes is not going to be the same size. So I like to have things look that way. I know for some people they really like it to be kind of perfect. And if that's what you're going for, maybe use a stencil, or even if you can find some stickers, that could be something that you do. Or if you're lucky enough to have a Cricut, you could do Cricut. And I'm just using hot glue to glue everything. So once I drew everything on, I just distressed him a little bit more because I wanted him to be a little bit antique-y. And so I just used some black acrylic paint and just dry brushed it on the edges, and just kind of all over the snowman. This is just an extra step that I added. You obviously make however you want him to be. I am going to apologize about my voice. I still have not gotten it back. I'm not sure. It's been like a month and I still can't seem to get it back. So I sound a little funny. But anyway, that's all there's to him. Let me know what you think. I think he's really cute, and he'll make like a nice tray decor piece or a mantle decor, whichever, or a nice little sign. If you want to hang him up, you just, use some command strips. So the next guy I painted in the flat white. Same thing, I used a top hat. I used the cardstock as a top hat. And then I had a different kind of ribbon that I used for his scarf. And then I added some arms, and these are just little sticks that I found in the garden. And little tiny sticks that I hot glued on for his arms. The other one did not have arms. And this guy I did not distress. And I did put their hats on kind of crooked because I thought they would look cuter that way. And that's all there is to this guy too, so let me know what you think of him.
So my mom had this salt shaker that she was throwing out. So I'm going to make a Christmas DIY out of it. So it's any old salt shaker. Like if you have some that have like, look at this, this is kind of gross. It's rusted over, it's gotten gross. She actually had two of them, salt and pepper shaker. But when I tried to remove, because it had rusted so bad, when I tried to remove the lid, it actually broke the salt shaker. So for this guy, I'll be using that flat white spray paint. And then I'm going to use a red spray paint for the top, because that'll kind of be like his hat. It is this colonial red spray paint.
So after I spray painted him, I kind of did a lot of thinking as to how I'm going to actually go create a Santa. I did see a snowman salt shaker, and those are a little bit easier to do. So I played around with maybe just adding the little lid of the salt shaker as his hat, but not adding a head, and I didn't like the way any of it looked, so I wound up adding a styrofoam ball as his head and then some felt as his hat, so you'll see that in the next clip. So what I actually did is like I said, I used the styrofoam ball, I hot glued it to the top of the salt shaker, and then I did the metal part on top of his head. And again, I contemplated leaving it, but I did want it to have kind of like a Santa hat. So I just added some embellishments. I gave him a beard, and for the beard, I used some leftover fur, white fur that I had from last year. It's all from the dollar store. I think maybe Dollarama or Dollar Tree, I'm not sure. One of them I got last year. I Sharpied his eyes on, and then I Sharpied just little rosy cheeks and a pink nose. And then over the cheeks, I just went over with white to kind of dull down the pink so it wasn't so pink. And then I also added a mustache using that same fur. And then again, for the hat, I used felt, and for his arms, I used felt.
Okay, so what I did here was I added just a piece of felt that I cut into a triangle. I glued it to the base of this top here. And then I added some of the fur at the end. And then here I just used, this was a washcloth from the Dollar Tree. So I cut out just a strip of it and then I glued it onto the back here. And then here I'm just going to do a makeshift wreath. And that's what he's going to be holding. Or maybe I'll do a present. Actually, I have a present. There we go. I'll do a little present that I'm going to wrap up in some of this ribbon. See what I mean? Sometimes I think on the fly and it'll look cute. So what I've done here is I've cut a strip like this and I'm using the wire side and then I wrapped it here and then I'm going to wrap it around this way too and then I'm going to hot glue it so that it looks like he's holding it. So there it is. So there it is. He's holding it. You can see
I've hot glued it to his belly. And there he is. He's so cute. Let me know what you think of him. But again, a super easy DIY. Then this one, I will be making into a snowman as well. I love snowman. And I'm going to be painting this out in a crisp white like this one. Now, you may have watched my ghost that I made for Halloween. This is kind of the same thing, except I'm using just a jar. You've probably seen me use these guys as well. This is from Peaches from Costco, and these jars are perfect. They don't, like, everything comes off really, really nicely. They're like an awesome shape, and I love using them. And then I'm gonna use an old, like you can see it's rusty, an old ring from a mason jar. You could use a mason jar if you don't have these. I just thought to make it a true trash to treasure. And because I have lots of these, we love eating canned peaches. And so for this, I'll be doing spray painting this black, and I'll show you the black paint in a minute. And because it doesn't quite, like it doesn't sit in, I'm going to hot glue it. So just, make some adjustments. So I have very little of this paint left, but if it's enough, it's just a black spray paint. It's just any old spray paint that you can have. I just like it because it's fast drying, and it's for wood and metal, and it's interior and exterior. So if I decided to use something outside, I could. And same with this guy. So if I wanted to put this out, I could. And that's it. So even for this guy, I just drew everything freehand using a Sharpie, a black and orange Sharpie, and then I'm adding a scarf to the bottom. And then I have some difficulties. I have dirty fingers that have paint on them, and I wound up getting black paint on him, so I won't have to fix it, but I'll show you that in a minute. So like a dummy, I spray painted the wrong size of mason jar, so you need the ones with the smaller holes. So, or maybe this solar lamp isn't. I have other solar lamps, but I can't find them. I don't know what I've done with them, so I've just used an old one. And they're the ones from the Dollar Tree, but I think these are very, very old ones. So the new ones, I believe, are bigger, and I packed away my Halloween stuff, and I don't know why I packed away the solar. I didn't think I did, but I can't find it. Anyway, so I'm going to put this in, and I'm going to make this hole a little bit bigger so I can squeeze this guy in, and just hot glue everything to the base here. But I'll start. I don't want to paint anything more, like, to waste, so, and I can't buy the solar lamps now, so I'm going to improvise, as you can improvise when you're making DIYs. So just glue that in there. Oh no, I got it on my fingers. So I've cut the hole to fit the solar lamp, and I'm just going to color it in black. And because I'm always in a rush, I seem to never be able to be ahead of the game. I am using my hairdryer to just quickly dry the paint off so I can do another coat, because I did have to do 2 coats because it's from a ribbon roll. The little thing is from a ribbon roll, and it's that glossy cardboard, so it makes it kind of slippery and a little bit harder to paint. You have to do just 2 coats, not harder, just 2 coats. So I did correct where I got my finger marks on the jar. I wound up just spray painting that part, and then then I'm going to go over with some Deco Art chalk paint in white, and I just go over the whole jar, including where I've Sharpied his face, and then I just use a baby wipe to wipe it off. And then at the bottom of his hat, just to cover the ring parts, because of course the mason jar, it wasn't a mason jar, so it shows the ring parts. I'm going to put a little bow, again with some leftover ribbon, just to give it a good nice cover and just to make the hat look fancier. Now, this solar light will glow, and it'll make your snowman glow, so if you wanted to have it in the dark, it's a great little piece to have. Unfortunately, it is not dark, so I wasn't able to show you, but I can link the Halloween decor video so you can kind of see what it looks like. only when it's glowing in the dark. And because this was an old solar light, it was just in a box, so it did not have enough time to charge. So I am, like I said, not able to show you what it looks like in the dark. So here he is, all finished. I hope you like him. I think he turned out pretty cute. And again, a great tray decor or mantle decor or anything, really. He's just cute. Let me know what you think. So for this one, it's kind of like a trash to treasure. The only reason why I would say kind of is because when you, like, if you have an old calendar that you're not going to use, so some of you might have the 2021 calendars, well, the year is coming to an end. Don't throw it out, because you have all these beautiful pictures that you can use, little ones or big ones. So I'm going to use actually the December. So right here, I'm going to use this picture, and I love keeping these. So I keep all sorts of calendars for the pictures, and I'm going to make it into a sign. Great way to reuse stuff. And also, like, if you have wrapping paper, you could do that with wrapping paper. Christmas cards, you can make a collage, or you could just make mini pictures. So many options. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm going to use the cardboard that it comes with to keep it straight and this picture, and I'm going to make a nice winter picture. Now I will also use tumble blocks. You don't have to, because if you have enough paint stir sticks, you could totally make a frame out of those. I just don't. So I'm using the blocks, but you could, like you can see, you can kind of go like that. I'm going to use tumble blocks just as a frame. You don't even have to do that if you don't want to. Or if you have little bits and pieces of wood, kind of that you've cut up from other projects, you could make a nice border around. Super easy. Or even if you have, you know, old wood rulers that are being chucked or whatever, and you wanted to use them, have a purpose for them, you could use those as well. Many options. I've run out of all of my trash, so I'm using my tumble blocks to do this. And I will stain the tumble blocks so that they're a nicer, darker color. So I'm using the cardboard that came with the calendar, and I'm going to glue on the piece on there. I'm using Mod Podge. You can use a glue stick. It might even work better with a glue stick. I just found that my glue stick dried out. And then I'm gluing it on, and then I'm going to use the tumble blocks, and I'm going to use 6 for each side, so 24 tumble blocks, less 1 or 2, just because you have to make some cuts and if you make some mistakes, but aim for 24, and if you use less, great. And I'm going to paint the tumble blocks in a black acrylic paint, and then I will hot glue everything as my frame, and that's all there is to this DIY. Super, super easy. So again, when you get to the end, you're going to have little bits that you have to cut. I'm using my mini miter saw that I have. You could use anything that you prefer using. This is kind of why I got it for these tumble block projects. It's quite hard to cut without, like when just because there's such little cuts, but maybe you have some tools that you can use. I just found that this is the best one to use. So I just kind of put a pencil mark where I wanted it to be cut. And then again, hot glued everything. Now, I didn't glue anything at the back to help for it to hang. You could glue some jute rope to the back to have it hang, but I think I'm gonna have it like on my mantle. So I just leave it the way it is. And then I just use a little bit of black acrylic paint just to kind of distress around the frame. And that's all there is to it. Let me know what you think of this one. I'm really excited about this one because it was so easy to make. So here are all the DIYs again. They were free for me to make because I had everything on hand and a lot of trash to treasure stuff. So, and because they're so flexible, you can really use anything you have on hand, even if it's jute rope for his scarf instead of a colorful scarf. That will make it more rustic. Really, it's whatever you have on hand. If you wanted something quick to do that was inexpensive and or free for you to make. Even the plywood snowmans you could cut out of cardboard if you really wanted to.
Well, you made it to the end. Thank you so much for watching. Stay safe and see you next time.